Sunday, oh Wendy, Sunday, oh Wendy, if there's someone, Sunday, oh Wendy, I guess I live Sunday, oh Wendy, and then people are going Sunday, oh Wendy, it's a game. Sunday, oh Wendy, it's a Sunday, oh Wendy, it's Sunday, oh Wendy,
And there it is, and there you are. There you are, and there it is. Good day to you, my friends. Good to have you here again. So another session, of course, another session. You know it happens every day. So of course, then down to you if you come and spend your time with us. But you are spending your time with us, so with gratitude, we receive you. So another session commences, and of course, another blockbuster session. Always is a blockbuster session on our Woman Went to More platform. So another session commences. The usual protocol, just click on the like button. If you can do us that favor, click on the like button as you're coming in. If you are not already subscribed, then we implore, please correct that immediately and right now. So click on like and subscribe. And then if you want to come join us on the studio, you've heard so many voices so many times on this platform. The only thing they ever did was to click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, and that is how they landed on your screens. So if you want to come and share your thoughts on all matters Nigerian politics, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. As soon as I've finished fleshing out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation. Nothing complex or complicated. It's as simple as that. Just a literal click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, it gets you onto the screen. So nothing more complicated than that. So that at your will, if you feel inclined, then do that. So still looking to your inclination. If you feel like your host looks especially thirsty and you think he needs lubricating, click on this hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee and then go there and go wild. So go to that link. If you feel that your host needs lubrication, click on that hyperlink that says about your host cups of coffee. 3 easy steps, and then empty the contents of your wallet into that space. So there it is, all of that. So to the headline then, PDP accuses INEC of plotting to hide election evidence with BVAS configuration. So, the election has come and gone, and winners and losers have been identified. And you would have thought that would suffice. The losers lick their wounds to fight another day. But alas, there's something in Yoruba land that we call Agide Talika, the stubbornness of the poor. It doesn't quite, it loses its resonance, of course, if you translate it into English language, because most Yoruba idioms, the idiomatic expression is vested within the language, and as soon as you translate it, it loses its resonance. But Agide Talaka, the rumblings of the disenfranchised, or the loser, more like, not disenfranchised, but losers. So PDP accuses INEC of plotting to hide election evidence with BVAS configuration. So, of course, the same set of machines that were used, the same, pardon me, the same set of machines that were used for the presidential elections are the same set of machines that will be used for the gubernatorial elections coming up this Saturday. So, of course, the programming loaded onto those machines for the presidential election are entirely different from the programming needed for the governorship election upcoming. So, of course, the umpire, INEC, they have to reconfigure their machines to load it up for what is next to come, which is the gubernatorial space. And you'd have thought that was just an administrative routine thing. But then, of course, there is an interlocutory injunction procured by Peter Obi and his band of merry men. So there's an interlocutory injunction procured by Peter Obi and his band of merry men. And then Atiku, of course, tagged his name laterally to that space. And that injunction is inviting that they want to interrogate, they want to inspect, they want to have a look at INEC's election materials. So they want to have a look at INEC election materials, which is to say then that those materials cannot be tampered with until the Peter Obi and Atiku team have had a look to find whatever it is that they're looking for. So what does this mean? If that judgment, if that interlocutory injunction subsists, then no election can be held on Saturday. So the INEC are now seeking a variation to that interlocutory injunction so that they can configure the BVAS and all of their machinery in preparation for. And by the way, this lawsuit, by the way, it has put them back in their processes. So you can expect some difficulties on Saturday, of course, because Peter Obi has stood in the way now of the governorship election because such a sore loser, But so that's where the situation is. So there's an interlocutory injunction procured by Labour Party and a PDP, which holds the INEC materials in a frozen position. But INEC now seeking a variation of that interlocutory injunction in order that they can configure those same set of machineries and equipment in preparedness for next Saturday, upcoming Saturday's elections. Convoluted and complex, but it's quite simple. But there it is, and there they are. So that variation now that INEC is seeking is what PDP is pushing against. PDP accuses INEC of plotting to hide election evidence with BVAS configuration. So having explained the backdrop, I hope that makes sense to you. Court of Appeal to rule on INEC Peter Obi case on Wednesday. So that is in 2 days' time, I should imagine. No, that is actually tomorrow, isn't it? Not in 2 days' time. That is tomorrow. So that variation then that INEC is seeking, it looks as though a judgment might well come. And if they say they cannot configure the electoral materials, then there will be no elections on Saturday. It's just as simple as that. On to the next headline. Even if he was Igbo, so what? Omokri makes a case for Labour Party's Labour Let's do that again. Even if it was Igbo, so what? Omokri makes a case for Labour Party's Lagos governorship candidate, Boyega Rhodes Vivor. So they've dropped, of course, the what's it say, Chukwuemeka, whatever it is, some Uchenna, whatever. What remind me what his Igbo name is, his real name. So they've dropped that now to be promoting now this Gbadebo. Even if it was Igbo, so what? Omokri makes a case for Labour Party's Lagos governorship candidate, Gbadebo Rhodes. So it's not a matter of so what, it's a matter of cultural propriety. And even, it's not a matter of legality, but cultural propriety. Will an Igbo man have the understanding of the nuances of the Yoruba culture and language in order to administer a Yoruba state? That's just where the question is. Tinubu strategizes against Peter Obi Atiku, seeks important court order. So quite what that court order is, we find out shortly. Tinubu is having to lawyer up now instead of celebrating his victory. But then, of course, Tinubu, he's no stranger to a bruising fight. Tinubu seeks court order to inspect Inec material to defend his election. So as soon as they take a cursory glance towards what happened in the Southeast, I think it's game over. Even us on this platform, we've already seen enough to say that the totality of the Southeast should just be cancelled. Tinubu seeks court order to inspect Inec materials to defend his election. So it looks as though it's going to be a case of lawyering up all the way through. So 2023 governorship election, full list of states, APC, PDP, Labour Party may win. So now this goes back to the realms of those speculations again. So we go through these states and to see which one we concur with or not. APC appoints 12 senior advocates to defend Tinubu's mandate. So this is where the lawyers come into feed. And they usually have, these lawyers, these senior advocates of Nigeria, they make generational wealth every 4 years within the Nigerian political cycle. Because some person would have rigged himself into a position, having looted the entirety of his state coffers, and then he will divide that loot by half, give half of it to some SAN, which will be a good $500 million, something or the other, and tell him then to go and defend it. The SAN will then cut the judges. You know how it works. So this is how generational wealth now being made within the Nigerian space. So there it is. Plenty to go through, as always is the case. Let's see. Okay, I must bring you this as well. Inec's IREV, 1.2 million cyber attacks launched during presidential election. Next day, Galaxy Backbone says. So quite what, because the part of the strategy, a lot of people speculate that part of the strategy of the Obi space, of course, was to attack the INEC portal and then vary elections at that space. So they strategized that, but a lot of people are saying that the sour grapes that they are putting forward now is because that strategy did not work, because they were looking to launch at the INEC portal. And the results from Lagos State will tell us just how that played out. But a lot of people are aware that they want to cyber launch some sort of cheating into the INEC portal. That is the Labour Party space. This is the speculation. So there it is. Greetings, folks. Alexander Gomez says to welcome you guys and to kick off the super chat space. So greetings, folks. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button that you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, click on that, brings you to a studio space, you know the routine. And if you want to buy your host cups of coffee, you know what to do as well. All the links are in place. So as we said about those tasks, but what is mandatory though is for you to click on like and subscribe. That you must do. Everything else is optional. But clicking on the like and subscribe is something that you must do as a matter of must. So I'm looking at the figures, and the like button, the like thing is now going up. So that should tell me then that I have a lot of the usual suspects watching us. So there it is. So let me take a micro musical intermission before we launch straight into the reading. Let's go first to the care guides.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
There it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So Ikuko Neru Agbeshe, before I get into the readouts, let me show you something quite interesting. This may amuse you. This is one of the governorship candidates for Lagos State. One of the leading candidates, I should say, with a good chance of being the next governor of Lagos State. Look at this. We have his WAEC results. Look at this. Can you see? So this is the West African Examination Council for Adediran Aziz Olajide, otherwise known as Jandor. So here is our WAEC results. Economics pass, government credit, history F9, literature in English F9, English language F9, Yoruba language C6 credit. Mathematics pass, and then Greek, it didn't even turn up. So F9 parallel, so that sounds just about right. F9 parallel for the empty head that wants to be your governor for Lagos State. So there it is. Let me put this back up. So that's just to tell you the quality of some half brain, half wit, and some Igbo person up against Sanwo-Olu. So that is the Lagos election as it will be. So that's the Lagos election as it will be. But let me give you the readouts quickly, and then we get the panelists on to see what they are making of the talking points. PDP accuses Inec of plotting to hide election evidence with BVAS configuration. So I've given you the backdrop to this. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has alleged that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, is attempting to hide evidence in the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, with its request for a court order. The commission had on Monday urged the Court of Appeal, Abuja, to vary the orders granted to PDP and Labour Party to inspect materials used for last month's presidential election. INEC, in a motion on notice, said it needed to reconfigure the BVAS for this weekend's governorship and House of Assembly elections. The PDP National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologunagba, who addressed journalists at a media briefing on Tuesday night in Abuja, insisted that the court ruling would prevent its presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar from collecting materials for its appeal at the Presidential Election Tribunal. He said INEC's action were despicable and intended to thwart Nigerians' efforts to seek redress in court. Ologundagba said. Late on Monday at 10:10 p.m., INEC filed a motion requesting that it be allowed to reconfigure the BVAS machines and wipe off relevant information that our party and candidate require to prosecute our case at the Presidential Election Tribunal. The move is a clear recipe for crisis and a deliberate design by the Commission to derail our democracy and trigger anarchy in the country. Instead of being guided by the law, the INEC chairman brazenly announced and declared results that were not transmitted directly from the polling unit to INEC server/website, whilst ignoring the objections and complaints raised during the coalition in complete disregard to the provision of the Electoral Act. Despite the provocative act of the INEC chairman, the PDP, as a law-abiding party, approached the court and obtained an order directing INEC to, amongst other things, grant our party and candidate unrestrained access to carry out a forensic examination of the ballot materials, data forms, BVAS, and all card readers, and all other necessary information, materials, and evidence to redress for Nigerians, to get redress for Nigerians at the election tribunal. Apparently panicking by the order, INEC rushed to court to file a motion requesting the court to allow it to reconfigure BVAS device with the view to erasing the information contained therein. So, as I said in the opening preamble, this puts at risk the elections coming up on Saturday, because if INEC is not able to reconfigure the BVAS to ready them for the governorship and state house of assemblies, then those elections cannot take place. It's just as simple as that, but the verdict coming just as early as tomorrow or today, whatever, depending on wherever you are. Court of Appeal to rule on INEC Peter Obi's case on Wednesday. The Court of Appeal has slated Wednesday, February the 8th, to rule on the application by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to be allowed to reconfigure the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, it used for the presidential election. A three-member panel led by Justice Joseph also adjourned to rule on the application filed by the Labour Party and its candidate Peter Obi to be allowed to conduct a physical inspection of all the BVAS that was used for the polls. Onyechi Akpazu, counsel to Obi, says the essence of the application was to enable them to extract data embedded in the BVAS, which represents the actual results from the polling units. Akpazu praised the court to allow them to conduct a physical inspection of all BVAS that was used for the presidential election, as this is to ensure that the evidence is preserved before the BVAS is reconfigured by INEC. He added that if they were wiped out, it will affect the substance of the case. They equally applied to obtain the certified true copy of all the data in the BVAS. Counsel to INEC, Mr. Tanimu Inawa. So I wonder why they would go and give a Fulani man the responsibility of taking on an SAN. I'm not quite sure if you have the competence. Mr. Tanimu Inuwa, urged the court to refuse the application, insisting that granting the request by Obi and the Labour Party will affect its preparation for the impending governorship and National Assembly elections. It told the court that there were about 176,000 BVAS that were deployed to polling units during the presidential election, and each polling unit has its own particular BVAS machine, which they need to configure for the forthcoming election. He says it will be very difficult to configure the number within the period to reconfigure the 176,000. He added that no information in the BVAS will be lost, as they will transfer all the data in the BVAS to their backup server. So I suspect that the court will grant that, because of course the integrity of the information is not being compromised. All they are requesting to do is to move the information, which they would have done anyway, nothing to do with Obi's suit. So they would have moved the information from the BVAS to a central port server for preservation and storage, and then they reconfigure the BVAS. So there is nothing dynamic, but then of course, you know what those people are like, or over there where they come from. Very soon they'll be sparking cutlass on the floor and making tribal chants. So let's go from the tribal chants to this. Right. Court of Appeal to rule on Inec Peter Obi's case on Wednesday. The Court of Appeal Abuja slated Wednesday, February the 8th to rule on the application by the Independent National Electoral Commission to be allowed to reconfigure the biomodal voter accreditation it used for the presidential election. So I think I'll leave that there. There's nothing to add to the body of that other than just that paragraph. So that paragraph sums up whatever that has to offer. Even if it was Igbo, so what? Omokri makes a case for Labour Party's Lagos governorship candidate, Gbadebo, aka Chinedu, wrote Vivo. Reno Omokri has gone on Instagram to make a case for Labour Party's governorship. Let's take that again. Reno Omokri has gone on Instagram to make a case for Labour Party's Lagos governorship candidate. Gbadebo wrote Vivo. The former presidential aide under the PDP rubbished reports made by opponents that Gbadebo wrote Vivo is not from Lagos State. Reno explained that the politician's name shows he is one of the original Lagosians. He wrote, anybody with the last name Vivo has a very strong Lagos pedigree. The name is short for survivor. The Vivos or Vivos are people who endured slavery and made it back to Lagos more than a century ago as survivors. Rhodes Vivor could mean they survived Rhodes, possibly a former slave owner, or a name they were given or took and lived to tell. I don't support Gbadebo, wrote Vivor. I am very much loyal to the People's Democratic Party, and I urge all my followers in Lagos to vote PDP from top to bottom. So if they vote PDP from top to bottom, of course, F9 parallel will be sitting at a Lagos State Marina House. However, I have been a victim of identity politics, and nobody should go through that. But even if he is Igbo, which is not, and so what? We must make an effort to build a united country, and it takes some give and take. So yes, I got that out. And it takes some give and take is how he rounds that off. Maybe that give and take could start in your own homestead, wherever that is. So you can lead by that example. Maybe go and have a Mukhtar as the governor of your state. We see how that goes, and then we experiment it further down south. Tinubu strategizes against Peter Obi. Article 6 important court order. Right. President-elect Asiwaju Bola Tinubu has urged the Court of Appeal in Abuja to order the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to grant him access to sensitive materials it used for the presidential election 2023. Tinubu made the request on Tuesday, March the 7th, through his lawyer, Akintola Makinde, a correspondence report. Tinubu, through the application filed by his lawyer, said he would need to inspect, scan, and make photocopies of some of the electoral materials to enable him prepare his defense against petitions that will seek to nullify his election. The president-elect's first ex parte application was filed on Monday, March the 6th, and has the Labour Party LP and his presidential candidate Peter Obi as respondents. In the second application, Tinubu cited the People's Democratic Party PDP and his candidate Atiku Abubakar as respondents alongside INEC. The materials will be relevant in helping us to prepare our defense and also make comparisons with the information contained in INEC's back-end server, Makinde said. Correspondents gathered that the appellate court sitting at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal will on Wednesday, March the 8th, rule on Tinubu's application. Earlier, correspondents reported that Atiku and Obi asked the Presidential Election Court, PEC, in Abuja to allow them inspect the materials used for the February 25th election. Their request was contained in two ex parte motions they filed at the PEC Secretariat at the Court of Appeal Abuja. Both motions, which have the Independent National Electoral Commission and two others as respondents, are listed for hearing today, Friday the 3rd. Friday the 3rd of March. While Atiku filed his motion on Wednesday the 1st, Obi filed his on Thursday the 2nd. So it was actually Atiku that moved first to enter that space. So it was Atiku actually that moved first to enter that space. So let's go on to the next. Actually, let me save this till the end because this one is more of a light-hearted. Okay, let me bring you this. APC appoints 12 senior advocates to defend Tinubu's mandate. So I suspect that it will be the best lawyers available that will be on the Tinubu team. I suspect that will be the case. The All Progressive Congress APC has appointed 12 senior advocates of Nigeria SAN to defend the mandate of his presidential candidate Bola Tinubu in the just concluded polls. According to INEC, Tinubu got 8 million blah blah votes in 12 of Nigeria's 36 states. PDP Atiku's got blah blah, and Peter Obi got blah blah. Atiku and Obi have rejected the outcome of the election, vowing to challenge the results in court. In a statement on Tuesday, March the 7th, APC said it is willing to meet the parties in court. The party's national legal advisor, Ahmed Usman El Mazak, released the 13-man list comprising 12 SAN advocates. So here it is. So APC appoints presidential election petition legal team. The All Progressive Congress APC has appointed a team of highly qualified and experienced lawyers to represent the party at the presidential election petition tribunal. The team is comprised of legal luminaries with vast experience in election petition matters, constitutional law, and litigation. The legal team consisting of 12 senior advocate of Nigeria and the national legal advisor of the party, Ahmed Usman Al-Malrak, Esquire, is led by Prince Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, a renowned lawyer who has successfully handled various high-profile election matters and other landmark cases. So here is the list of 12, the Power 12 that APC presents. Lateef Fagbemi, as we said, SAN lead counsel. Ahmed Usman El Mazar or Mazouk Esquire, life bencher. When you hear life bencher, it almost sounds like a sentence of some sort. Sam Ologun Lorisa, SAN, Rotimi Oguneso. So those are all SANs, by the way. Olabisi Shoyebo, Boyega Oyewole, Murtala Abdulrazak, Aliyu Saiki, Tajuddin, etc., etc., Pius Akubo, Olusheye, Opasanya, Suraju Saida, Kazim Adeniyi. So it looks like a I was going to say it looks like a Yoruba 12, but it's not exactly a Yoruba 12. On we go. We are confident that the legal team possesses requisite expertise and experience to ensure a successful outcome for the APC in the presidential election petition matters. We urge members of the party to support the team in its efforts to defend the will and mandate of the people. We also call on all parties involved to conduct themselves with the utmost professionalism and respect for the rule of law throughout the legal process. So lawyer up, meeting in court. That seems to be the sum total of that. Lawyer up. Oh, all right. So let me bring you this last readout, and then we come into the room, see who is available to take it on. And by the way, we've not seen any super chat since Alexander's little ditty there. So if you're inclined to do a super chat, then feel free to do that. I want that place lighten up in multicolors. So, that's you can at least do that. So light that place up in multicolors. And before I go on to the last readout, I'm acknowledging again, as Ayo always does, he has done, the coffee as regular as clockwork. As soon as the session starts, Ayo does the coffee thing. So Ayo does the coffee thing as he does always. So now light up the super chat space to match up what Ayo has done. So let's go to the final readout. Yeah, there are still a couple more readouts, but let me see. Do I want to? Oh, actually, let me give you two more readouts because these are pertinent to the discussion. So let me give you this first. Inec's IREV. 1.2 million cyber attacks launched during presidential election and next day. Galaxy Backbone says. The managing director of Galaxy Backbone, Mohamed Abubakar, says President Mohamed Buhari's regime blocked over 200 cyber attacks during the presidential and National Assembly elections on February the 25th, rising to 1.2 million the next day. The result viewing portal of the Independent National Electoral Commission suffered a system collapse that forced it online for several hours on election day, spawning a severe backlog in the transmission of presidential election results over the high throughput infrastructure. Mr. Abubakar disclosed this at the opening session of a two-day ministerial training for GBB's board members and management staffers on Tuesday in Abuja, but did not say whether the cyber attack had anything to do with the downtime Inec's IREF suffered. At the training tag positioning the GBB, that's the gist of that, really. I'm not quite sure if there's that much more to add to that, but so that's to tell you then just how much attack the Inec server suffered. Or let me just give you the full readout. The result viewing portal of the Independent National Electoral Commission suffered a system collapse that forced it offline for several hours on election day, spawning a severe backlog in transmission of presidential election results over the high throughput infrastructure. Mr. Abubakar disclosed this at at the opening session of a 2-day ministerial training for GBB's board members and management staffers on Tuesday in Abuja, but did not say whether the cyber attack had anything to do with the downtime Inec REEV suffered. At the training tagged positioning the GBB team for effective management and leadership in the fourth industrial revolution, Mr. Abubakar said the attacks rose to about 1.2 million a day after the election. On the election day alone, we were able to block more than 200 attacks, and the next day, the attacks geometrically increased to about 1.2 million, and all were blocked from our own businesses, he said. Mr. Abubakar said a business continuity and cyberspace protection committee had been formed to guard and regulate digital. So it goes on to technical IT stuff. So that's just really the sum total of that was the level of attack that the Inec server suffered. Let me see. So this time, pardon me. So this time is the last readout. So this one's somewhat of a light-hearted one, I hope. 2026 governorship elections. A full list of states APC, PDP, Labour Party may win. As EIE, SBM released predictions. So I don't know who these people are. Ahead of the March the 11th governorship election, enough is enough, and SB Morgan Intelligence have released the results of a survey conducted to find out the likely winners. The governorship election will be conducted in 28 states. So of course, as you know, some states are off cycle. So some states that have had litigations which have subsequently led to their elections being held or repeated, you know what off cycle is. In a report titled EIE-SBM Intelligence Election Forecast, Governorship Races, the firm predicted the states that will be won by the ruling or Progressive Congress APC, People's Democratic Party PDP, and others. The report said 8,921 people were interviewed regarding presidential, governorship, and legislative races between January and February. The firm also interviewed 2,600 people on the phone in the 36 states and Abuja. However, only responses from the field interviews were used to predict the gubernatorial race. So let's get straight to it and see what they are saying. The result of their findings show that PDP, the results of their findings show the PDP in the lead as the party it predicts to win 15 states, whilst the ruling APC is projected to take 10. So we're back to the funky predictions again. Labour Party is predicted to take 1 state. So here is the full rundown. States likely to be won by APC: Borno, Yobe, Jigawa, Zamfara, Niger, Kwara, Nasarawa, Benue, Ogun, and Lagos. So now Lagos, of course, to be struck off that list now, because now Chinedu says he wants to be governor. States likely to be won by the PDP: Sokoto, Kebbi, Oyo. So Sheyi Makinde, of course, Oyo there. Katsina, which is an APC held, but they are swinging it to PDP. Kaduna, which is El Rufai, of course, they want to swing that to PDP. Bauchi, Gombe, Adamawa, Cross River, which is held by PDP. No, not Cross River. I don't think, I'm not sure who holds that. Akwa Ibom, River State, Delta, Taraba, Ebonyi, and Plateau. And then likely to be won by Labour Party, Abia State. Likely to be won by NMPP, you guess. Likely to be won by Abga, Enugu. So there it is. So there it is. I wonder how much of that strikes with reason. So let's bring on the panel. We've made enough noise. Solid joins us from Amsterdam. Adale Koko joins us from the United States. Michael, location unknown. Moses, please, you have to cooperate with us this time around. If you disrupt the session, I will just have to remove you. Moses joins us from wherever he is. Please mute yourself, Moses. Uptown joins us from Lekki or Victoria Island, depending on which of his mansions he's joining us from. Darati joins us, we don't know where he is. Ogbeni, somewhere in the interlands in Yoruba land. Ola joins us, Moses, can you mute yourself, please? Ola joins us from Canada and Thomas from Australia. So there is your A-list panel and there is the A-list panel. So to the A-list panel, let's kick it off. Actually, let's kick it off with Ogbeni, only because he's joining us from the interlands in Nigeria, and we don't know how long we may have him for. Ogbeni, are you ready to go?
Yes, Oma. Thank you for having me. Good evening, everybody.
Always a delight. So Ogbeni joins us. So Ogbeni then, let's just go to the heart of it now. So the PDP, let's start where we started the reader from. PDP is accusing Inec of plotting to hide election evidence with BVAS reconfiguration. So, I mean, are we to say that these are a bunch of illiterates, or are they just politicking? Because it seems fairly straightforward to me what INEC is requesting to do.
Oma, it is what it is. You remember when we talked about what happened in Lagos, where INEC had logistic issue. You know, then I said it was because the PDP and the obedient guys became a pest for INEC and beclouded everybody to see the huge logistic that INEC will be facing, and the only way out they could profile, people questioning it without offering solution. That is another thing we are facing again here. Now, PDP is saying that don't clear the beavers. And if you clear these beavers, it amounts to destruction of evidence. And INEC is saying, no, you have sufficient evidence. Let's look at it from this angle. What do you want in the beavers? As of today, I think we will have almost 99%, okay, of what the beavers uploaded, now reflecting at the back end, right? So it means that before they flush it at all, you have 100% data reflected in your back end. Then why do you still need the beavers? What do you call beavers? It's just a device. It's just like saying that I want to use my phone, or I want everybody to use phone to capture images, right, from your different locations, and then send it to my home phone. Now you have sent the images. You have all the images in my phone, 99%. Now you are expecting to have 100% of those images, and after which everybody you can clear your phone so that from there we can use it for some other purposes. And somebody is saying, no, I want the evidence of what you capture inside that your phone. And I also want the evidence of what you sent that is at the back end. And at the same time,
Wendy, let me just add this. You know what INEC is actually saying? They are not saying they are going to clear the beavers. What they are saying is they are going to move the content of the beaver onto a server and then reconfigure it. So it's not as though they will just wipe it out. They will move the content. So whatever you want from the beavers is still on a server. But then they need, otherwise we won't have an election on Saturday.
On Saturday, and that's where I'm pushing into. So there may be a likelihood of us not having Saturday election, whatever the court holds tomorrow, because now PDP and Labour, they are complaining without offering a solution. Okay, in a saner jurisdiction, Or you go to court, you don't compel court to do what is impossible, or you compel court to do what will lead to absurdity in such a way that is going to affect millions of people. What you do is you bring your application to court to challenge administrative decision of a public body. Then you offer your solution. You offer solution that okay, instead of doing this, you can do this. Not that you just come and force a state of helplessness on an administrative body and you say, okay, is their problem as long as they don't do this one. That was the same problem we had in Lagos. Say, okay, don't engage this NURTW and others because Oluomo is the shaman. And the court said, okay, no problem. I granted you. And Inec said, then I will have logistic problem because I have no option. Nobody is offering any option. As long as it's not Oluomo, then nobody is listening. That's the same thing we're having here. So about 3 or 4 things may happen tomorrow. The court may either say, don't touch beavers. If the court say, don't touch beavers, do you know the implication of that? The implication of that is that we're not going to have election by next week, right? That by this Saturday. The court may say, okay, I allowed Labour and PDP to first capture what is in your beavers before you can move whatever data you have in your beavers. The implication of that second decision will still be the same thing. It means that it will take them more than a day or even a week to mop out such huge data that even it took INEC, several days to upload to have it at their back end. So it means we're not going to have an election. Or the court says, okay, I agree they have sufficient evidence. Therefore, you can do whatever you want to do with beaver so that 200 million people can move forward instead of waiting for these people. Now, if you court hold on that, then it means that we're going to have election on Saturday. But it means that the obedient and others will have a lot of bad news to feast on. Now, this is where I'm going. Whichever is the decision of the court now, the point is, do they have sufficient evidence? See, I've handled election petition before. What matters most in any election petition is the result from the PU. You see, whatever electronic general evidence you are getting is complementary. And that's why I still keep hammering on this thing. Beavers is not in the Electoral Act. That is the code law. You see all those advocates, you see them flaunting around and be shouting beavers, beavers, beavers. The reality is a lot of them have not even checked the Electoral Act. A lot of them is their juniors that work for them, and their juniors are more aware of these things. Beavers is not in the Electoral Act 2022. Beavers is in the guideline. So if you have it in guideline, the guidelines simply complement the Electoral Act. I don't know an example I can give. It's just like when you have a car and you have the car that has engine and you now have the one you are pushing. The one you are pushing is not the car. The main car is the one that has engine in it that you can move. That is how it is. So my answer, do they have sufficient? For me, personally, I think they have sufficient, material to work with. First, they have materials gathered from their agents, various agents. After all, they all claim they have agents in all the polling units. This is where we will know whether they actually have agents in all the polling units. I know Labour didn't have agents in all the polling units, but they claim before election. So let's see what will happen. So you expect their agents, right, to bring their Form CAA counterpart, right, given to them back to their situation room. So they have that, right? That is an original copy, right? Now, they've allowed them to inspect the backend, that the server itself. So you have the data in the server itself, right? Then you have the final result, that's the local government ward and the final result, right? Then you now have the original PU result. That is the one that the polling unit, not agent now, the polling unit officer, the presiding officer in that polling unit returns, right, to the local government. From local government, they move it to the ward. From ward, they move it to the, from local government to ward, from ward to local, from polling unit to ward, from ward to local government, then to state level. Then they move all now back to INEC. So if you have access to all these documents, you have sufficient evidence, then you shouldn't hold the entire country to ransom. okay, to postpone election that they are prepared for years. That's it. Now, what is another issue I see here? Another issue I see here is this. You know, they have not filed petition at all. And that's why when I listen to some particularly obedient, I just shake my head because if you can't do election petition, you will know that election petition matters when you file your petition. Now they are wasting time already. You see, INEC is going to call their dilly-dally. Tomorrow they will adjourn, they give adjournment. Okay, go and check it, come back, da. Eventually, you file your election petition. When you file your election petition, you have some numbers of days, right? Days, prosecute of election petition. And don't forget, the election petition is just not just documentary. You're going to call witnesses, right? And you go to prove if it is overvoting you are talking about, if it is they should declare you, if it's qualification, then within the space of those few days, those days that you have to prove for election petition. But you're already wasting time now on document inspection.
Oh, all right.
So
Carry
it's
on.
just sad.
Carry on, Ogbenny. Give me a moment, but carry on anyway. Yeah.
So it's just sad. And you know, and at the end of the day, when you are caught up with the dates, those limited days you have, by the time you are caught up with those days, and the court say, oh, you have 3 days left, or you have, and these are constitutionally ingrained dates. They are dates, the days are days that the court has no jurisdiction to extend at all. They've held this position in numbers of cases. In Rocha Sokrocha is a very good case on that. Rocha Sokrocha was removed by tribunal, but the Supreme Court said yes. Rocha Sokrocha was removed outside 180 days that the tribunal has to. And because of that, they returned Rocha Sokrocha back to the office because the judgment was delivered 180 days, I think few days exceeding my, and the court said no court in Nigeria must do anything outside those days. So you have few days, you have those days, to do whatever you want to do from the declaration of the result. So ever since Yakubu has declared that result now, there are days after counting. It's not from the filing of the petition. So I hope the obedient and others will not start shouting by then and expecting Supreme Court to perform magic or change their age-long tradition of you must complete your petition within days. And don't forget too, the APC, they are going to file cross petition. By the time they file cross petition, that is another ballgame on its own. It means that it's not the OB and PDP alone that will be establishing their case. APC also will be establishing it, and that's why it sounds so funny for me today when I went on social media and I saw some obedient saying, "Oh, why is Tinubu also applying to inspect document that is scared of what?" People are just ignorant of what election petition is all about. I just laugh, and I think I don't know. I think our National Orientation Agency is not trying at all. They should be in the space now, and enlightening people. Tinubu is also a cross petitioner. The meaning of a cross petitioner is that he's also going to petition all those Southeast massive votes that they are bringing out from the Southeast. He's going to question those areas, those assets too. And even the little stipend to be was able to gather in Nasarawa, all those, he's going to question those areas. And that is a petition that can stand on its own. Apart from, so there are 3 petitioners here. Obi is filing election petition, Atiku is filing election petition, Tinubu also is filing election petition. In fact, I see more than 3 because I know Obi will also be claiming part of Atiku's votes. And Atiku also will be claiming part of Obi's vote. So here now you see about 5 claims. And they're going to do that thing within the space of the time they have. And they're already wasting time on don't claim your beavers, I will claim my beavers, don't come and go that. And do you know another thing I see here? You see, there's a possibility of waking up tomorrow and you see more application. And why do I say this? I've said this on people today. I said, citizens of Nigeria may start joining that case because INEC is saying that you will breach people's rights to privacy in terms of their information. Because PDP, was it PDP? It wasn't Peasu. Was that PDP man that I was talking about? What they want to do is they want to scan people's information, voters' information. And INEC is saying, no, you will breach their right we are giving we have their information with us, right? In UK we call it GDPR. If you stay in UK, you understand GDPR. It means that the information I gather, your information I have about you as a public body, I own you the duty to protect your information. Your information must not escape my custody. If it escape my custody carelessly, I breach your rights, and you can sue me and get compensated. So many people sue in the UK and they get. I remember there are so many celebrated and popular cases on that. In fact, sometimes when you apply for a job in the UK or in Western world, for instance, when you apply for a job and then you put out all your information, credentials, and everything to a company, if they don't take you, after a while, they have the duty to tell you that we still have your document. Do you want us to destroy it, or you want us to still keep it in our database? It's so huge, it's so massive. That duty is so much huge, such that they hold you that responsibility under the law. And we have the same law in Nigeria. It's called Data Protection Act. So INEC has to protect voters' data. Else, by the time they capture it, start flying around. I trust obedient guys. They start posting it on the online. Oh, this guy in Anambra voted for it. So this guy in this voted.
Ogbeni,
Yes.
how are you? Yeah, good
Oh,
evening. Yeah,
good evening.
I think Peter Obi we know all this you are speaking about
Mm.
because by now he will have been contacted. He will have contacted his lawyer. I think Peter Obi is not novice to what you are saying now. It's only these followers that is novice to all what you are saying now. So, is that right?
Yes, of course. He's not. He's not. And he has. Ikpeazu is one of the best lawyers in Nigeria. I tell you, he has the best. Yeah, he has one of the best. Ikpeazu is one of the best lawyer you can have in Nigeria. So I expect him to have good legal opinion. In fact, the best he can get in the country in terms of legal opinion on election petition. That man is one of the best. So I know they would advise him, right? Yeah, I know. But don't forget that he's not the only petitioner in this case. Um, PDP is petitioning. Tinubu also is petitioning. So he's not the only petitioner. So it's not going to
So,
be controlled.
Obini, can I ask?
Yeah. Okay, Uptown. Yeah. Good
So,
evening.
yeah, good evening, my brother. So, what I wanted to interject before, but then, uh, eventually you showed that you actually know the pedigree of the guy handling Obi's case,
Of course.
and I'm now wondering. I mean, for you to know the pedigree of this guy, and then you insinuate that this guy is asking for access to data means giving these data to obedience to post online about who voted in Anambra and who didn't vote in Osun. I
Mm,
think that argument. It was actually very funny because when a team of legal guys and
mm,
probably their team of forensic guys that's going to look for forensic evidence and what have you
mm,
seek for clearance to cross-check beavers and all that.
mm.
I don't think that translates to obedience and Twitter warriors having access to people's data and going and posting it online and saying this person voted there and all that.
Uptown.
So that's just what I'm saying.
Uptown. You see, a public office or institution, for instance, in UK, owns you the duty to even don't allow that thing to slip out. Let alone story will not come and say, oh, it's not from our custody, oh, it's from so custody. Let me tell you one of the things I've noticed in election petition. Do you know sometimes opposing counsel they do have moles in their rival chambers that is handling cases for other clients. It's practice experience I'm sharing with you here. You have friends on the other side. They are like they are because see litigation is also a game, right? It's a game. It's like what's this game we play? It's like a chess game, right? That's how litigation is. So we play with law, we play with fact, we play with evidence, we play with timing, we play with a lot of things. So you never can tell So once you have the information escape out where you can't even control the custody, do you think it's Ikpeazu that will be controlling where it is? No. You have IT guys that will be doing the analysis for you, right? And what I
Hello, my
need is
brother.
keeping saying,
Can I interject?
yes, please.
Mm. See, this case now, the reason why they demand the beavers is that they want to actually know the people that voted, because the information that reaching us that some north didn't use beavers to vote. Some of them are just they operate just like that. You understand? So they want to check the beavers, no accredited voters. That's the most important thing. That accreditor, know the amount of people that use beavers to vote. That is, it's not maybe leaking information of people that that was is of no use. The most important thing.
No, you're not in a position to say that because and by the way, there's a privacy element to this as well, which you've not touched on, Albany, of course, because
I've touched on privacy.
oh, have you touched on it? Maybe when I
Yes.
stepped away, because
Yes.
the information held on people, personal information held on people by INEC is held in confidence. It's not to be
I've touched
handed
on
to
it.
Peter Obi to do as he will, to hand it over to ESN or whatever.
Let me give you an instance.
Can
You
I
see-
say something? When sorry, my brother.
But they did it. They did that in Osho now.
No, well, yes,
No.
they did.
No.
Well, wait,
But
let me
that
say
is what
something about
Ikpeazu is trying to avoid. He said in Oshun that they cleared the beavers, and that
True.
is the problem they had. So he said
Yeah.
he's trying to avoid Oshun to repeat itself.
Yeah, I
in
know.
Obi's matter.
Obeni, did you listen? You know, he spoke today. You know, Ikpeazu spoke today.
Yes, I listened to Ikpeazu.
And you also highlighted what my friend said now. He said that one of the most important informations they want to get from that beavers is the point of accreditation. That's what it's called, accreditation of voters here.
Yeah.
That most of them, first of all, they have to establish the number of accredited voters. You get what I'm saying? Because
Accredited.
Okay, accredited voters here. So I think what who said that, the man of prestige,
Moses.
what Moses
It's
said,
Moses,
yeah,
Moses.
is part of it. Is part of it. So
Uptown.
yeah.
Uptown. You see, this thing is you want to balance the rights of Peter Obi Atiku with the rights of about almost 100 million Nigeria. It's going to be a difficult decision for the court to make, because you have voters that participated in the election, that they said participated in the election is about 20 million plus, right? So you have the right to privacy of those people. You are balancing it with the right of these two men, right, that said they won the election. So it's not as simple as you think, because you may tell me that your intention is to know accreditation, right? But what we are saying is that the possible consequence of that action you coming to take, which they are not denying, is that there could be a breach of the data which they are duty bound to protect. See, even if the Supreme Court say, okay, you can allow it, you can allow them to have it, INEC will be justified if anything happens to that. INEC will be justified to say, well, I only obey the order of the Supreme Court. So if tomorrow you see the data flying around, you can't hold INEC responsible and say, INEC, I gave you my data. Why am I seeing it outside? Okay. But
Okay.
that is why I love what INEC is doing. Get a court order to protect me. If the court said I should release it, then I will release it.
Okay. I think INEC is yet to express concerns about the privacy you're talking about. I think basically what they're saying is
yes,
they are talking about the governor's
no.
election.
We know what they're saying. We know what they're saying uptown. But Ogbeni, do you think that an individual should actually take up that case with the court, that he doesn't want his personal details and his voting habits falling into the hands of partisan politicians who are notorious for being of a certain way in Nigeria.
I'm
Should
already, and that is what I'm already. In fact, that was what I was about to say when
yes,
Uptown
yeah,
interjected here.
carry on, carry on.
A private individual may go and join that matter on that basis. The court will eventually dismiss such an application because a private person cannot join, okay, in an election petition. It's a bit dicey because at the same time, there is no petition yet. Don't forget. So these are just interlocutory applications. They are just filing of the petition itself, okay? So people that could want to probably delay and buy more time on this election petition, like I told you, in election petition, you tangle with a lot of things and time is part of it. So they may go to say, okay, I want to join. Please don't release my own data. I have my data. So how many people do you want to have joining the matter? So as far as I'm concerned, and the issue of accreditation, see, accreditation is not one of the data you transmit. The moment you accredit and it shows on that thing, then and the moment you move your data to their bank, it moves with all all the data that you accredited. Everybody, the data you accredited is different from, see, what INEC fail, or the only data they didn't transmit instantly or that took some time to push through and synchronize was what they snap, not accreditation. Data on accreditation is not raw data that you snap. They should have it by now at their back end, and not is just what they snapped and sent. So that's my understanding of how the entire thing run. I know Igbazu won't have the understanding to his the IT experts, because all of them will by now have their IT expert team. Those are the ones that would advise them properly.
Yeah,
But I just
Ogbeni,
think,
yeah, I think I
No, no,
listened to an IT guy on
yeah,
TV today. I don't know if anybody listened to him here, where he was trying to make sense of what these guys could possibly be looking for in the beavers. He was also talking about the possibilities of manipulations in the beavers, that you can actually find that out in when you conduct a forensic audit of the beavers. If they were if servers were turned off intentionally at some point, that could be unraveled. If there was intentional manipulations, that could be unraveled by IT guys. So there's a lot to find out in that space.
I know. So
yeah, Ogbeni, is there a danger that by having Labour Party and PDP interfere with sensitive INEC materials, they can embed some sort of corruption in it? They have IT experts too.
no, I
Uh,
don't think so, because even you see, this thing is going to be a very critical one, and it could go either way. One thing I know about electronically generated evidence is this: the moment that evidence escape the custody of a public officer, you can question the chain of events. You can question the authenticity of any evidence you're bringing to court. For instance, if you allow Ikpeazu and others to extract that data from that system, the moment they extract and take that data out from my neck office, the genuineness of whichever data they are now bringing to court is questionable, right? That's electronic generated evidence. So the more the chain of events is increasing, the more lawyers um, could question the genuineness of that particular data. So whatever that guy you extract out, the most genuine one is the one you have in INEC, which is in the custody of a public in public custody. And I think the obedient should understand this, because they will still be the one coming out to say, oh, they did not admit our evidence. This same evidence, you want to extract and take it out from the public custody. Then by the time you take it out, you will come back again and say, just the same issue of beavers. As you shouted, these beavers may not work because of the lack of facility we have on them. But they didn't allow us to listen. Nobody listened to Ashwaju, all because when Ashwaju talk is because of Ashwaju. And today we are back on that on that same space. Same thing Ashwaju said then has played out now. We are blaming beavers. So I just hope they listen to the wise counsel for at least once and understand that. And lastly, If we postpone that Saturday election, then we are waiting for how many weeks? Or how many month do they want us to wait for? The same way they said Yakubu ought to have waited till they uploaded all. So that means if Yakubu had waited and followed Dino Melaye Chenaniga, then that means we wouldn't even have known the winner today. We would have still be sitting in International Conference Center in Abuja, waiting for the entire upload to synchronize. Is that how it's done in the Western world where we stay? So these are the things that I just think people should reason on.
Tinubu is also requesting to interrogate those spaces, and are you expecting it to point a searchlight towards what went on in the southeast, which was
Of course.
a travesty of election? Is just
Yes, of course.
a throwback Museveni sort of thing.
You know, I think I've said it. Okay, maybe when you stepped out, I said it. I listened to some obedience on some platforms saying, "Oh, Tinubu is jittery. Tinubu is scared. Why is Tinubu also asking
That seems to be a favorite word of that jittery.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. Maybe somebody should learn the dictionary to that space. Jittery is every sentence is jittery, but
yes, I just laugh because so many of them, and I don't blame them. You see, many of the Gen Z guys are just coming to experience their probably first election for the first time, or some of them who don't belong to that Gen Z thing are just having interest in our election probably for the first time, you know. So because of that, they don't understand how this thing works. As a respondent, you are not meant. Let me tell you first and foremost, the Supreme Court of Nigeria has said severally that INEC must defend that mandate. INEC is not going to come to court and start romancing anybody. If INEC deliver a certificate of return to somebody, whether PDP, Labour, or anybody, they must come to court to defend that certificate. That is their duty. So don't be surprised if you see INEC putting up strong defense. If INEC is still going to get a senior advocate to defend that mandate, it is their duty to do that. So I know by the time INEC start defending now, people will say, why can't INEC remain neutral? It's a transition in the legal parties over time, in the parties of election petition. You can't change it now because you have one OB that is contesting somewhere from Anambra. No. Secondly, Tinubu has a right as a respondent to cross petition. Cross petition is a petition on its own. All those areas, southeast and all those corners, where people have also, where Tinubu's vote also has been cornered, where there was over voting and others. Tinubu is also going to question that. So, and like I said,
Ogbeni, can I ask?
like three main petition here: Labour, PDP, and then cross petition, which is a petition on its own, which Tinubu is also going to file. So it's going to be a serious puzzle,
Ogbeni,
and they have good lawyers to log it out.
Yeah, go on uptown. You wanted to ask a question? Yeah.
So cross petitioning in Southeast, yeah? You can hear me, my brother?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Clearly.
So does it mean that the INEC of the Southeast is different from Yakubu's INEC? Maybe the INEC in the Southeast was organized by Labour Party, and the elections there was being manned by the Labour Party. I don't get the whole idea of Southeast.
Oh, so the point is this, Uptown. Peter Obi, by his petition, is saying, I'm fine with what I have in Southeast.
No, it's not.
But I'm not. No, he can't by his petition question where he wants.
No, it's questioning places where he wants.
No, you
now,
can't.
who told you that? You don't say things you don't know now.
Pat said it now. Pat said it already.
Uptown. By the time they file that petition, I know because they like press. They'll be the first. Wait, Uptown. I know they like filing petition. I know they like media a lot. Okay. They will be the first to publish their own petition. Although I've noticed recently, all the process they've been filing is only the first page. They are scanning and sending. I only hope they will be scanning the entire process so that you guys will see what they are filing
All right, see,
beyond what they
uh,
come to media to
uh,
say.
uh, uh,
Now,
see,
by the time they file that petition,
can I say something?
okay, Uptown.
Yeah, let him land. Let him land. Okay, carry on. He's
All right,
hearing.
so they have not filed a petition yet, yeah. But Pat
Yeah.
Otomi has held a press conference to tell us the places they're going to challenge, and it's out there in the public.
I know.
Lagos is there, and in fact, a lot of places they won is even there, including Imo State is there, Rivers is there, Lagos that they won is there. I think Cross River is also there, which they actually won. Then Akwa Ibom and a lot of other places. There are places they won. They for
Uptown.
Pat said it's not about where they won. That a lot of
Uptown. So
places
that you don't,
won their rigged.
Uptown.
Yeah.
So that you don't waste too much of your time. And first and foremost, Pat Utomi is not a lawyer. So whatever he said on election petition, I don't, as far as I'm concerned,
So
he's not an expert talking.
now till the petition
So
comes out, then we also check the petition.
I would disregard his opinion. Now, this is my understanding of what the practice is. Obi is not challenging his own votes. Votes apportioned to him. Do you get my point? Obi, let's say for instance in Anambra, or in Lagos for instance, Obi has 580,000 votes, right? Or you can't use election petition to challenge your own victory. So Obi will only challenge what you apportion to Tinubu in Lagos. Do you get me? But Obi will not challenge his own wins. All right. So the point of cross petition is this.
Okay. So okay.
Oh,
Continue.
So
is that's straightforward enough?
yes.
Uptown.
So
Yeah.
the point about cross
Yeah,
petition is this. That
it is.
thing that Obi is
Continue.
saying, I'm all right with my wins here, which is the same Inec, the same Inec that gave Tinubu what he's questioning. The Inec did bad. He's saying, Inec, you are okay by giving me this 580, but you are not okay by giving Tinubu this one. So Tinubu will also be saying, Inec, you are not even okay also by giving Obi this, but you are okay by giving me this one you gave me. Do you understand the purpose of cross petition now?
Yeah, I understand. Can I say something?
Yep.
So I understand perfectly what you said, and now both of us we have now agreed and we have landed on the same spot. But
Right.
because what I didn't understand earlier, if Tinubu come out now and say the vote you gave me in Lagos, I'm challenging it. I'm challenging the vote Obi got in Lagos. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes,
It's understandable. You
yes,
understand what I'm saying?
yes,
But the
yes.
whole what I questioned earlier when I interjected was the whole idea of saying, no, we are questioning the Southeast because Obi rigged in the Southeast. So I'm wondering if Obi conducted the election in the Southeast apart from Yakubu's election. So
No,
that's the
it's the
point.
same.
But then if you said you're going to challenge
It's the
your
win.
own, if you're going to challenge Obi's votes in some states, he's welcome to do that. You get what I'm saying? The same way
Yes,
Obi is
but
challenging his own votes. But the whole idea
Uptown,
of people coming to say, no, Southeast, we are going to
Uptown,
challenge in Southeast because Obi rigged in Southeast.
Uptown.
Yeah.
Don't forget that I told you there are 3 major things you can challenge in election petition. So the one you just talked about now is you are saying you have given votes to somebody who did not win, who did not merit or did not get that vote. That is one out of many, right? Tinubu can look at Southeast and say, okay, if you remove all the vote I have in this Southeast, what is the impact on my victory? And they said there is no impact on your victory. If they nullify all the votes in this area or in this state, you can now say, okay, let's challenge the election in that place based on non-compliance, which is substantial and substantially affect the result of the election. Let me give you an instance. Overvoting. Whenever there is overvoting, you cancel the election, you nullify the election in that axis. So if, for instance, Tinubu is able to show that the numbers of voters accredited in Anambra, for instance, is lower than the numbers of votes returned in Anambra, those polling units where Tinubu has been able to establish overvoting will go. The court has no business to start dissecting it and say, okay, let's remove 20.
Gwenny, let me ask you a question. You may not know, but if there's sufficient enough overvoting in sufficient enough polling units and words in a state, can they just cancel the whole state? Let's say, for instance, through the course of investigation, they're able to establish that 45 to maybe 55% of all of these votes are illegal. Can they cancel the whole state that the abundance of it is fake?
No, Uptown. See, sorry, former.
Yeah,
See,
Karen.
election of each polling unit stands on its own in election petition. So when you're
That's
challenging election petition, you go to the polling unit level. You don't pick it. You see, election is like a pyramid, right? You start from bottom, which is the biggest one, to the tiniest top. That is the point where you declare. So what you're going to do is you're going to identify those polling units in the areas that in the state that you are questioning. So you can't just pick the entire state and question the whole state wholesome. No. In the next question, you go to the polling unit and you demonstrate. Look at this polling unit. The numbers of accredited voter is lower than the people that voted. Pound. Then look at this polling unit. Look at this polling unit. So what they simply do most time is this. It will be Ashwaju, for instance, will go and question those polling units. You see, for instance, those polling units that we identify here, where they said there was no election yet, INEC still uploaded and declare. That one now is very easy to attack. Just bring the video evidence that says that there was no election. Just show that there was no election. Then tell the court to nullify those areas. So those polling units, they start nullifying them one by one. So, but you're not going to pick a whole state. No court to just pick a whole state, whole sum, and just delete it.
All right. But I cannot say in the course of investigation, some of the things that the anticipation, a lot of the votes in the Southeast will be wiped out if they really the amended results that we are seeing on the INEC portal. It results from units that did not take place being uploaded under it. All the abundance of all of the regains we've seen are coming out of the Southeast. So it will be a real struggle to sustain the votes that came out of that space. But Ogweni, let me take you to this now. They say the famous five are the fantastic four, but now what's the collective verb for the 12? So a team of 12 assembled by Tinubu to defend that mandate that he won from the Nigerian people. Latif Fagbemi,
Prince.
Ahmed, yes, is he a prince?
Yeah.
So Ahmed Usman El Mazouk,
Yeah.
Sam Ologun
Orisha.
Lorisha,
Ologun Orisha.
Ologun Orisha,
Yes.
Rotimi Oguneso,
Yeah,
Olabisi Shoyebo,
Yeah, Shoyebo.
Boyega Oyewole,
Oyewole. Yeah.
Muritala Abdulrashid,
Yeah.
Aliu Omiaza Siaki, Tajuddin Oladoja, Pius Akubo, Olúṣèyí Ọ̀pásànyà.
Yes, Olúṣèyí Ọ̀pásànyà.
Ọ̀pásànyà, yes.
Yeah.
Suraju Siada and Kazim Adeniyi. So how much confidence? You know the space.
Of course.
Yes. How much? So what would you say of that team?
I've told you this is going to be Clash of the Titan.
Versus what's the name of that one that was wearing the Mason outfit? Yes.
Dr. Yanshi Piazzu. Yes. It's going to be Clash of the Titan. I think they've all gone to. I know Ashwaju's team is not. Ashwaju team is this is the team. Ashwaju is this team is for preliminary issues. When the petition is filed, really, that's when you see Ashwaju team, and then Ashwaju team is going to split into two. I know some would defend APC, while some would defend Ashwaju. I'm so sure of that. So expect more senior advocates. I expect Wolola Nipekun, for instance, to be on this trail. And Prince Fagbemi, Prince Fagbemi is another very fantastic, fine election petition lawyer. So Fagbemi won Oshun. against Ikpeazu. Ikpeazu lost in Osun election. He said it today. He lost in the election, but they are still in the court of appeal, so you can't really say. But at least at the court of first instance, at the tribunal, he lost, and Fagbemi did that magic. So if it's only that one I have to cite to you, he has a lot of cases also. He has won a lot. So, but if it's the only one I can cite to you, you can understand the kind of man he is. He got the mandate back for Yetola in Osun. So, what else do you need? But I tell you, Ikpeazu is also not somebody you just go to court easily. You can't. You're going to court to face Ikpeazu the next morning. You must not sleep tonight. You must read your case file the next day. He's just a very diligent lawyer. Fagbemi is also very fantastic. So I see a clash of titans. I see them, but I see more titans, coming on board in this case. Ologun Risha, yeah, Abuja practice. I know almost all of them. Ogun Esho, very fantastic lawyer. That's is with this man. The man is late now. Abdullah Ibrahim, son, and a lot of them you just mentioned. They are good lawyers, and people don't know when lawyers go to trade their business in court. People think they are fighting. They are not fighting. They're just going there to do whatever they're going to do. I only hope when Obi is losing or when Ikpeazu is conceding some applications, I only hope the Obis will not start unleashing their terror, their media mob and everything on him.
They will go and attack his daughters and children. You know that
only
they will
hope
go.
so.
They will hunt his children down on social media and make
And
their
I
life
only hope they
and
don't
make their
try
life
to.
hell. Yeah.
One man, let me give you an instance. Do you know the wreck from River State? I've been seeing his private picture, his family and everything flying around the social media now. For what? The man
You know them
the
now.
man only perform is, and that's what I'm saying. And Moses said, "Oh no, they only want to inspect their credit. You can't trust the obedient with anything social media. They are always there 24 hours. That is the point. Why will you take the man who simply perform his public duty in River State, and the next thing, and election position will be far, and the next thing the obedient have to do in their space is to bring out his picture, bring out his children picture, white picture, and start exposing him. Oh, his professor in so university is this and that. Go on. Why will you do that? Then it means that if they fail in Supreme Court, they fail this case, they will start bringing out the desires of each justice and maybe lawyers. I just think
You know that I was watching a platform a couple of days ago, and they were looking at the Supreme Court bench one by one, bringing up their images and profiling them.
You see
that this one Ariwola is Yoruba, and then there's a justice from Lagos. They've already started.
You see the issue now. So I hope tomorrow, because Ikpeazu is a very, I can tell you, I've appeared with his team and I've appeared against his team in court before. I can tell you that Ikpeazu is such a person that if he sees an application and he sees that the application is not harmful, or he sees that the application is probably something that will promote the legal practice, he will concede the application and allow things to move forward. I hope the obedience are not expecting him to be fighting every application in court, and whichever one he conceding, they will bring his picture out and start vilifying and talk to him anyhow. I just hope so. I hope so.
But my brother, I see a lot of in this case. I see a lot in this case. I see a lot. A lot is going to happen. A lot is going to happen in this case, because I see the kind of Inec they want to manipulate something. They want to manipulate. Inec do a lot of harm in this election, because, for example, if Inec conduct this election free and fair and credible, nobody these things now wouldn't happen.
What do you mean by free and fair?
What they promise us now?
Like what?
Are you new in this?
Yes, I'm not new. I just want to know what's your
for
understanding.
Transmit now. They said they will transmit for pulling it.
And that transmit. Do you see it in Electoral Act?
Yes.
Oh, section what, sir?
Ha. See me say wahala.
Section
they said
what?
they will transmit.
Now you said you saw it in the Electoral Act, and he's asking you which section, so we can go and read it.
I can't remember the But if I will check and bring it up.
My brother,
But
we would
I
love to
want to let
see.
you know. Wait now. I want to let you know. INEC promise us they will transmit as soon
No, see,
as
INEC chairman promise is not the law. What I'm asking you is,
it's in the law. Oh, you know, do you know the debate is in Senate? The Senate
it's not
president
in the
is
law,
what they sign
my
in
brother.
law. If you want, I bring the video for you now. One man play it here. I will
No
find the
video
video.
now.
No,
The
Senate
law.
president to say. Senate president say this is what they sign in this chamber. This is what they sign. They agree that anything you upload outside the polling unit is fraud. It's what the Senate president said. You can
Yes,
any
listen, see, there is electoral act. We've discussed this thing severally here. There is electoral act and there is guideline. Okay, INEC guideline. Then people have been flying, they've been talking about video of INEC chairman promising simultaneous uploading with beavers, with whatever you do at polling unit. What I tell people is this: what matters first in election prediction is your electoral act. No beavers in electoral act. If you read it from section A to end, you won't see beavers there. Now, electoral act now said, whatever you want to do at the polling unit level, refer to the guidelines. Whatever the commission tells you is what you should do. Now, in the guideline said electronically transmit that result or transfer the result. Fine. If you now read it further, that same manual now says if there is a network, okay, these are the EUs. You see all those titans who go to court to start trashing. But one narrative I don't want you to be pushing. You see, there are so many narratives outside there. Oh, is it the law? Oh, is it the law? See, Moses, the law is in the internet. It's on the internet. Just try and download it. It's called Electoral Act 2022. It's simple because we are in the infotech in the generation. We shouldn't
But
allow this.
I can't believe you are. I see you as intelligent guy, but I can't believe you can say such a thing so that you benefit you.
Because it
It's very
doesn't follow
bad.
your narrative.
It's
I've outgrown that.
it's very bad.
I don't talk to suit people's narrative, and I don't try
No,
to
now everybody know
correct
that
people's.
this is not what INEC promised us. If INEC
I
promised us
said
free
it's
and
not in
fair,
electoral act, and you are still
wait,
using Agidi. Agidi
my
is not
brother,
law now.
let me tell you something. For example, now everybody knows say network there for Lagos. If in rural area, maybe in the village, we say okay, that place no network there. That place free debate for that. But in Lagos State, Senate the Senate own they go, House of Assembly they go. Why presidential no they go?
That is the narrative they
Hmm?
gave you. If you go to the do you
Which
have access
narrative
to
now?
that?
You don't
Wait
confirm it.
now. Wait. You see, one thing about me, I don't follow crowd. Now, if you go to that INEC portal as of 2 days ago has not even finished synchronizing for every others. So where is it that they uploaded only sending, but they didn't upload? These are the narrative that are outside there that educated people like you and me should go and verify. Now,
Do you know up to today, INEC still they upload the result?
they are not uploading, synchronizing. You see the issue now. What's uploading? Have they not finished using beavers and uploaded? Is uploading not different from something synchronizing? You see, one of the problem I have is INEC is not talking. And people who are criticizing them are justified. Come out and be talking. But INEC is not saying anything.
They know their fault now. They can't talk. They can't come out and
Ogbeni,
talk.
that's the point I was expecting you.
Uptown, I agree with you.
I expect INEC to have
See,
to come out and start talking.
See, Uptown, that day
Yeah.
when Yakubu finished the whole thing, I expect him, if not for pride, sorry
True.
to say that, if not for pride, before you announce your final result and declare, clear everything that is on the table. Okay,
Yes.
although Dilo Melaye only ranted throughout, I've gone back to listen to that thing. Dilo Melaye didn't make any.
Forget Dino. Dino didn't have any points.
Yes, it was EODIA. What do you call that
No,
man?
do not have point. That time they call Ekiti State result.
What was Dino's request? Moses, what was Dino's request?
Do you
What
know?
did he
Do you know?
request?
Confirm that the Ekiti results have not uploaded
Yes.
from the server.
So
So the
what did he now request Shaman to do?
review. Let's
Review what now? Something that's not uploaded.
Said there is a lot of mistake in that result. Let INEC
Eh.
settle the case first before INEC can continue for the remaining. INEC is say no. Let him finish first. He will address it later. So everybody
Mo-
allow him to finish. So
Moses, see, I've gone back to listen to Dino several again. Two men made a very good request there. What do you call that man? That former governor. And then that other man, that dark man that wore ash color. Dino only ranted throughout. Dino was saying that elections should not continue again until they have the result being displayed. Right? Now, that's what Dino said. And he started ranting, no election, no election. Iodio, what do you call it, came out and said, explain to us why what you promise us, we can't have it here. Then the other man also said that, although that other man, having made his own good point, he now went again off point and said, oh, why would the president be showing his voters? So that overclouded the thing. But at the end of the day, about that Ekiti, Yakubu made that clarification immediately and said, I've looked at accredited, I've looked at people who voted, and I've looked at invalid. I added everything together and I realized that there was no overvoting. He mentioned that Dino's inquiry. The rest about Dino is ranting. But my own point is this. Having finished the whole exercise, I expect Yakubu, if not for pride, I'm sorry to say this thing, if not for pride, I expect Yakubu to now settle down and say, okay, I've listened to you, Hilda. This is what you said. I've listened to you. This is what you said. I've listened to you. This is what you said. And then address it one by one. Okay, the reason why we don't have all these things uploaded, I remember I promised you about 200 plus so try to hack our server. We had to hold that server and protect it. While holding it, what they uploaded couldn't synchronize on time. I've heard from the feed that some over Sabi polling unit and so refused to show so. I apologize for that, and say, but that will not stop the declaration of this election. And that's what the electoral say. You can't stop it. I will not suspend the declaration, but these are my constraints. Explain to them. You can now say, in view of all this, then declare the election. Then you clear the doubt in their mind. If I'm a public officer and I happen to be in the shoe of Yakubu, that's what I will do. I'll still declare Ashwaju, but I will give the declaration.
Ogbeni, on that space, I believe, I think what I feel from Yakubu, I think he's overwhelmed. I think some things really went wrong along the hierarchies that's really overwhelming to him. I really don't think
I'm not sure that he is
wants.
overwhelmed.
No, the way they are refusing to even speak to the media yet. And these guys in Channels TV, they complain about
I think he's managing the information space. Let's hear from Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, good to see you.
You know why he's not saying anything? Is for the fear of being implicated in a legal matter.
Okay.
You know, that is why he's keeping quiet, because if he should address and whatever he says can be used against him at the law court. So he doesn't want to implicate himself. He wants to let everything lie low so that when they go to law court, this INEC defense team will be able to defend themselves in a very they'll be in a better position to defend themselves very well. But for him, as an ordinary a layman, he doesn't want to speak so as to avoid being, implicate, so as to avoid, so as not to complicate a legal matter against his organization. So that's what that's the reason why I think he's been keeping quiet and not talking. And to me, I think it makes a lot of sense, because when you talk and you talk much, Hey, lawyer, Ogbeni, you know your, you
Anything
know
that
this
is
now.
Ajale Koko, anything that he says will be held hostage.
Oh,
So
oh yeah,
he cannot speak until after the tribunal. So
okay.
let the process complete, and then whatever he
Uh,
has to say, he can say it after that. But
can
anything he
I say
says
something?
now, if he says good morning, they will hold that good morning to hostage.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go on.
All right. I think I disagree on that
Mm,
because this guy is the lecturer umpire here. And
mm,
if he's talking today, he's not talking as Mahmoud Yakubu. He's talking as the
mm.
chairman of the Inec on behalf of the Inec. And he owes responsibility to Nigerians the same way he was touring around the media across Nigeria and around the world, telling everybody that cares to listen to him the way they are going to conduct election. They are going to do this through the polling unit. The same way, post-election, he has it as a responsibility to Nigerians to explain to Nigerians this is it. If something went wrong,
Yeah,
tell us
that would be
and all of
post
that.
the no, that would be
So
post the tribunal because
no, no,
a lot.
no. 1 month. See reason why I
Yeah,
don't think so.
right.
If his silence is already pointing to okay, even using your argument saying that what he says will be held against him. Okay, does it mean that he does not know what went wrong? Yeah, so I'm saying, does it mean is he trying to
No,
hide
no,
something that
no,
might
no,
be used against him later?
no, no. What are you doing now? Oh, what's to say? What do you mean? What went wrong? No, nobody has considered that anything went wrong.
He has also actually pointed to that in his press briefing.
Look. We've had a very contentious election where a winner has emerged, and the losers, they are sore losers. So he has to hold his counsel and be guided by law. So he has to let the process follow through. So anything he has to say, he'll be invited to say it under a legal framework. And after that legal framework has run its course, then he can have free reign to he probably write a book, what happened or whatever.
No,
But he
one
has
man,
done
one
his
man.
job.
He has not been. They have not filed any petition yet. There's nothing control. He needs to speak to Nigerians. He is accountable.
Well,
We
I
cannot
don't
remove
think.
Yakubu and say if a petition that has not been filed yet, and we say no, he cannot talk. It's not been filed yet. Yakubu has to come out and explain to Nigerians this, and this, clarifying the minds of the people, like Ubeni was saying. It
Well,
is
I
wrong.
am
He cannot keep
Nigerian.
silent in the
I am
midst of this.
Nigerian, and I don't feel it's obliged. But Ogweni, back to you. So there it is.
I
Ogweni,
don't.
yeah.
Eh?
You are the lawyer. So yeah, should they be
You know,
running commentaries? Yeah.
no, you know what my position is on that. Now, I think as a public officer, he should explain at least. If he's going to even be very scanty, he should be able to say, okay, so happened to us, but in trying to protect, we've done this and this, and therefore we couldn't do this. Just explain to Nigerians because well, but over time when you look at it, that's what most of them have been doing. Jega did the same thing, right? Jega did the same thing. Even on Freewosu, although that one they shouted that one away, but it is what it is. That's what all of them have been doing, and let's see. But I don't see any court that will indict him for doing that. He also
Please,
has a right to be silent too.
But this election may cancel.
good evening, everyone. Please, can I come in? Can I
Yeah,
interject?
yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
come in, Rosie.
Good evening, my learned friends.
Good evening.
Please, I agree with the last person that spoke because he should at least, as a public servant, he holds us the obligation of explaining a little bit, not in details of everything that's going on, but just something to kind of let us know what's going on. Because if he doesn't say anything, it seems like he's hiding something.
Hmm.
But if he's able to explain not full details, but just a summary of what's going on, maybe people will be able to empathize with him instead of saying, "Oh no, he's wrong, he's this, he's that, he promised us." Because like when he was talking when he was let me say campaigning about the beavers, he was going around the world saying how good it is, how ready we are, blah 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 blah. He was really raising our hopes
Blah,
so
blah,
high.
blah.
So why can't you just come out and explain a little bit? Because it seems the way his action seems like, you know what, I'm going to do what I want to do, and to hell with every other person. I'm sorry, excuse my language. So, as a public servant, I think he owes the nation a little explanation. Thank you all.
Well, all right, thank you. I disagree. I think he should hold his counsel, but then what do I know? But or when they round out that space, and then I'll take you to another talking point.
Okay, yeah, that's just mine. We're expecting interesting days ahead, and but I wonder I think Obi can even control his people. That's another issue. So, whatever it is now, I just think the stakeholders in the field, the pastors of the Pentecostal churches, and others just try and keep calm.
My brother, my excuse me, my brother. Why you say that now?
All right, all right.
Obi
Sorry,
cannot control his people. Has he ever controlled anybody? Obi can't control his people. It's clear. Mama.
We all know this now, so I don't even know
Everybody.
what it was like. We know. Let me take you to this space now. We're back to the space of all these experts with their projections and whatever it is that they do. So we are going to the state space now, and an organization called Enough is Enough, and another organization called SB Morgan. They've come together to do permutations as to how things will play out in the gubernatorial elections. So they've concluded then that PDP will be the winners of this guber race. So they're telling us then that PDP would have, I think they give them 15 or so states, and then APC would have 10, etc. Let me just give you, it says in a report titled XYZ, the firm predicted that the states will be won by the that states will be won by the APC, PDP, and others. I'm just looking for where they gave the figures, but they did give figures. Yes, they said PDP will win 15 states and APC will win 10 states. And here is where they are throwing it. So the APC states, Borno, so you can see that Kashim Shettima, Yobe, Jigawa, Zamfara, Niger, Kwara, Nasarawa.
We can't see.
Yeah.
We can't see.
Yeah. Okay, let me share the screen then. So this may be out of sequence with but let's see. So these are the states that they are attributing to APC. So states likely to be won by APC, only 10: Borno, Yobe, Jigawa, Zamfara, Niger, Kwara, Nasarawa, Benue, Ogun, and Lagos. So some people are speculating that Lagos will fall to Chinedu. But then if we say that Lagos is still held, they've not said that. Where is Kogi on that list? Where is Ekiti? Ondo State. Where is Ondo State on that list?
No, it is not doing election.
All right. Is Ondo State doing election?
I think not.
No, Ondo is not.
They are not doing.
Ondo, Ekiti, I don't think they will participate.
Ondo is not doing. It is not doing. Osun is not doing.
What about Kogi? Is Kogi doing?
Yes.
Yes. No.
No. Kogi is not on the list. Yes. So okay. So those are the states that they have given to APC, but PDP they've given them Sokoto, which is Aminu Tambuwal, Kebbi, I don't know the governor, or your state, Sheyi Makinde, of course. Bagudu is it APC at the moment?
It's APC, of course.
But they are now saying PDP will take it off him.
Oh, let's see.
And then Sheyi Makinde, they say he will retain. Aminu Masari, Katsina State, they are saying that he's losing it. Is that what you think?
But I think he may lose the state.
What about Kaduna, the strong man of that space, El Rufai?
I don't think El Rufai is losing that space because I learned the APC candidate is well loved in Kaduna.
Is that not something Uba? Something I can't quite. It seems it's somewhat of a famous name. So Bauchi goes to PDP. Is that Bala Mohammed? And then Gombe. Adamawa, which is Atiku's own home state. Cross River, is that Udom Emmanuel? and then Akwa Ibom, River State. So Yemsen Wike, we forget, is still a PDP member.
Of
Yes, Delta State to be held, Taraba to be
course,
held, Ebonyi, and then Plateau. With this, I'm not sure. Is there a likelihood? They're saying Abia will go to Peter Obi.
just Abia.
Yes, just Abia. Is that Abaribe? Who's running there? Do you know? Kwakwanso to hold on
I know
to.
that. Okay, I don't know his running, but I know Ojuzo brother is running.
No, Abaribe is been elected a senator now.
Oh yeah, that is a senator. Yeah,
Senator now.
So Kwakwanso to hold on to Kano and Enugu to remain with Abga. So what are you making of this projection? Is there some is there anything to it? I cannot see APC not holding on to Kaduna. I think they will.
Oh, I think they will, but I think Labour may be able to. I don't know how strong that Labour is, because so many of the election in that south itself, you can't really understand what went wrong in that houses. But I think Labour should have more states than just one state in that houses. I don't know. I just think so. My instinct just tell me that Labour, with the momentum they've gained in South.
Do you think they can sweep up the southeast?
No, not sweep up, because you don't no election in Anambra, right? And where else? So it's not the entire. They can't sweep the entire southeast. Abga has Anambra already in its pocket, so they can't sweep. But I expect them to have one or two more states. I don't know why.
If they get Ebonyi and Enugu, then we can conclude, because a lot of people are already speculating that Labour Party is a southeastern party. So depending on how this governorship works, they may well just be the southeastern party, and then they'll consume Abga. Do you see that? Yes, because I
Labour
see
Party is southeastern party.
Yes,
it's down. It's sure, but you see all these people permutating. When I saw that enough is enough, the first thing I went to check is, do they even have website? I went to check. I saw they just opened their website this year, 2023. Let's look at them. These are just, if you listen to Fire.
No, Agbeni, you don't know that lady. Enough is enough. He always come on Arise. He always feature on Sundays.
On this thing.
Yeah.
If you go and watch their website, they just if you go on that, you see the day they created it in 2023. So for me, you see, Fayoshe actually made a point in one of his interviews. I think day before yesterday and yesterday. So no, 4 days ago, and then 3 days ago. In fact, he even identified some of the what do you call them? Some of the civil society. He identified some of them that they are all PDP
member.
He even mentioned them by name. He said that one, Yusuf, I know him very well. He contested in Oyo. You see that lady, he used to be part of us. That leave all those civil. In fact, she said, if you see anybody permutating now or protesting or that PDP sponsor, that you should leave all the. So he's a man that understands the game. He's in the jungle with them and in the streets. So whatever is coming, somebody permutating here and there, well, fine. It won't translate to votes. People will still go and vote the same way. Where is ANAP today? ANAP has cash out now. Like Fauci said, he said they are all catching out.
Do you think ANAP has suffered a permanent reputational damage?
They've not. You see, do we really have? Where does Nigeria have that memory? In the next 4 years, ANAP will still come out and do permutation, and some people will still gullibly follow ANAP. So it's not. They will still always come out to permutate. Is it not? Okay, look at it from this angle. Some pastor predicted that there won't be election. Now there is election. Have they lost members in the church? No. Some pastor predicted that Tinubu will not win. Okay, he has won. Have they lost members? No. That's Nigeria for you.
Ogbeni,
yes.
Some even say he would die. He would die before the day of election.
Yes, so where is Tinubu now? Some, when he won the election, they say, when they did, they said he will not be declared.
Those that predicted that Obi will win the election?
Where are they?
What happened to them?
and they still are member.
Ogbeni,
So forget that thing. ANAP is small
Ogbeni,
now compared to all those ones. So ANAP will still come out in the next
can you
election.
hear me?
Yes, uptown.
You know, it's very funny that the people that said Obi will not win anywhere outside Southeast in this platform, they are adding their voices now, and it's really very funny. They should be hiding away, like they should be
Uptown.
hiding away in their
Yeah, bad
cupboard.
man.
They should enter their cupboard
Name
and
names
close the
now.
cupboard.
Name names now. I check them. Are you talking about
No,
Ajale
no, no.
Koko
One man
or
is
myself?
no. There's a day
One
for
man,
that.
number one on the list.
Yes.
And
But they put
Thomas.
their money now.
And Thomas.
You know, it is
Yes.
and the 3 million gang as well. We all know them.
Uptown.
Yes.
I
And
say Thomas.
so it's really very comfortable to come and say ANAP, and people can all look into the mirror and look at themselves as well. But in the in the
But let
case
me
that is in
let me ask you,
litigation,
where is Zaki father now? Where is
He
Zaki
don't
father?
run. To be better now. He don't run. Yeah, he don't
so
run. Now. Saki
Ogbeni, on this,
He don't run.
Ogbeni, are you
Yes.
hearing me?
Yes.
So those guess those that are not on the race again in terms of predictions. The Emekas of this world, the enigmatics of this world, Obi will not get 10% outside Southeast. They're out of the race. And all of those people, I don't want to mention name because it's not day of reckoning yet. I'm saving it in the freezer. But people that are still in the race are
Yeah.
people that election and tribunal case can justify, and ANAP is part of that. And it's not yet time to trash them away. But we know the people will trash away already. The people
You
that
know
is saying,
the only prediction that has held up has been Kulatas. That's near enough what happened has been Kulatas.
No. My has, if you go back to my 10 count predictions, I know how many that have fulfilled. I know how many that is yet to fulfill, and then you know that where we are going to and where we're coming from. But then that will be on day of reckoning. Ogbeni, continue.
But Kulata Hone is closer to
Yes.
it than yours. Because
Better than Nana or anybody else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kulata's own projection was that if we're going to have low turnout, Tinubu is going to win. And in this election, it's very clear that we actually recorded low turnout and Tinubu won.
Yeah, I also said that as well.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
All right, brilliant. Thank you for opening it up so excellently. That's Ogbeni, of course, our legal luminary from. Where are you now? Where are you now? Are you still in Ife?
Yes, I'm on my way to Lagos. I'll be in Lagos tomorrow. I'm in Ife. I want to experience election in Lagos. Then I'll be flying back by Monday.
Why are you keeping your boy up so early in the morning?
You said?
I said, why are you keeping your boy up so early?
Oh, it's my nephew.
All right.
Why is Kulata praising himself on the comment section? Do you
It's
get
always
to praise
yes.
yourself?
Exactly. This is it. We're still training him up. It's leave us to praise you. You don't praise yourself.
Because his projection, not yours completely out. So he has to praise himself now.
Nah, mine is not completely out. On a very good day, we'll bring the two spreadsheets.
He knocked yours away. He knocked it out completely. You said Obi is going to win. Now you gave him all sort of state that he will win that he couldn't even get. He didn't even in the north, particularly that he didn't even get 5%.
That's not true.
Okay.
No, don't worry. We'll dedicate a day to those pollings and then we'll match them all up.
And one man will throw eggs on the faces of.
Yes, everybody.
Eggs.
Yes. We will have a virtual shaming of the people who we throw rotten tomatoes. So thank you, Ogbeni. So let's now take that conversation in your direction, then uptown, picking it up from where Ogbeni just left off. This permutation then telling us that APC only to take 10 states are gifting Kaduna State to PDP and Katsina, that Tinubu's own homestead. So a lot of questions about that. But even more curious, only giving one state to the Labour Party space. But the way that the Southeast has been energized in recent times, would it surprise you if 3 or 4 state houses in the Southeast were wearing the Labour Party colors uptown?
All right, one more. Good day, listeners all around the world. and good day to my fellow panelists. Sorry, I won't be calling your panelist again. We have moved from election time to litigation time, so you are now my co-defendants. And sorry, Egbeni, what do you call yourselves in the law courts?
Respondents.
Respondents, yes. So respondent, one man. What you asked here in the Southeast space, I don't think so, and I think somebody have raised it here already because.
Officer, are you charging us to court? Bro.
We are all in court. This is litigation time. Well, I think when going forward, a lot of our discussions, we can't escape the litigation discussion. So I think we'll learn a lot from Egbeni, I presume, and I'm all in for it. All right, so in the Southeast, one man we have Abia, we have Enugu, we have Anambra, we have Imo, and we have Ebonyi.
Have we lost you? Can anyone still hear me?
Oh, the
We
Lord.
can hear you.
We
We
can
can
hear
hear you
you.
loud and
Yeah,
clear.
we can hear you.
The ancestors
Please
have
take
changed
it
Naija
the
don't,
microphone.
Naija don't happen to his
One man, you know, anytime you want to lie, the network will just cut with
So
it. Cut off
you
with
can't hear
it.
me?
Is it not convenient? Carry on. We can hear you
Okay, you
now.
can hear me now.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, maybe someone is trying to
You
hack
see
me.
what happened to Inec on election days now.
Somebody's trying to hack me, but it will work. You know. So one man, yeah, there is 5 states in the Southeast here: Abia, Enugu, Anambra, Imo, and Ebonyi. So Anambra, no elections out of it. Imo, no elections out of it. So it's just 3 states on that space. Abia State, I agree with enough is enough. I also think it's gonna go to LP. That is LP. That's how it's now pronounced. No more Labour Party. LP. So it's gonna go to LP, Abia, and left with Ebonyi and Enugu. One man, obedience and voting for Frank Nweke of APGA in Enugu State. They feel is a better candidate, and he's also campaigning with obedient, whatever. All his posters, he's putting frankly obedient, and also is a very, 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 very. I think he's the best candidate on that space. So I'm rooting for Frank. He's in Apuga, but I'm rooting for him. Sadly, he's not in LP, but I think Frank is going to take it. I think because LP has already weakened PDP for him, so I believe he's going to take it. I really want him to take it anyway. So yeah. Also with the prediction, enough is also correct on that space. Abga might take Enugu from PDP. I don't know what's going to happen in Ebonyi. Really, maybe Omahi. I mean, we all know him, Omahi. I think he's going to return that state. But with the predictions they made, I agree with them in Lagos. One month, and I wanted to comment.
You don't think Chinedu will take Lagos?
No, but the above revival will not take Lagos and stand challenged. I mean, at least my group, personally, the one I chair, we are supporting Baba Sawolu. So I don't know, and I still believe there's a couple of people I've talked to, even in the obedience space, that feels Sawolu should complete his tenure. So I
Oscar,
cannot
we should be charging you for anti-party activities. We should be charging you
Yeah,
for
I
anti-party.
was getting there. I was hoping that our principal is not listening. But and one man, we have to be. For me personally, and for what I believe I am doing and what I'm part of. Anybody coming to tell me that Sanwo-Olu is maybe we were rigged out in the election, therefore voting out Solo, nothing like that. Sanwo-Olu is responsive. There are things that look out in a leader. He's responsive. He's a young man, agile, very responsive, very relatable. I know there's a little bit dent on him, with the answers.
How do you think he handled that space, the NSAS space?
Yes, and that instance, I've had cause to go into conversations that even people on the same obedience space has to batch me and all that. But then I always stand my ground when I take my stance. I have to explain to you and convince you beyond all reasonable doubt. He started off NSAS properly. We have short memories. Sanwo-Olu came to the. I was an integral part of NSAS. I was right there at the heart of it. You understand what I'm saying? Lekki phase one gate with a trackable distance from my house. In fact, the 16th October procession, that was my there was an after party in my space actually. So someone who came there, he talked with people, he talked with us. Yeah, we gave him where's one gave him 5 for 5, which is a 5 for 5 demands here, which include police reforms and so many other demands. Someone who entered a jet or whatever it is, he took helicopter immediately that day in the evening to Abuja and handed it to the clueless Buhari, who I'm guessing probably shelved it in one of his fancy shelves in Aso Rock. But then the fact that the government at the center failed to handle that space properly, it's okay to blame the state governor, but then really, how many of the police is he directly in charge of? I know maybe he admitted to being the one that invited the military, but I refuse to agree that he invited the military with the thought of harming the protesters. That's not true. That's not true. That's not who I've seen Sanwo-Olu to be. So the military might have broken some protocols, which is not right. But I don't think Sanwo-Olu told them to go and shoot at protesters or do all of those things. But apart from instance, you have to look at it holistically. What am I looking at for a leader? This is a leader that listens. A lot of our shows, he has come to our shows that we organize. You see him listening to you. He's a good leader. I mean, you can say that the structure of which he is, which is actually the last time I entered, that was just 3 days ago with some guys in the obedience space. Yeah, I understand this the counter narrative as well, saying that see, it's not about this guy, it's about voting out the structure of which unfortunately he happened to see himself in. So our qualms are not with him, our qualms are with his structure, and we need the structure out so we can put a structure out there accountable. Well, a nice argument for me. Probably maybe I like Sanwo-Olu too much to probably buy into that. So I'm one man with the Lagos space. I'm going to give you some reasons why Sanwo-Olu can come back here after Saturday election and we'll confirm it. Why Sanwo-Olu is not going to lose Lagos. The one I gave you is one. Another one I gave is some of his achievements here, like the blue rail. I mean, he didn't start his fashion story, but I mean, come on, he ended it. At least he did something, and he's been doing. But apart from his actual work in terms of work, trust me, it didn't get to Ambode. Ambode outperformed him, but then cumulatively, I'm adding his character, unlike Ambode that is so arrogant, his character, the way he thinks, the way he acts, and the way he really acts like a leader. And it hasn't come out to me as a tribalistic Yoruba man. You can see this guy is liberal, and all of that. So that's what I enjoy in leadership. And I think he's going to continue, really. That space, remember, Jandor is now here. So they're going to split the opposition votes. Jandor is not going to step down. Anybody thinking Jandor is going to step down, he's not going to step down. GRV is not going to step down. They are going to split the opposition votes. Sanwo-Olu is going to retain his base, I think, and I believe, and he's going to win that election. This is exactly what's going to happen on Saturday.
So sorry, I showed it earlier. I'm not sure if you saw it, but we have some information on Jandor. So this is his WAEC results. West African. So
he's a tout.
So he's a tout now. He's a tout.
He's a tout.
Economics pass, government credits, history F9, literature in English F9, English language F9. We are saying that what's it called? Chinedu cannot speak Yoruba. Jandor certainly cannot speak English. So I mean, what are we looking at here? So English F9. Huh?
One man.
Yes.
Don't look at this certificate. This guy attended college. He went to college, and he's a practicing a medial man. I'm not sure if you have listened, if you have watched his interview before. is a smart guy. He's a brilliant, sharp guy. So Showore posted his own too, just to, I mean, his school certificate, first attempt too, when he had maybe like 2 or 3 credit. So you can use these school certificates to measure. I mean, the whether that person is smart or not smart. So I don't want us to mock him over this school certificate something. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I agree with Ajali Coco.
So we cannot use academic results to judge if somebody is smart or not.
No,
No,
this
when
is
I
not
say,
this. This guy attended the
I mean,
university.
it's a little bit part of
Yeah,
it,
that's
but when I say he's a tout, it wasn't that I didn't make the judgment from what you just showed us, one man. I mean, this guy, from his antecedents to his composure and the way he carries himself, I mean, that's what he's portraying to us. I mean, this guy that came on national TV to say what the election is going to be, iron jam iron, one go bent. And they have to call him call him out on the national TV and say that is instigating violence and all that. And he also made some innuendos that suggest that he helped APC. Has been helping APC to rig elections in the past, and he knows their tactics, and only him can challenge them. And so I don't think voting APC out and then replacing it with another APC. I don't think it's generally on that space. GRV, great guy. And let me just insert quickly, please. In as much I'm supporting so, and this is the problem I always have with APC. The APC, when you have affinity with them, which I actually do at some points, I've also expressed Tinubu be my second candidate in this space. But then across the campaign, it keeps diminishing because of how they play their politics. And I cited methodology of politics as one of my reasons for having reservation about Tinubu, his style of politicking, and the APC. And they are repeating the same thing, which is really very dangerous. I know if really the margin between APC and Labour Party, as they claim, was just 10,000, the pandemonium happening in Lagos now will not be happening. They won't be so scared. So it has to be something higher than that for them to
Are they
be scared.
jittery? Are they jittery?
One man
They are
come to
jittery.
Lagos. Do you
They
know
are
Sanwo-Olu?
jittery.
Do you know Sanwo-Olu? Sanwo-Olu has turned himself like Sanwo-Olu that they have been calling for debate since how many months, and he's been claiming Oga Boss. Sanwo-Olu is sweeping the whole street. In fact, what remember Sanwo-Olu now to come out boxers they roll for Ikeja floor. He is going to markets, going to churches. He's talking to, going to entertainers to talk to them. They are bombarding him with questions. Some are even bombarding him with very questions that should annoy him. He's coming down. He's talking to everybody all of a sudden. If you call debate today, Sanwo-Olu will arrive there 2 hours before debate starts, unlike 2 months ago, because of what played out on Saturday.
Uptown, Abba, 2 hours before.
Sanwo-Olu I'm seeing now. If you say debate is 8
But
o'clock,
that is good.
Sanwo-Olu will be there 5 o'clock.
That's good for our politics now.
It's good for, you know what I'm saying? So this is what people don't understand about what is happening. Because for you to understand about what is happening, you have to probably just keep Obi aside and take a broader picture at that. The fact that these guys are seeing that it's no more business as usual, they can't be docile again and expect things to fall on their lap. You now see politicians fighting for it. One man, we saw you see what is happening across the country. You see people campaigning with obedient movement. We saw Omo Agege going to seek for endorsement of obedient movement in Delta. We saw
I saw that. Yes, yeah, I saw that.
You see what is happening across. So politicians has to. That is.
I even saw some governor in the north offering the Igbos a church and some money.
Yes, he's donating monies to even smaller ethnic groups that nobody really cared about before. People are going to literally leak the assets of ordinary citizens, which they really don't care before. So that is the big win for me personally as a part of this movement. That's what I'm seeing now is that thing I've longed to see, where politicians know, see, one man, Nigeria is going to get better after this. Because now politicians will get to office, the way they've sweated to get to office, they want people to love them. They will overdo. And that is what we want. It's good for our democracy. For these guys to know that these guys, we can't be docile again. These guys are now active citizens. They're no more the typical Nigeria docile citizens. So it will help anybody. See, even if Asunwaju wins this case and proceeds to be president, he's going to do. I can beat my chest that he's going to do far more than he would have done if he just ran with article, just one,
I think I think I agree with you because
yeah. So either way, if whether me that is pro obedience, anybody that is pro Tinubu, pro Atiku, guess what? All of us is going to win at the end of the day with the way things have played out now. Because I believe that whether me that is supporting Obi, anybody that's supporting Tinubu and Atiku, I believe somehow in our hearts we believe at the end of the day we just want a good Nigeria that is working. Guess what? I'm winning. Guess what? You are winning. Guess what? At Tinubu guy, you are winning because post this drama, our politicians will sit up, even in the House of Rep, even in the Senate.
You know what I think, Uptown? Yes. I think Tinubu will go on and secure this victory that he has gotten. But I think that his second term is not guaranteed. It'll be entirely about performance. If it doesn't perform,
it will be about performance. True.
Yeah.
True.
If it does not perform,
everybody
out.
Because now you are trying to prove that. See. You were right. That the fact that I'm still here is the right thing for this country. A lot of people will sit up one man with what I'm seeing now. If you see one man, I was laughing. I was going through a lot of situations. I was laughing throughout the last 48 hours. Politicians are coming to spaces on Twitter to beg people to talk about their manifestos, to discuss with young people. See what I want to do for you people. See what I want to do for you people. I'm better than this person. They are begging like Babiala. Never seen before in our political history. This is how politicians are now entering markets, going everywhere, begging, going to university, students, this and that. Look at me, consider me. This is what I'm offering. This is my pedigree. Now,
Uptown, I agree broadly with what is going on with the people seizing charge of the political space, because the people must be the master of the terrain. But the only bit I don't agree with is the Obi space. So if that can be moved out, but that space is still retained, then there is real, and I think it will be moved out anyway. But it's just the Obi, just that violent sort of
Yeah, one man. Let me tell you, if you take off that thing you call violence, if you know how thick this structure is, if you take off that thing you call violence, which is really hard pressure, what we are seeing now as gains, we will never get here. To get to a position, to a time where politicians will be crawling on their knees, we will never get there.
Yeah, not quite crawling on their knees. Settle down.
Do you know this guy? Even the guy that won. Let me tell you what happened in it. What is happening in this hour, like Tiosa? Even the Labour Party guy that won Banky W. You know, a lot of celebrities that were pro Banky W was ranting for days on why Banky W is more deserving and all that. But guess what happened now? Now they have said, okay, you know what?
Have we lost you again?
Obedient network.
This is it.
Tell us everything you will do. Tell us everything you will do, how you will do it, and we keep tab at you to make sure everything you say will do will follow you through and all that. Now, this is the kind of citizen we need, because people have been holding presidency accountable since. Now, people are learning that, see, we even have to hold our House of Rep accountable. We have to hold our senators accountable. People are now calling on their senators. AY is calling on his senator. Come, senator, you are representing me in my place in Warri. Come and tell me what you are going to do for us. And senator showed up. Senator was reading, this is what I will do. This is what I will do. This is the country. This is the country we need. You understand what I'm saying? So, but back to Sanwo-Olu. Sanwo-Olu is going to win his election. I think I'm really, really very confident. Like, again, my cliche word, I am on ground. At least in Lagos, nobody can, if you put head, you go see say with the ground, if that's what Wike will say. So we are on ground. Sanwo-Olu is going to win the election. But they survival,
Yeah,
I think
no, Chinedu now. Why do you keep calling him Gbadebo? Let him be proudly who he is now. Chinedu, yes.
one man,
Yeah.
APC
One man,
has
so what do them who gone now? You know that one.
Huh?
not
So
true.
what do them who gone now?
Ogbonna, yeah, I saw that. Ogbonna, yes, from the
Uh-huh.
pro- from
So
the from the from the from the production factory. Yes, we saw it. Yes,
let me bother with that.
yes, of course. Now he's from Abakaliki. Really, he's just trying
Mm.
to pretend he's a
So
Yoruba man.
so one man on that space here, in as much as I am supporting Sanwo-Olu now, and again he's gonna win. Let me say that again. But then I will lay a little bit advice, which is really very important. A lot of people have been saying it already. Sanwo-Olu, you can win election. APC can win. You have a good material in Sanwo-Olu. APC does not have to stoke tribal divisions to win the election. I don't know. I need to advise them. I
No,
wish I
no,
could listen to
but
their
is
speeches.
the tribalism not being stoked by the obedient space though? Is
No,
that's their stock
no,
in
at
trade?
all.
That's their stock in trade.
But stoking tribalism is not to their favor now, is it? It's not now. It will only divide their ranks. So they're playing the part of the unifiers. The people that stoking tribalism with favor is APC, and that's why they're doing it. A lot of their, a lot
All
of
right.
their,
All right,
a
that
lot.
leads me
Okay,
on. Sorry, that leads me on to the next space I was going
yeah.
to invite. Do you think that the Labour Party is, or very quickly will, transmute into a Southeastern party? Because that's how a lot of people see it, as a Southeastern party.
A southeastern party.
Yes.
Is there any reason you see it as that?
Because there's an overabundance of Southeasterners there, and the language and tonality, especially the style of politicking, it's entirely Southeastern.
Obedient movements
Not just the tonality and texture of it is
of the obedient movements.
of the Labour Party. Yes, the obedient movement. It's just it's a very
Okay, can you,
Southeast
okay,
centric sort of.
okay. Can you name these southeasterners that is spearheading obedient movements? Do
I
you
don't
can
know
you
them.
can you think of any?
No, what I'm saying is the
Mm,
accent of the movement, and the texture of it is
mm.
Southeastern
Okay, do you know why it sounds like that to you?
to
Because
people. Yes, yeah.
yes, to you, the movement is an anti-establishment movement. So it's a kind of a protestation movement, and protestation movements across the world sound alike. And because Southeasterners once has a protestation movement called IPOB. You know what I'm saying? Now we have heard how that space sounds. Now, if you have another protestation movement, sort of, it's most likely to have those colorations like the NSA space. So that is why you might say, okay, sounding like it's not sounding like a Southeast space. It sounded like a protestation movement, which is what it is. Because these people say we are going to take off the old structure and we're going to put new guys into it. But if you're saying that it's a Southeastern party, because and I would really want to take Madam Zita on it, but she's not on the platform. But any day she's on platform, I'll take her on it.
She
Oh,
is.
she is.
It's
She
only
is.
she's
Okay.
well mannered. She doesn't jump on people like Moses who won't let you finish a sentence. But
I'm
carry on.
listening.
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
Moses is only interjecting now.
Yes, carry on.
Yeah.
I'm only joking, Moses. Yeah.
Okay. So the obedient movement. I am part of the obedient movement, and I understand how much we were even scared. Is Southeasterners going to come true for us by supporting their brother and helping our numbers? And I can tell you, anybody that said obedient movement is Southeast movement, I challenge them. And I want them to challenge me as a counter challenge. I challenge them to name 10 prominent voices from the Southeast that is spearheading obedient movement. And I can give them 50 outside the Southeast that is spearheading the obedient movement. And they cannot even give me 10, but I can give them 50. So it is easy to make a sweeping statement, but when we come to forensics and data and actual facts and figures, people start stammering. Now, I challenge somebody from the APC earlier, not on platform, just on real life, that was making this kind of sweeping statements. And by the time I told the person to name, the person was scratching his head to even name a Southeasterner, a prominent Southeastern voice in the obedience space that is spearheading it. So it is very easy to say it is Southeastern. I said something on this platform months ago, which I keep saying. Southeasterners played catch up with obedient movement. They played catch up. They woke up and saw something has picked up, and they saw that thing that picked up that is surrounded around their brother. They played catch up. They didn't even know when we started. They didn't know. We have gone so far, even when Obi was in PDP. When we started organizing the Million Man March, something we copied from Kenya to replicate here. When we started doing...
What is all this you are saying now? What do you mean that you started...
Maybe you want me to land?
I mean...
Or are you willing to take my challenge to call people...
It was the Americans that started Million Man March.
What do you mean 1 million man march before he left PDP? Which 1 million man march that you organized?
Are you challenging me that I didn't? Or should I get you proofs?
For Obi?
It's true. That time, before the primary election.
Don't talk.
It's true.
We say you didn't organize 1 million march at PDP.
Okay.
Do you really know?
Look, let us use this, what do you call this platform as a case study.
Okay.
You can see among the Yoruba how we are shared. How we share ourselves, along different parties. But all the Easterners you see here, all of them are pro-Obi.
They are pro-Obi.
So that is number one point to tell you that it's an Eastern project.
So if your son is good,
and when
you abandon him just to create an impression.
Okay, now you are making the point. Now you are making the point for us. So if your son is good, you don't have to abandon it. So it's because it's your son and Easterner. That is why all the Easterner follow him. That is the point you are making now.
No, you didn't hear me. If your son is good,
What are you insinuating by saying that?
What is the point abandoning him?
What are you insinuating now?
Wait, the Yorubas that are not supporting Tinubu.
Hold on,
Zita.
Let that conversation take place. Carry on. Yeah.
I am telling you that on this platform, you will see all Yoruba shared into different political parties. I am for sure. Thomas is for Adewale. Some other people for what do you call it? For what do you call it? Tinubu. We have some other that are for Atiku, but all the Easterners here, they are all for Obi, and yet they want to tell us that we are not supporting him because he's an Easterner. We are just
Madam Zita is an Easterner. She's not for Obi.
Solomon is an Easterner. It's for Atiku.
It's for Atiku. So look.
So what's the point, Baba?
So the point I'm telling you here. And
because they just named Easterners in the platform that are not supporting him.
But the abundance of it, they are all for me.
Look at Moses now. There are some other guys that what do you call it? Jewel of Nashville.
Joel is violently for me. Violently.
Yeah. Zaki Fada, Man of Prestige, and many other. Everybody. Madam Zita just came in. So let's take Madam Zita out. So, I mean, you can't tell us that you are not supporting this guy because he's an Igbo man. It's just because of that, and that is why a lot of people see that Eastern project.
Can I ask you a question?
Ask your question.
Why didn't they give Kingsley Mohale that support?
Repeat that question.
Forget all that. Now,
why didn't they give Kingsley Mohale the support?
Argument.
Mohalu. Where is Mohalu?
When you ran for presidency.
What got you now?
Which party?
The same small party like Obi entered small party.
Which party? A man that couldn't win a ticket of any party. He jumped from one party to the. Just take that one out. Don't even mention who is Mohalu.
Baba Janle Koko.
Can
I interject?
Sorry, I wish.
That's a straw man argument.
No, it's not.
Yeah, let's hear from Zita. That's a straw man argument, but it's a logical fallacy.
Wama,
One man.
Before, if
Can I
Madam Sita
interject?
can just allow me to just.
Let me just say something. I'm not
Okay.
taking your space.
No,
You
not me,
see,
not me, not me. Really.
you
Okay.
see, in imagination, you can say that Peter Obi is not an Igbo or Southeasterner candidate or Igbo candidate or whatever. But when you look at the actions, that's why people say that. Look at his people he used. Who is the whatever in Sokoto, an Igbo man? Who is the whatever in this, an Igbo man? Who is the whatever in this, an Igbo man? And again, when your voice is louder, there is what they call the loud minority. When your voice is louder, you are the one people hear. So, Upton, are you understanding now why people say it's an Igbo presidency? That being said, just hold on. Let me finish. That being said, when you look at the result that came out, when you look at the result, Tinubu contested, Atiku contested. You look at the North, you see the way their vote is. You look at the Southwest, you see the way their vote is. But look at the Southeast. I'm talking about actions that make people think.
How has the
or say
Southeastern
what
vote
they
been
are
before
saying.
now? How has their vote been before now?
Don't get me wrong. After all, in 2019, APC won 700,000 votes from the Southeast.
From the entire Southeast.
Is the action. You might be saying another thing. Indirectly, you are doing another thing.
So Obi has committed a crime to get his people behind him.
No.
No, he's an Igbo candidate, is what we're saying.
You're not understanding me, Uptown. You don't.
No, I want to know: is it his fault that his people find him credible enough to line up behind him?
Let me finish. You are saying it is not his fault. Nobody is saying it is his fault. But when you are a presidential candidate, you did not spread your tentacles.
Really?
Yes. And
can you say why?
Hold on. No, you don't keep pecking at her. Let her land a point.
You
do that. You peck at people.
Tentacles. Do you understand? You spread your tentacles. We do not have only 2 regions in Nigeria. We have 3 regions. And when he comes to his own regions, every other party was denied votes. Does that make sense? I'm saying, yes, this is what is on the paper. Obi is not an Igbo president. I agree with you. But I'm pointing out why people have concerns. That's just what I'm pointing out. I'm not saying, hey, Zita has said Obi is an Igbo president, because that's what my fellow Igbos will say tomorrow and start throwing rocks at me. I said...
Can I answer your question?
Wait, let me finish. People, there are concerns. And because of that concerns, people are saying what they are saying. You get the point? There are concerns, and I pointed out that concerns to you. He's using Igbo people for this, Igbo person for this, Igbo in his PPC. Even Sokoto State is an Igbo man. So these are concerns people are raising. When you do something and people show concerns, please admit it. I'm not saying Obi is an Igbo candidate. No, but there are concerns why people say that. Thank you, one man.
All right. Uptown, take Ogbeni as well, and then give a short response to it, and then we'll move on. Ogbeni, you wanted to come in as well.
Uptown, you see, when people come out and make an allegation, they don't make allegation out of vacuum. There are events people read. And that's why I advise people, usually, don't just dismiss an allegation or an assertion. Don't look at the person making that assertion. Try and look at what actually has informed this assertion. You see, you say, oh, if anybody that can mention 10. You know what baffles people majorly, particularly for our brothers from Southeast this time around?
even some people that hardly will you see them involved in the Nigerian election, celebrities that will not even stick their reputation, and they started coming up. And people started wondering what's so special in this thing. And the only reasonable deduction you can make is because, okay, the only thing is that, okay, you share the same ethnic root with this man. I can mention them. Look at Peace, for instance, Peter Okoye and Paul Okoye. What has changed? They danced for Atiku how many years ago? So why are they dancing for Peter Obi now? If they could dance for Atiku. So people will reason that, okay.
But did they dance for Atiku because Atiku was their tribesman?
They danced for Atiku because Peter Obi was part of that team. And now that Peter Obi is no longer part of the team, they are dancing for Peter Obi. Why
okay, they
didn't
danced because of Peter Obi.
Okay. When you
okay, so
that,
the Southeasterners that voted.
I'm coming. Let me quickly run through my list because it's in my head. Look at Kenneth Okonkwo. Kenneth was with Tinubu many months ago. You now start wondering what has changed. This same Kenneth, I have so many of his videos talking about Tinubu. Oh, Tinubu, a perfect man. Oh, good manifesto. So why will you just switch? The only deduction a reasonable man will make is because, okay, you now have somebody from your own tribe. Look at Patu Tomi. Professor Patu Tomi was still with Tinubu many, dancing behind Tinubu and hailing this guy up and down. But all of a sudden, you just change gear. Patu Tomi contested, but he lost primaries. Now, so look at Charlie Boy. Look at a lot of them. Look at Rugged Man, Okebakasi, all those guys, even Patience Osoko. Patience that everybody know, Patience has retired. Patience is now, he says she's now a Christian, she's just okay on her own. Patience is sticking her neck for Obi. You now wonder why. Patience that hardly will you see Patience even talking about politics. Look at, in fact, the one that amazed me most is Chimamanda Adichie. That one will hardly talk about politics. But you see her even doing video, a day to election, addressing people, and we all know what Chimamanda always
that one stunned me, but then of course it didn't stun me because I saw one essay she wrote about
a lot of them. Look at Ida Dokubo, look at Ketenso, Chidimo Keme.
Are
all
they
those
Igbos?
guys, I'm so surprised.
Are they Igbos?
Wait, I've not finished my. Usually, I said the list is in my head. Nkechi Blessing, I remember. I don't even Uche Jumbo. When last did you see Uche Jumbo coming to the public too? But so when you now compare all these people,
Ogbeni, you try as they mention all these people.
I know all of them. They surprise me. That's the. They used to be stars that I respect. I met Uche Jumbo in. I met Uche Jumbo in. Was it Canada? Where was I when I met? Very well respected. She will hardly. But what has changed? In fact, I even saw what's the name of this one was even speaking in Igbo just to canvass vote for just to let this. I said what? Just because. So when you see people coming up and when you see the pattern of the outcome of this election, it is only in the southeast that it's not spread. Look at north. Look at the northern part of Nigeria. The thing just spread around. Look at the southern part. Osun to PDP, Lagos, but when you go to Southeast, that's the only place where you say, oh, it's because they know this person is the best. So if they know this man was the best, so why did they go for Atiku in 2019? Why didn't they vote for? So that is the issue. So there are genuine concerns, like Madam Chita said, there are genuine concerns that you don't just dismiss. I think and okay, look at it this way. You said, oh, Obi is not a Southeast king. There's nothing bad in it, let me tell you, to start with, to have a regional politics. In fact, Nnamdi Azikiwe and others, they all played regional politics. And today we celebrate them.
Are you aware that all the actors that is banking Tinubu, apart from Zak Oji, are all indigenous Yoruba actors?
No, not all. I can. Those ones I can look for the list and start
80%.
No, not 80%. I will look for a list and tell you they're also in my head. No, not 80%.
Okay.
I'm telling you, they cut across all tribes. They cut
And
across.
most of those,
I would like to hear the list
and
actually,
most of
because I
those,
have the list.
and most of those Yoruba artists is talking
They
about.
cut
All of them
across
have been, all of them
in
have been
fact,
supporting
look at
natives.
Yabo Ojo, that one is supporting Obi. Look at, so they cut across. It's not a matter of, my own is, you don't just pick somebody from your extraction and say, particularly those ones that have never involved in politics.
But did you see Zach Oji and other people supporting Tinubu?
Of course, and they gave you the reasons. So many of them, they gave you reasons of, this man helped us.
Did you hear
when we
P-Square's
had
reason
issues.
for supporting Obi? Did you hear it on
I'm
his
coming.
live?
Look at, let me give you an example of Kanu Wanko. Kanu said, when I had issue, my heart problem, and this man was the only man I could see out of all the politicians. When I set up my Kanu Heart Foundation, this man gave me money from his personal pocket. So I can't leave this man now. Please, what is the story of Shimama and Dishe and Peter Obi? What's the story of Ushe Jumbo?
She has a story. P-Square has
What's
a
her
story.
story?
But you don't want to hear it.
I listen to all of them. What's her story? Tell us.
You don't want to hear it.
All right. Yeah, give a response to that and then we move on. I think we may be spending too much time on that space.
It is what it is.
One man, I didn't interrupt him because I didn't want to be interrupted when I'm responding to him.
All right, respond, but I condense it. It just to both Zeta and opt
all right. So it is funny that when people want to create a narrative, like if they have set a destination, even if there is no road to that destination, they will clear a bush path just to make sure they get there. It is very funny that people come out and say they see Zach Oji, they see Benedict Johnson from Anambra State, they see a couple of Igbos as well, and Kanu, like you mentioned now, supporting Tinubu. And then they say there's a reason. Whereas P-Square on his live video have told us the story of why he's passionate about Obi, from the hotel room event to the death of their mother and the role Obi played when nobody was really cared about them during that burial. And every story he told. But for some reason, some people are not interested in the story. They are interested in the one that suits their narrative. But then, let me say, you have succeeded in mentioning Kenneth Okonkwo, Kanayo, your Charlie boy, who has always been an activist all his life, and the other people they've called, and I think I picked like 6 of them that you mentioned. But it is sad that you also, just to create a narrative that he's only supported by the Southeast. But hello, there's a macaroni that is facing persecution for supporting Obi, and he's ranting everywhere on Twitter. He's one of the strongest voices on that space, ranting everywhere. He has even dragged people to court, people that are threatening his life. There is a Faust that has been ranting since this election was called. He has even come to read constitutions for us on why this election is fraudulent. There is a Tunde Ednot that has been posting everything to put Tinubu down, everything pro-Obi, free of charge. We have Iyabo Ojo, we have Thatcher from Rivers, who has been a very strong voice on that space, who has been vehemently defending this and saying, calling what Inec did out. There is a Ketenshaw, who is not an Igbo woman, which sadly you mentioned as and labeled as an Igbo woman. There's Aduni Ade, as at a few days ago, write petition to the IGP saying, see, we voted Obi and you're rigging us out. She has been consistent. She has been making videos, and some of the videos I've sent to one man's WhatsApp. Guess what? I am sure you've counted up to 9 or 10. I can go more. There is an AY who has been very, very this thing on that space, very, very vocal. Here, that Dokubo is actually a Rivers woman. She's not Igbo. There's an AY who has been very vocal on that space.
AY is Delta now. AY is Delta. Is it not from the Creeks?
AY is a warrior boy, yes.
Yes, it's from the Creeks. Yeah.
Yes, and even if you go to the core of the social media space, the ones that is seen as Obi's attack dogs, not one is an Igbo guy. Even Yemi Lugbe.
Kenneth Okonkwo is not an Igbo guy.
I say when you go to the social media space, the people that is piloting obedient movement in social media. Now, we talk about David Hundeyin. We know the role David has played. He's a Lagosian. We know the role he has played on obese movements. Sote, he don't go do full documentary about Tinubu's drug case. He's piloting that space vehemently. He is a Lagosian, indigenous Lagosian. We have Reno. We have Nas Boy, who has been threatened as well. Who is a Yoruba boy? Reno, a Yoruba girl. Even if when you go to the mainstream medias, most of the people that has been labeled as being pro-Obi, not one of them is Igbo. Even in Arise TV, Rufai is Yoruba. Ruben Abati is Yoruba. Even Ayo, the new girl, who they are
Uptown.
also starting to label now as being pro-Obi, she's also a Yoruba girl. You
Uptown,
something?
can I
So,
interject?
no, let me land. That's why I didn't disturb you. When I land, you can interject. So all of these names, no, none of them is only Kenneth Okonkwo, Charlie Boy. You hold on to it, and then you clear every single litany of people that are even strong. In fact, Macaroni's voice and Kenneth Okonkwo's voice on social media, which one is louder? Macaroni that is swearing for everybody, dragging people to court on behalf of Obi, dragging people to court, bringing his lawyer into it. But no, nobody's seeing it. Aisha Yusufu, which Southeasterner is his or her voice louder than Aisha Yusufu in the Obi space? Not one.
Yeah, but
Louder.
she's from the creeks now. She's from the creeks.
But is she Igbo? She's not Igbo.
Yeah, no, she's
Muslim.
the creeks are
From-
part of the wider Igbo. Is that not what you claim every day here? That the creeks belong to you?
So let me just continue. So even people that said personalities, Igbo, and I sometimes heard Madam Zita said Igbos stop blowing hot air. Which Igbos are blowing hot air? We know the people blowing, even in the music space. In the music space, Fino is not saying anything. Flavor is not saying anything. Imoni, all these guys, they're not saying anything. They've been quiet as a graveyard. The loudest voice, even in the music space, is from the files of this world and all of this. Only P Square is from that space. Is from Southeastern, from the music space. Only P Square. There are so many other people that are not there as well. P Square and Rugged Man. From that space, there are so many other people from other tribes, from Warri, from Yoruba, from other parts of the country. The only protest that was ever led post this election was led, which was a mini protest, which Obi called off immediately he got to Abuja, was led by Isaac Balami from Kaduna. He led the protest immediately and said, Inec, you can't do this, alongside civil societies. No Igbo person was there to lead that protest. Isaac led that protest. Balami, he's from Kaduna. And even in the LP space, the only people that has blown hot air, something that is even close to hot air, like Madam Zita said, even in the LP space, it's not even the Igbo guys. Nobody have heard anything from Valentine Ozubo. Who are we hearing from? We are hearing from Dati Baba Ahmed, blowing hot air. We are hearing from people like Isaac Balami, who is everywhere on the internet, claiming that his mandate has been stolen. We are hearing from Aisha Yusufu. We are hearing from a lot of people that are not Igbo, even from the LP space. From the social media space, we know Nefititi, who is not Igbo. David Andre, those are people blowing hot air and all that. Even from the political space, even from the political analysts that has been blowing hot air, who are they? Yemi Ademolokun of Enough is Enough. She is the one that is vehemently kicking against what happened. Professor Akintolewa from Bulatak. Other people like Dr. Harun Agora. I sent you Harun Agora's one of his videos. He has done tons of it.
Yeah, but those are surrogates. Those are the voices. Is a party member though, Harun Agora.
Yeah,
no,
those
I'm telling you, the strong voices.
affiliated analysts that are supporting Obi now. So what are you talking
about?
No,
now. Maybe after listening this name, list for me Igbo ones. That's what I want to create. Is Issa El Buba. These are the ones that even Paul Enenche that has been very vocal. He's a Benue man, very, very vocal on this place. Bolanle Olukani went to CNN. She's a filmmaker. She took her time to go to CNN and conducted almost an hour this thing, spitting hot air on how Labour Party was rigged, on how they were obedient movements, they were rigged. She alone. Bolanle alone. Bolanle alone is leading up to 4 different support groups.
All right.
Or is this Shegun Adebanjo who has done interviews almost 3 times? And then wait, let me round off. Even if you call political leaders, the only people that we've seen that has said vehemently
be speaking on that space is the Obasanjos of this world, the Ayodebanjos of this world, saying that this cannot hold. In fact, Ayodebanjo even took it to the next level and said, if Obi is not sworn in, Nigeria will burn. Imagine it was a Southeasterner that said it. Imagine it was a Southeasterner that said it. Robert Clark, even Ohaneze have not uttered anything.
They have.
And somebody's telling me, see.
Hold on. All right. Uptown, it's a sonnet, not a prose. Settle down. But yeah.
One man, please.
Yeah.
I sent you a link. That second link, can you just please click and let all watch it, and then I will just do.
It's not a watch now. It's a write up now. What
yes,
do you mean?
let's see it, please. The second one.
All right. All right.
I will just 1 point to make and let Uptown rest.
Is it this one?
The second one.
This is the second one.
Uptown. See, there are 3 major sociocultural groups in Nigeria. We have Afenifere for the Yorubas. We have Ohanese Ndigbo for the Igbos. And we have now Northern Headers Forum. Used to be Arewa, but it seems Northern Headers Forum has taken it over. Out of these 3 sociocultural
you have
groups,
Pandef too. Pandef.
The only one that endorsed his own because it is their turn is Ohanese. What did Afenifere did? Afenifere rejected his own and picked Obi. Northern Headers Forum said, we will remain indifferent and see all of them to go to poll. And yet, you don't want people to say, this guy is the candidate of the Southeast. This thing say, Ohanese say, it is Southeast turn to produce the next president, and because of that, we are supporting our own.
Okay, so what
and
is wrong with that? If they supported that in 2019 and supported other people too?
Because it's all strong.
You are not understanding what they are saying. You are right.
So should Ohanese say that is not Southeast turn? That is my problem. Should they say it?
Uptown, you are not understanding what they are saying. I have told you before now. You are right in your own way. But when somebody disagrees with you, what it makes you is to make your point stronger. You are not making your point stronger because you didn't understand what they are saying. They are not saying that there are no other people supporting Obi outside of Southeast. That's what they are talking about.
Mommy, ndi buyanisi na Southeast. Mafia. That is the problem. Mana obolunga fandi buyanisi na other regions.
Outside. Political big wigs. We are not talking about political big wigs.
About political, my personalities. This is from Southeast Buyanisi can also
Wow, can we all be involved in this conversation?
I don't know. I think they are trying to sell us into.
I'm enjoying it. Leave them alone, man. Leave them alone. Let them have it.
Home truths. I think Zita is delivering home truths. Yes, carry on.
Let me talk to my brother.
She's communicating in a language you can understand. I mean,
yes, according to Buhari. Yes.
When the big wigs in on a Southeast now support. Yeah, that's all we have. Concern how Otunu Sri Yadiaka. Unen emehoto tentacle. Ilanya bendi north. Ihu to Hasiri Basaka. Even Esine na wound the Danya, Ebenkani, Owanya Webenkani. Gebe Nipo, Ebeham, Ebon wetara vote. Iga huno, Oriraria, Otosri Reben, Owanyam.
Okay, Mweriki ku something. Mweriki ku ye.
Ekeba. Abu ihane ku lanya na Sokoto. Onyo mere PCC go Igbo.
Before o change Yozibo. Or before. Ebe na kids is how we talk about.
Concern. Ihe awu concern ha na ewepụta. Obu ihe na-ekwu the right in ihe na-ekwu. but ha na-egosisi gị concern ha.
Mommy, onwebugo mgbe anyị nwa ihe ọlọ ihe anyị na-emelibe emeli onwebugo mgbe anyị divide onwe anyị kwa anyị na-ada aga one side since.
Mba nke ugbu a ka njọ.
Na maka mommy cheki ni ha. Ọ bụrụ gị nwa bụ ihe tụnyegolu onye Hausa ịtụnyegolu mommy ka m kwuo ọ bụrụ gị nwa bụ ihe tụnyegolu mba ndị ọzọ niile ịtụnyegolu north ịtụnyegolu south west ịtụnyegolu south asịzie na ugbu a no at least nsokwa n'obodo a unu enwe lọkụ ndị mba ndị ọzọ niile wee sị na onwe ofu nwoke hafụ na nwoke a dị ahụ mma ọ bụrụzie from unu nwa bụ nwanne ya ka obi ọjọọ ya esizi bịa kịta ọ bụzi oge unu Chukwu wee tụpụta mmadụ dị mma ịghọtago wee tụpụta mmadụ dị mma
na ọwụwa anyanwụ adịrọ mma ọ bụghị ihe m na-ekwu ihe m kwuru bụ ịma na onye nwee 80 were 10 chere onye nwere 80 were 10 nye ofu onye ọzọ were 10 nye ofu onye ọzọ o were 5 nye ofu onye ọzọ were 5 nye ofu onye were onye ọzọ were 80 ọkwa ịma na ọ dị mma
mba ihe abụọ adịkene ihe ekene ma ọ mee ọ dị nnọọ ka esi mmụnwa kịta na ọ bụ na nchọ Peter Obi na mana ihe mee bụ na m ga-atụnyelu Tinubu jos ka ọ ghara ịbụ na mmadụ niile n'ezinụlọ m tụnyere Obi mba na ọ bụla demokrasi ka a na-emezi as far as na cheka m kwuoro ofufe ka mmadụ ya aghọta ihe m na-ekwu ka m kọwalụ gị ọn'ihe esi ghọta as far as the only problem ike Peter Obi ji wee dị ona bụ na South Easterners mana ha da-enweta onye ha like Efiam ịbụ onye South East ịghọta ihe na-eme ha like Hoji Uzọkalụ ha like Honya ha like Rochas ha like so ọ na-afịara inweta onye nnọọ South East ya sị nnọọ onye anyị like so ugbu a kịta Chineke nnọọ wepụta nnọọ onye nnọọ South ịma South East they're always accusing them na ha da akwụnyere nwanne ha na ha na-edivide onwe na mgbe ọbụla ha na-adọtụ nwanne ha ya na that accuse South East of in the past now kịta for the first time asị ịma ihe unu afọ unu kwa ya hazi ya anyị ga-support nwanne anyị because South Easterners the problem bụ na ihe ọbụla ha mee adị mma so ọ bụ na ngwa gị na ọ bụ na South East enyere Obi ụdị support akịta ndị mmadụ ya pụtasị ewo unu chọ ka anyị support Obi mana na-egodo unu dị divided unu akwụ ụdị ya n'azụ ka ọ bụrụ unu akwụrụ ya n'azụ anyị nwa ya kwụ ya and Baba Ahmed nke ka m finish mommy Baba Ahmed of Northern Elders Forum ifu tweet ya niile ọ na-eme post election ọ na-asị na anya ndị South East ọ bụ na unu align na ọpụkwụlụ na-akụ nwanne unu nwoke ka ekunye esi convince anyị nwa bụ ndị mba ọzọ na nyanwa bụ best ọ bụ na unu maka ihe ọ na-react bụ ihe Soludo na different actors the sovereign people na-eme na South East ọ sị ihe unu na-eme unu ya eme anyị nwa anyị okpukpo support nke anyị maka anyị need ifu na unu nwa kwugodo n'azụ a na-ama mma from ụlọ ọmalụpụtaba n'ezi anyị ga-afụ na unu nwa bụ nwanne ya support ya before anyị nwa because ọ bụ na support ya that means no nwere reason so kedu reason a no reason a emekwa ka anyị nwa dukwuo azụ ka unu si wee dukwuo azụ and all that and this same thing I express ya na obedient movement ebe anyị na-asị ụmụ nwaanyị anyị na South East na-anya ndị ọzọ niile na-support Obi unu kwesịrị ikwu ya n'azụ tu
chere aghọta m ihe na-ekwu unu dịkwa right anyị dị right otu ha siri tụrụ ya chere na just 1 minute ihe m chọrọ ịgwa gị egwu
yes, I didn't even know that I understood.
I don't even know you can speak
Ajebota
Igbo. Lagos the governor is supporting in Lagos cannot speak.
My parents are grounded.
Ihe m na-ekwu mee m understand. Otu ahụ anyị siri tụrụ ya na mbụba anyanwụ ị gaghị eme ha expect echeghị ihe ha ga-eche that ịghọtala m ugbu a ihe m kwesị gị confirm ịtụọla otu isi ịdị right na otu isiri mee but ihe m na-agwa gị bụ ọ na-eme ha na-eche ihe ha na-eche. I'm not saying otu unu siri mee dị wrong, no. Ihe m na-ekwu bụ ihe ahụ otu ahụ unu siri mee mere ha ji ekwu ihe ha ji ekwu That's
Okay,
just
so
it.
um
Oh,
And you
ke
got
ke
me here. You got
tunye
here. Say, Chereka Wucha. You got
okay.
here.
all right.
You got here. Say, Mado. Why would you? Can you get many gauges? Ni ham American.
All
Why?
right.
Why them have
Zita,
the breast?
uptown like the youth everywhere else, they will never concede. But I think we all know that you've just told him the truth. But you know that youthful exuberance, which is all good. But after this election, it will be beaten out of him. But uptown, back to where you were, round off whatever it is you were talking about.
All right, one more.
Yes.
I'm glad to share our culture and heritage with you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
No, we love the Igbo language. As you know, I mean, we start the program with Igbo music all the time, so we
Yeah.
are very much admirers of that space.
Okay. All right. So one man. I could debate that space all day, but there's no need going there. I've already even. I think the fact that I had to speak Igbo was even the fastest way to convey the message I was trying to convey. But so I'm going to probably leave that space to rest for now. So one man, my prediction, yeah, like I said before, this guy's gonna win Lagos now. Sanwo-Olu is gonna win Lagos. As for whether anybody like it or not. Anyway, let me not say whether anybody like it. Please, anybody that doesn't want to vote for Sanwo-Olu, please vote for him. He's my man. I like him. I want him to be governor. So but please, APC needs to please stop the drums of tribal war and all these things that drumming. Sanwo-Olu
Do,
will
do
win
you do,
anyways.
do do you do you think there's an inevitability to an ethnic spill out after the elections on Saturday? Do you
There won't.
think you don't think so? I
Mm.
have my suspicions that the Lagosians will look to punish after the elections.
No, okay, I can't speak for the APC guys, and notice that I don't call them Yorubas because some other people will go and be calling them Yorubas, just like they do. Instead of calling us LP, they call us Igbos, which is really very sad. But I can't come and dance in the same mode with them. So it's APC guys. So what APC guys are doing, I don't think they're gonna do more than anything. Sanwo-Olu, in as much as I want Sanwo-Olu to win election, but I'm advising them to stop obedient movements. They think that they're scared because of what happened on Saturday, but if any of them is listening, let me tell them, let me give them a secret. Don't be scared. Don't worry. A lot of us are behind you. You don't need to divide our ranks or turn my Yoruba friends to my enemies or turn me to their enemies just to hope that that's the way you're going to win. They don't need to do that. We like some of us like Sanwo-Olu. So, but you're only going to push us away if you keep stoking the ethnic thing. That's not how democracy works. That's not how it's going to divide our fault lines. Even if Tinubu goes ahead to become president, you're making the work tougher for him. The work of uniting us, you're going to make it tougher for him. So, and I understand why they're doing that. They are really scared because of what happened on Saturday. They feel that their only pathway is now to divide our ranks or take off the Yoruba ones and push it to one side and then hopefully to win that. There's no need for that. I am Igbo. I'm supporting Sanwo-Olu. Some of the Yoruba guys, a few guys are also supporting Sanwo-Olu. So he's still gonna win anyway. So please let them not stop that, because if they don't do that, at least I feel they house though. I feel not go vote Sanwo-Olu again if they continue all these tribal drummings and what have you. It's not necessary.
Uptown.
Yeah.
Uptown.
I can hear you, my brother.
Will you also throw the same advice to the Ashwaju supporter in the southeast that were molested last week Saturday? Would you also tell them don't be afraid, and also advise the Labour Party guys that has it not to molest them? Would you extend that same thing to them?
Yes. So I saw one video and I investigated the video. A guy who is a councillor of APC went to vote. Obviously, everybody knew that he was voting APC, and they are not happy with him. And they expressed their grievances. We know you voted APC, grievances and all that. Do I condemn
They beat him
Yes.
up? What do you mean? They beat him up? We have got the clip. They beat him up.
They beat him up.
Yeah.
Okay. So they beat their councillor up. Good for them.
Oh,
Very
no.
bad.
Sorry. Sorry. I thought you were talking about the. Okay, carry on. I misheard you. Carry on.
Okay. So, yeah, they know whatever war the councillor it is from APC, they didn't like you, probably you didn't perform. And they showed their grievances on the polling units when you came to vote, obviously for your party. They said, Mr. Councillor, see, we know you voted APC. But then it is also condemnable. Mr. Councillor is an APC man. He's mandated to vote for his APC, and he went to vote for his APC. And those people in that polling unit, in that video, should not, for any reason, as much as say you voted APC, and all that, that is condemnable. Simple, clear, and very, very, very simple.
All right, brilliant. Always brilliant by Uptown. So Uptown, fourth time. Let's go on to Rosie, who has patiently been waiting. So Rosie, let's come to you and let's bring the conversation back on track. And we take it then to where we started off from, PDP accusing Inec of plotting to hide election evidence with BVS configuration. So it's to that space the injunction by the Labour Party and PDP wanting to interrogate INEC materials, but INEC also needing those materials for the Saturday coming elections. So now INEC necessarily needs to reconfigure the machines, the BVAS for Saturday, but Labour Party and PDP are saying that if they reconfigure, they will tamper with evidence. So now you have the perfect storm, but how would the court untangle this? Because of course, if they are not able to reconfigure, then there'll be no elections on Saturday. I was coming to, she dropped? Oh no, she's back. Let me swap somebody around because I want us to hear Rosie's voice.
One month. Let me say something, please. 1 second. 1 month.
Right.
You may need to reconfigure this particular show today, and please do not post it on this thing because I can see people on comment section already. My people are accusing me of anti-party activity, and they're going to expose me. So please, let's hack this particular telecast, and then
till after the elections.
We have to reconfigure it and save
Look at that, especially on that Igbo language that you are speaking. They will say, so you are a secret Igbo man pretending to be a Yoruba man, like Boyega Tinubu. But to you then, Rosie, that perfect storm that the court has to untangle.
Please, could you repeat yourself?
No, I was asking. The PDP and the PDP and the Labour Party have gone to court, requesting that they want to interrogate INEC materials, the BVAS in particular. So that is then to mean that INEC cannot tamper with those materials. But that BVAS that the Labour Party and PDP want to inspect and examine, INEC also needs those machineries for Saturday's elections. So they are now gone to INEC has now gone to court, requesting that the court vary the order given because they have to reconfigure the BVAS for Saturday's election. But the PDP are crying foul that if the INEC reconfigures those BVAS, they will interfere with the evidence that they're looking to interrogate. But if INEC does not reconfigure the BVAS, the elections will not be able to hold on Saturday. So how do you imagine that the courts will untangle that?
For me, I think that's going to take a while for the court to decide on that, and that might delay the elections for the one coming up on Saturday. So I think it's better for maybe after all this election has been concluded, then they can continue with the case, so as not to hinder the progress of the election. That's what I feel.
All right, brilliant. And to the space. So let me bring you to this. This is really a re-echo of what we were discussing yesterday. Even if it was Igbo, so what? Omokri makes a case for Labour Party's Lagos governorship candidate Gboyega wrote Vivo. So that space is still agitating very much. I was looking for a clip from Fayoshe where he also spoke on the fact that this guy not being able to speak Yoruba is an issue. But Reno Omokri is saying it's no issue. We discussed this at length yesterday, but it still seems to be agitating the political space. Hello?
Yeah, to me, I'm actually, I mean, would prefer. Sorry, I would actually would prefer that um Sanwo-Olu be given a chance for a second term because he has some programs already set out to do. So if he's not able to complete his term, I mean, that might be the end of those programs because every government that comes have their own program and they abandon the former one, and it's like money will be wasted in those programs. And then
Supported,
my
supported.
my fear again for this new guy, the Vivo, to me, even I know young people can do well, but for one, I think he's not that he doesn't have a lot of experience, and I wouldn't want somebody to go in there and to come and become a young guy running to the club, not really interested in the affairs of the state anymore, like trying to, he's a new position, he might become power drunk and start doing stuff that might even be worse than his predecessors. So to me, I just think someone who should be given a chance to, continue. Complete this next time, and then if Vivo is really still interested, maybe he should wait and then maybe learn from the elders on how to, to get more experience. That's my take.
And
All
in
right.
addition, you go and learn Yoruba as well. Learn
And
In
to
maybe
more,
speak
then
Yoruba.
he would have been able to speak Yoruba better. But to me,
Yeah.
I'm not happy that they don't want to give him. I mean, this is a language barrier is my problem. I feel for the fact that you can't speak a language does not mean you won't be capable to perform well. We have had people that spoke Yoruba like skunk Yoruba. What did they do? Nothing. They see the masses suffering. Did they care? So for the fact that he can't speak Yoruba, I just feel they shouldn't use that against him. They shouldn't.
do you think the indigenes will feel a sense of connection with him if he doesn't speak Yoruba? Do
They
you feel
will.
they
They will.
will?
Yeah, they will because if he goes to them, he mixes with them. He's like in the marketplace. He has somebody communicating. I think these people. I mean, they will.
So
You know,
he will be speaking to Mama Fatai, the pepper seller, via an interpreter.
he can come to her. Eka lema abi eka sanma o. Ẹjọ mi ò lè sọ Yorùbá púpọ̀ but mo ní ìkan náà ọmọ yín tó lè máa tún èdè tí mò ń sọ.
Colezode level, yeah, that's the problem.
No, but what I'm saying that if he can come down to their level, I'm sure they'll be excited. Ọmọ wa ni ẹjọ́ ṣe even though kò lè ṣe èdè wa tó bá yá á lè sọ.
Now, that's the thing. Konshomomo is the thing. It's not
He's a
their
Lagos.
own money.
He's a Lagosian now. He
For
was.
which
I mean,
side?
his father is from Lagos.
His ancestry is even up to 400 years
So
back.
to
Wait,
He's
me,
more
wait, wait.
Lagosian than every other governor that's governed Lagos.
I feel pain
No, it's
because
not.
I feel pain
Sorry,
because
Kari.
we have children abroad. One day our children could decide to say, you know what? I think I want to go back to my parents' country and see what I can contribute to them. So does it mean they won't be given opportunity to do that because they can't speak Yoruba or they can't speak Igbo or they can't speak Hausa? So I think with the way the society is evolving, a time we come, this language barrier will no more be a barrier. That's the way I feel.
Rosie,
So
can I say something? One month, sorry.
yeah,
Can I add to what you said? Okay, I
but
think
be
a
brief though.
perfect
Yeah.
a perfect case is Obi's son, Oseloka. It's a perfect case of GRV case now because Oseloka's mom is not Igbo, which is Obi's wife, and Oseloka was born and bred in England. He's a citizen of England. I don't know how many times he's been back. So if Oseloka gather all the knowledge and comes back tomorrow in Anambra State to run for governor of Anambra and he has the capacity and all that, even being an Obi's son. So it's just like I can't see the picture of Anambra people saying that this guy is not going to be their governor, maybe because his English is Igbo. Obviously, you can imagine how Seluka's Igbo will be sounding, being a born and bred in England guy.
Oh,
That is
really?
Anobi, whose
Oh,
mom is
really?
not even
You
Igbo.
think
So
so?
it's just like this GRV space. So
So,
eventually, a lot of the kids of people like One Man and so many people on this platform will be coming back when our politics start evolving. All of them will be coming back to bring back their expertise to serve in different capacity, run for president,
You,
run for senate, run for governor. And
hold on.
yeah,
Uptown. The narrative of Chinedu is quite different. His narrative is quite different, and I don't think
but
it can hinge. Hold on. I
yeah.
don't think it. I don't think it can hinge on that family name, because you know that you know he was born out of wedlock. So that's one. And then it was a bitter and acrimonious relationship, which then led to his mother taking him away early. So he never grew up within that space.
But One Man, he has debunked that now. Why are we
What do
bringing
you
it
mean? He has
again on
the
the platform?
what do he debunked what?
He
Who
debunked
debunked
it
what?
already
So
now.
is
There
Vivo
was a
not his
story flying
biological
around.
father? Is Vivo not the biological father?
Well, we've not yet
Is
seen
he
we've not seen the DNA to confirm that.
okay? So he's
No,
adopted
no,
because
no,
to
One
me,
Man. Let's not. No, no, no.
Eh?
This is the demonizing on this guy. No, it's no, no. Let's not do that. This guy,
but
what is his crime now? What is his
gentlemen,
crime?
gentlemen,
I mean, I don't want him as
It
governor.
was
I don't
brought
want him
up
as
in
governor. But then,
Anambra.
what is his crime?
It was brought up in Anambra.
One man move out of
He
that
was brought up
state,
in
Yeah.
Anambra.
please.
Let's not do that
Yeah.
now. What's this
Yeah.
guy's crime now? This guy just wants to serve his state, and you guys have been doing this to him. And I wanted to call it out.
uptown,
GRUV, I'm
uptown.
coming. I'm coming, Baba. I'm coming. GRUV is not my, like I've said. Saul is my guy. But please, please, this is really, 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 really unfair. I don't know how that guy will feel when he goes back and sits inside his room, seeing that his brothers are saying that no matter if you like have all the qualification in the surface of the earth, that you are tainted with an Igbo blood, or maybe your Yoruba is not
It's
enough
not
for us,
tainted
and
though.
therefore you
It's not
can't say.
tainted though. So
And
don't use those.
no, no, no. Actually, somebody used that on live TV to say that he's tainted with Igbo blood. If
Uptown.
like really, a guy that was doing
Uptown.
that, and this.
Uptown. His middle names are Chinedu, Ekweremadu, or Kafo.
No, 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 no. Every woman, every person that have married a woman from another tribe, it is cultural that those women give their sons a name from their own tribe. Oseloka has a name from Akwa Ibom. Anybody, even my cousin, who the dad is married to a Yoruba woman, he has Kunle as a middle name, even though he just brings it at any time we want to. But that's his name. The mom has a liberty to also offer a name from her own culture to him.
What about
But
his highly hold on? What about his
yeah,
highly publicized IPOB sympathy? It's all
which is
over
which
his
yeah, which is
Twitter.
also very
He cannot deny that. It's all over
which
here.
is also very unfortunate, because people are being very unfortunate, because also people has now go back. He has also gone back to bring out his tweets about Sunday Igboho and why they should not be treating Sunday Igboho like that. They have also gone back. You know, this guy is an activist, even from way back from 2016, has led marches.
He has a direct association with Nnamdi Kanu.
Really, really, now
Yeah,
want to do
yeah.
that. This guy has spoken. This guy has spoken for this guy Niger Delta. He has spoken for Yoruba Nation. He has spoken for IPOB. He has spoken for a lot of. He even spoke for Shiites as well.
Uptown.
Because when he came back to Nigeria, he started
Uptown.
off as an activist.
Uptown.
He was doing street protest. He was an activist before he went to run for Senate,
One man,
which is
can
his
I
first try.
interject?
Yeah, Chinedu
And it is really very
Ekweremadu
unfortunate that
Okafo. Chinedu
One man,
Ekweremadu Okafo.
in the
can I
space
quickly
of all of
interject?
that, you pick IPOB and then only to you just like hang whatever on a dog to call him a bad name. And it's really very unfortunate. This guy did not commit any crime. I don't want him as governor. I know he's going to be our minister.
Uptown.
No, no,
All
no,
right.
no. That guy is going to be the next governor of Lagos State too.
No, no, no. I want him to be a
Of course,
minister. My guy,
he
don't
will.
worry.
You
Maybe
guys
we
are
disagree on
conquerors.
that one.
You want to conquer
All
him.
right. Let Ogbeni come back, and then
Okay.
after that, Rosie retakes the floor. Yeah, go on.
Sorry, I have just 2 points. To just let Uptown rest a bit. Now, one man, please. There is this link I sent to you. If you can just project that link and let's scroll a bit down and see, just speak. I will speak to
Is it the Naira land?
Yes, that Naira land.
Oh, okay.
Before that, let me say something. Look, you see, sometimes we want to promote what is not good for us. And
let's go down a bit.
Yeah.
And
carry on, Ajan Lekoko, yeah.
Yes, it's okay. Leave it. No, that good. Leave it. All right.
no. Let Ajan Lekoko land and then we go there. Yeah.
Okay. You see, if we don't get it right now, we can't get it right forever. You see, this narrative that, if we have the capacity and they cannot speak the language, we should not see language as a barrier. I think the moment we start to adopt that for somebody that cannot speak the local language of the people he wants to govern, I think we're going to get it wrong completely. German would never allow anybody that cannot speak German language to be their chancellor. So in Russia, so in China, so in any other good country. We are talking of good countries, not yet countries that the people there have been brainwashed. Look, it is not good for us. It is not even good for our own children. We should encourage our children to learn our own language. So when your child cannot learn your language and speak it fluently, speak it well, it can't be given to we are talking of number one position in the state where you have local people. They don't speak English. Is not the ultimate language in Lagos State. We have a lot of community there where they can't speak English. How do you want a number one citizen that cannot speak the local language of the local people? He want to lead. It's not good. We should adopt it that you cannot speak the local language of your people. Then go and do. You can serve as the commissionership and some other level, but not as the number one citizen, because number one citizen leader says a lot of things about the people, about what the people represent, and everything about the people. So we shouldn't be protecting this kind of thing. It is not hatred against.
But don't you think this is outdated? Don't you think in years to come,
I'm going
to champion it in years to come? All these things people are saying is going to be thrown into the dustbin, whether anybody likes it or not.
No, you don't know. You don't. That is where you're getting it wrong.
It will eventually happen anyway.
Look at you now. You can speak Anambra language. You can speak Igbo language fluently.
But I have a lot of my siblings that are outside. They can't speak.
Hold on. If you go, you can go tomorrow and contest for governorship position of Anambra language, and you'll be able to speak and communicate well with whoever and wherever in that state easily, and they will understand what you are saying. Why must we adopt? Why do we want to create problem for us? It's a problem when we want to adopt that. Okay, it doesn't matter as long as you can speak English. Why must English be the ultimate language of communication? So when you speak English and you can't speak your language, what are you saying about your leadership? What kind of leader is that cannot speak the local dialect of the local people is trying to govern? It is a complete stupidity. Let him go and learn Yoruba language and he can come back. No, it's not hatred. It is not just good for a leader that cannot speak the local language of, how would he be able to communicate effectively with the local people? There.
Can I ask you a question? Can I?
Yes, that's your question.
Okay. You know, it is always very good to put things in context so that people will start knowing when they start contradicting themselves. So let me give you an example. The same way there is a leadership in Lagos State called a leader. You know, the key word now is a leader. And you said, how are you going to be a leader without knowing how to speak the native dialect?
Yes.
Now, let's take it to the federal level. You know, the president is also a leader, yeah? And
Mhm.
each president can probably only speak one of the multiple dialects of Nigeria. And he's also expected to communicate to every Nigeria because he's the president of all Nigerians. But no, he can only speak one at a time. So now he's not. I don't know how many times Buhari sometimes speak Hausa to his people, but then that's only just a fragment of the country. But that does not disqualify him from leading Nigeria because he's hoping that other representatives on the lower ladder of leadership who are closer to the people, who can speak those people's language, can also speak to them, probably to tell them what he's saying. Which obviously he has to speak in English for everybody to hear. Now that is I just described a macrocosm. Now, if you also bring it down to the microcosm now, which is also a state, and you're saying that also the same leadership, there's no difference. The governor, the president, they are both leaders, and we're talking about that if you can't speak the language of the locals, that disqualifies you as
There's
a
no
leader.
there's no
And
language of the local in Nigeria. What is where are you going?
no. See my point. Don't take me out of context. And he said, and Baba said that how can you want to be a leader, quote and unquote, and you can't speak the language of the local? I told him that leadership, actually, on that context, if I then brought it up to a macrocosm to explain to you why that sentence, how would you be a leader without speaking the language of the locals? So what about if the people you are governing have multiple languages? So that means that you are legitimating to those that can hear you.
Hold on, because you're going to take us on a long ride. Let me just ask you this question: do you think
Yes.
do you think it's unreasonable of Yoruba people to expect the person who governs them to speak their language? Is it unreasonable?
It is not only, it's not unreasonable. It's
Okay,
not
so
unreasonable, but also
what's
it
the
is not.
point?
It's not a ground. It's not a
What's your
ground to
point?
disqualify leadership. It's not a ground to disqualify leadership. You can't say no. You cannot expect to be a leader if you can't speak the language of the locals. No,
Okay,
but
let me ask
you
you.
can. You can actually be leading.
Let me ask you another question. Is it unreasonable if Yoruba people or Hausa people or Igbo people or whoever, if they are uncomfortable with somebody who cannot speak their language having oversight over their affairs, if they feel uncomfortable with that, is that unreasonable?
Some locals can feel uncomfortable, yeah, but we are a progressing nation, yeah. Now those that does not feel uncomfortable, it is on their duty to keep telling those guys that we are developing, yeah. And for us to develop now, we have to keep pushing away from the sentiments and all that. But the issue we have in Nigeria is that so many people are pushing forward for that, but there are other people as well, and it has something to do with generational gap as well, who are also trying to keep us where we are. In all ramifications, let's keep considering religion, let's keep considering language, let's keep considering traditions and all that,
Can I
which has
push
not
back a
proven to be
bit?
better
Hold on,
over the years.
Peter Obi considered religion when he was mounting pulpits all over the country.
No, I think
But
the person. No, I think the person that considered religion was the person that thought Muslim ticket was the only way he would win elections.
All right. Let me insert. Let me insert Kulata's super chat into the conversation, and then we hear from Ogbeni, and then we go back to Rosie. About Kulata enters the conversation via super chat. It says the issue with Gbadebo is not language. A 39-year-old that has spent 8 years running for office, he has no experience. He cannot handle the sixth largest economy. So a myriad of problems for
I
Boyega.
think that is the space that's the space I prefer to argue about. But don't nobody should tell me about language and marrying an Igbo woman.
Okay, let me round up. Let me round up.
Can
Let me
I
round up.
can
Yeah.
I
Let me round up.
Okay,
Okay.
let
So
Adele Koko round up, and then you go there, Ogbeni, and then we get back on stream. Yeah.
I don't know what Uptown is trying to. I mean, using
No.
president.
It thinks people have been anti-Igbo is what I think Uptown thinks. Yeah.
Look, that guy, like Sinatra said, he has a problem with the language, and he has a problem with experience. I mean, obedient here calls your inexperience, and therefore is not qualified, right? But you people don't see this guy
I
that
agree
you
with that
guys
one,
are
Baba. I agree
championing
with that one.
now. You guys don't see him as inexperienced. You're promoting him. You say he should be governor of Lagos State. He has no experience, nothing to show that he have experience of leadership at all. And he cannot even speak the language of the people that he wants to lead. Language matter. If a leader cannot speak the language of the people, it can't be a leader.
But actually, Coco, this guy is not contesting for traditional leader now.
Maybe he's
Hold
going
on.
to be leader of the Yoruba
Look,
nation.
is he not going to? I mean, do you know the position of governor in a state? Do you know all the traditional institutions are under his control? And so he cannot communicate with the traditional people, their language, the people that own the land where he's going to govern. He cannot communicate to them in the language that they understand. Are you guys serious? Let us not be taking a wrong step. When you take the moment you take a wrong step and another wrong step follow it, you will start, getting wrong result. And that is what we bring forward. Our children in America and Britain that cannot speak English or Yoruba are not qualified to leave our people. Period. Make it let us adopt it as number one qualification. You should be able to speak the language. Anybody that wants to lead at any level in this America must be able to speak American English. Same in Britain, same in Germany. They speak German. In Japan. Why our own going to be different? Why do you want to make this is a local place? Lagos State, even though that, yes, we know what it represents in terms of the economy of Nigeria, but at the same time, we have people that own the land of Lagos State. That
Coco, let me tell you the truth. Coco, let me tell you the truth now. The reason why all Yorubas are against this guy, because of this guy, his mother is from Igbo land. That is the truth of the matter.
That's actually true.
I'm telling the gospel truth. That is the truth of the matter. Because you guys think now this guy is going to cause problem with Tinubu legacy or something like that.
But
That is the fact.
FFK tweeted it today now. FFK tweeted today and said that
is the only problem you guys have.
Okay, so if a Yoruba man that bears Kayode, that his father is an Igbo man, but his name is Kayode, and he cannot speak Igbo, so you will allow him to be the governor of Anambra State. You will give him. But
this guy.
No, I'm asking you a question.
This guy speak Yoruba now. This guy speak Yoruba. This guy
cannot speak Yoruba.
No, I have seen it communicate with the of Lagos now. I've seen the video, everything now.
Where is the video? Bring us the video. When
I will give it. I will give. I will. Don't
worry. Like
the
Yoruba now.
Not like his Yoruba is somehow, but he communicates.
Somebody that is Yoruba is somehow to be the leader of Yoruba land. Where do you think Lagos?
Baba, can I ask you if Tinubu fielded a GRV as a governor from APC, do you think all this rattling will happen in Lagos?
Tinubu cannot field him. Tinubu is smarter than that.
Uptown, can you read the headline showing on the screen out?
Zoom it now. What is it for? You know I'm coming of age. One man, my eyesight.
All right. Can anybody that can see it read it out? I don't want to be the one.
2019, Bianca is not from Anambra. She can't be senator. Ojuku's family vow.
Ojuku's family vow. Where did they bring that one from?
That's from Daily Trust.
Yeah. That's Chukwuemeka. That's Emeka Ojukwu. I mean, we know we know his antecedents. He's against Bianca.
Yeah, Bianca is not from Anambra, therefore she cannot be a senator.
That's what Emeka Ojukwu. No, Emeka Ojukwu is the one that said that,
Right.
and we know his grudges with Bianca, so nobody really buys that.
All right, so that's different.
Can I quickly engage Uptown now?
All right. Do you want me to bring up that?
Yes.
I'm here for you.
All right, but don't lengthen it so that we can go back to Rose quickly.
No,
all right. Yeah.
You see, and this goes to both Uptown and Moses. You see, whatever somebody sow, you will reap. Whatever seed, you won't put corn in the soil and be expecting wheat or barley. It is corn you will see that will come out from the place. If there is any party at all, political party in this era, that brought in unconventional manner of campaigning is Labour Party. All sort of propaganda everywhere. All sort of propaganda. They went off guard completely, particularly against Tinubu. You see, this is one of it. And this one is directly from Gbadebo himself. You see that cap? That's Tinubu, right? That goat is supposed to be Tinubu, right? Now, this is the same man. You are saying people should not put his paternity and his maternity in issue. I wonder why we in Nigeria has this selective holiness. You're holy when it comes to you. Then when it is against you, you want to be sermonizing, right? And I keep asking that question.
How did this put Tinubu's paternity into question?
You don't understand me.
Because that's actually the topic of discussion.
As a well-trained Yoruba person, would you think this thing somebody will bring it out? Or as a well-trained African person, do you think somebody who has father in his house and his grandfather and he respect them will put this thing out all because he's campaigning?
He doesn't understand the culture in the first place.
Let me ask you.
I'm coming. Let me land on this point.
FFK on Twitter,
I
or
have
maybe
a lot in my head.
well-trained Yoruba man.
So my point is this.
But if is FFK a well-trained Yoruba?
Wait, he's not well-trained. Leave FFK. The FFK is not an issue here. It's a Gbadebo that is an issue. And I made this point before. Nobody can keep us quiet about this issue that has been raised. Gbadebo and Labour Party like you and others went haywire on the unconventional manner of campaigning. You people vilify Tinubu as old as he on his age, on his earth, on even his past trial, on drug-related matter that was cleared. You said he wasn't, when he said I'm a Lagos boy, they said he's not even from Lagos State. Is there any one of you that complained then? And even his homeschooling, you people everywhere, he doesn't have certificate. Till now, in some obese space, they are still talking about his certificate. And all sort of more manners of things against this guy. Yet, you want to be comparing that, you want to be comparing the little point of ethnicity and this thing that they are bringing to all sort of all manners of campaign you guys have against Tinubu. No, it's not going to work. And nobody will keep anybody quiet on this point. People should continue demarketing it based on this point. And let me tell you, I saw you said, oh, maybe the language thing will fade off one day, even if it's going to fade off. Not on this board. And it's not going to fade off. Let me tell you, United Kingdom was established in 1607, arguably. Till today, the Scottish still maintain their language. The Welsh maintain their language. The Irish maintain their, and the English maintain their language. Language will not go out of extinction anywhere.
Who is the Prime Minister of it?
That is why. And lastly, please stop comparing Igbo with Nnamdi Kanu. They are not the same. They are not. Igbo will only tell you, I'm defending my land, right? He's not annexing anybody's land to his land. He's not extending Yoruba nation. And Igbo will not go and speak against a tribe that is not fighting. Nnamdi Kanu will call Yoruba slaves. Are you guys not listening to him? So why will you be saying somebody supporting Nnamdi Kanu should even ever be considered in Yoruba land?
Can I talk?
All right, we're going to new territory now.
You will call the outside jihadists and say we are slaves to jihadists. You will say Yoruba are cowards, Yoruba are efulefu. Different languages. And somebody from Yoruba land will be supporting that person, and you expect an average Yoruba person to be looking and be no. People should be fair to people that are raising this issue.
My brother,
Up,
Nnamdi Kanu always said such a
uptown,
thing to Igbo elders.
uptown.
Understand?
All right, give a brief response to that Uptown, and then we get back to Rosie. But a brief response, though, not a long essay.
It is it's okay to follow the trend of what they are doing to Badebo and by extension his family uh, uh, in Lagos State APC just to win elections. And you're talking about the IPOP space, which the boy has addressed very well, and he took you down. He said, "I supported what Nnamdi Kanu was saying about marginalization. Does not mean that I supported when it's moved into violence." And a
Uptown.
lot of people as
He
well.
supported, we played
it's
one
supposed
yesterday. He
it's
supported going to shop to kill people. Ha!
He
Uptown.
supported people going to shops to kill people.
Just yesterday we played it here.
on it's verified. The guy
Wait,
is a
see,
bad is a bad
Badebo say
guy.
people should go to shop and kill people.
Is a bad guy.
I would like to
Uptown.
see.
Try and watch.
Yeah,
the-
go and
Let me
watch
see
back
where he said
yesterday.
people should kill people.
I'm
I'm
not
not
going to go
supporting
and
him
dig it.
already, but I'll wage a
Uptown,
war against him.
Watch
in
yesterday
addition,
recording. You will see it there.
uptown. Can I
where he
say
say people can kill people. Nah, I need to see that.
they can pick anybody they care to pick about their state? That's their business. We should be talking about our own southeast.
No,
Again, if anybody that
mom, you know me. I don't take advice of Southeast. You know me. I don't basically identify so much as Southeast, and I identify for Nigeria. So me, I believe I can speak on behalf of the entire
Uptown is
nation.
a city boy.
Personally,
City boy,
if
is it
that boy,
I'm a city boy. So all these whole narrative of Southeast presidency, Southeast people, all this, I don't care about this. Though. See, if it's a Cameroonian that they will install in that seat as the governor of Anambra, that will turn that space around, I'll be the one to go and hijack him from Cameroon and bring him there.
that guy, if that guy actually tweeted that thing, I don't see a Yoruba person calling somebody a funja. I mean, that's too far. And he's contesting for governorship. He should have trained himself not to say this thing. Internet don't forget or forgive. That was too far. Now, why is he putting out all those things? What is he for? And he still wants to be a governor of a state that is kind of indigenized. Those people, in as much as Yoruba people are have civility in the way they do things, at least somebody who is contesting for a governor of a state should be able to speak the language. Even in Canada, where they have two languages, lingua franca, anybody who is the president of Canada must speak those two languages. You must speak English and you must speak French. So I don't really know how he's going to communicate with the indigenes if he cannot speak their language. But if you say there is civilization and people should throw away their tradition and culture to use another man's language, I don't have anything to say.
Madam Zita, that is stupidity. Thank you.
All right. Back to you, Rosie. So a very contentious place. This guy. Hopefully, he doesn't win, because if he does win, anyway, it's not going to win. But it's just it could turn into an ugliness. Rosie.
Yeah, to me, like I said, I wouldn't want him to win because he doesn't have the experience. So if people are condemning him for not having enough experience, I can accept that. But with this condemnation that he's not Yoruba enough because he can't speak the indigenous language, that's what I am not comfortable with. And then also, I think we should also think about this is a young guy. He got caught up in the heat of the moment. Every time anything is trending, he's going on there, he's tweeting or he's putting his comments. So I think he's not really prepared for this race because, like, for instance, there are some schools that if you want to attend, they will go back to your Facebook, they will go back to your social media and see which group you affiliate with. So if they see certain things that does not go well with the school, uh, they're gonna even if they've given you the admission, they'll cancel the admission, they'll take it back. like some of these Ivy League schools, they do that. So to me, if he knew he was going to go into politics, he should have been more cautious. You shouldn't be caught with the moment of things and be trending and be saying things, and because things like that would can never be erased from the internet. It will always come back to haunt you. So one, to me, he's not experienced enough to be able to govern Lagos State. Lagos is a huge economy, and then that's I would accept that, but that he's not Yoruba enough to govern the states, I don't accept that. Thank you.
All right, brilliant.
Please
No,
let me
no,
tell
no,
Roxy.
no,
I
no,
want to
no,
talk to
no, no,
Roxy.
no. I want to move on from last space. Sorry, Uptown. About that, Rosie. Let me move you to this space. So now Tinubu has now lawyered up. Tinubu appoints 12 senior advocates to defend his mandate, and it is all wrapping around the narrative of interrogating INEC's materials, especially the BVAS. So now these are feather flapping and this unfurling of plumage that we're seeing from the Labour Party peacocking all over the place. Is this something that might well reverse to bite them? Because if the Tinubu team are also looking to interrogate the beavers materials, what sort of gremlins do you think they might discover in the voting patterns in the Southeast?
My take on this is this election, if we want to be really truthful, everybody rigged. But what's unfortunate is that, like the LP, the states in which they won, oh, it's fine. INEC did well. They won it. There is no problem. But the areas which they lost, oh, it's not. INEC didn't do well. So you either accept the old results or you don't accept any of the results. And then now they started this problem. PDP and LP said, "Oh, we're going to go to court. We're going to contest it." Okay, I don't blame Tinubu for himself getting himself ready, because if they really get the beavers and investigate, they're going to find a lot of book crap that happened. And I feel this going to court is going to harm Peter Obi and PDP. Tinubu has won the election. Let him go ahead and be our president. The only thing we just expect him to do, that he should please, from all the manifesto he had, he should be able to carry it along. He should be able to think of the situation of the country, think of the masses, how people are suffering, and move on with that. That's my
But
take on.
if this thing didn't fall out to what will happen?
Let's forget about it. This thing has been handed over to Tinubu. He's the president elect. It can't be overturned. This case will be in the court. Maybe the next 20 years they're still fighting it.
But
Yeah.
that's what they kept telling Obi in 2003. Now you
No,
see.
don't worry about it. First, look, man,
Obi,
all this
it-
hold on. There's a book that Wale Soyinka wrote. I recommend that you go and read it. Uptown. It's called The Beatification of Area Boy. You might see a lot of this Obi thing that you're doing in there. The Beatification of Area Boy. Go and read that book. But back to you, Rosie.
yeah, and then another thing is that you can't compare Anambra State to Nigeria as a whole. What happened in Anambra? Anambra is a smaller region compared to the whole country. So for him to say this is something
I'm
that involves
just three days.
millions of. So to me, it's just like a waste of resources going to the court trying to say you want to do this, you want to. The election has been. The president has been elected. Let him go ahead and rule the country. Let's think about how to make the economy work, how to alleviate the suffering of the masses, how to, let's forget about going to court and wasting resources, spending
My
money.
sister, this one is different. We are talking about fraud here. We are talking
But the
about
fraud is in all angle. Because the fraud is in all angle. We saw some people in the east, underage children that were voting. They came out and they were speaking Igbo. They said, if you look at them, even if they say you can't tell the exact age of a person, when you see a 12-year-old child, you would know that child is not 18 or 20 years old, no matter how stunted their growth is. So it's everywhere. I just feel Tinubu is the master of the game. He's a politician. He has never won and he has never lost. He knows how to play the game. He played it best. He has won. Let him go ahead and rule the country.
Rosie, you say he has won, but a lot has changed in this political cycle. And one of the things that have changed, highlighted by Uptown when he was making his delivery, that the landscape has changed. and the people are now showing that they are fully now involved in the politics of that governs them. So, as Tinubu's administration starts to take shape, are you expecting a different sort of administration from what is known? Because or will they be mistaken not to recognize the energy that this new election, or rather this current election, has brought? Are you expecting a different tonality in both Tinubu's government and in governance all the way through the Nigerian space, off the back of this new energy and dynamism that we just witnessed?
Yeah, my take on this is that there is a change in the situation in the country now. And because what happened in Buhari's time is going to be different from what would happen in Tinubu's time. Tinubu, we know that if he does not deliver as much as he can, they are not going to let him breathe. Look at just even contesting for this presidency. Look at the shit they rub on him. Excuse my language. They took him through more, through everything. So to me, they just toughened him up. But I know he's going to listen to the people. He's not going to be like Buhari that felt more comfortable among the Fulanis. I think Tinubu is going to involve all sectors of the country because he is a business guy. He's very smart. I think he's not going to feel, oh, it's only the Yoruba people that took care, or the outside people that took care of me, so I'm going to back the race. No, I think he's going to involve everybody around the country. And I think he's going to listen because what happened, this obedient movement is like a wake-up call to the politicians. It's a wake-up call. Tinubu himself, I'm sure, is shaking about what happened. All these old-time politicians, I'm sure they are all shaking about what just happened. So I think it's going to be a different type of government with Tinubu.
Do you think the obedient movement will be able to hold together as a movement going forward? Or do you think they'll very quickly start to cannibalize themselves?
No, the with obedient movement, I think it's not just be, obey himself that people are, like idolizing now. I'm thinking the youths are awake now. This generation is different from the past generation. This generation are bolder. They will speak their mind. They don't care if you are 1,000 years old or you are 10 years old. They will talk to you. They will look at your face and speak to you and tell you their minds. Because to me, I think maybe because of the internet, they are all awakened. They will not take what the elders would take. This is the Sorosoke generation. So I don't think they are still going to be burning up whenever issues come. They are going to be trending. They're going to be talking about it. They're going to be planning. What do we do? I don't think it might not be with Labour Party or Peter Obi, obedient continue, but I think the youth now, they want to be involved in the affairs of the country. They are not the energy. I don't think is going to die down.
Yes, but you know what I see about the energy that is disobedient space. I think it's I think it's a conglomeration of unusual bedfellows who find a special who find a common interest in a special situation. So they find a common interest in a special situation. So this OB thing, they wanted to ride it as far. I'm not sure that they thought that they would ride it to Aso Rock, but they wanted to ride it as far as they could go. But now that the OB thing has now come to its natural end, I feel that they will start to splinter, and then there will be a battle for that center ground that has been created. Peter Obi, of course, will be removed completely because he has served his purpose. But do you not see that there will be a battle for that power base that this movement has created?
I think there's really going to be a battle for that space that this movement has created. And to me, I feel Obi, when he started, I mean, I'm not for him. I'm not for him to tell you the truth. When he first started, I was just like, what's going on? To me, he's too much self-centered. It's like he wants everything to be around him. He wants, like, even when you talk to, when he's being interviewed, it's like, when I was the governor of Anambra State, I did this, I did this. It's like, this is me and this is all me. I can do more. Like, sending, like, he's portraying himself to be like, oh, I'm the savior of Nigeria, I'm the only one that can save Nigeria. To me, that's way too much. And if he continues that way, he's gonna crash. I think it should open up the party for everyone to be able to come up and do what they want to do. And eventually, he's not going to be able to sustain this position. It's going to be a struggle for who is going to be in that position.
What future do you see for Obi going forward? Do you see a future for him as a regional entity, which is to say a senior voice, a champion voice in the Southeast? Or do you see a future for him in the national space, which would be a shrunken down to the core base of this obedient space? Or do you think that this is the hurrah, this is his last hurrah in senior politics, and then they will just become another satellite figure like Kingsley Moghalu and people like that? What sort of future do you see for Obi, Rosie?
To me, I think Obi, after a while, is going to just, the steam will cool off.
It will
He's
fade
not going to
away.
It will fade away. Yeah, he's not going to continue with this energy. And I don't see much for him in politics, because he's somebody that is, I don't know what to use. It's like he's very, I'm sorry to say, I'm not, that's just the way I feel. It's like he's very selfish. He wants everything to be all about himself. And since he can't be the president, I don't think even if they offer him any position, he's going to accept it. It's going to be either I'm the president or I'm nothing. I don't want anything. And then if he continues that way, of course, he can't keep this for long. It's just going to, wear off. And then who knows if LP will still continue, or maybe another youth party will come up again that would, keep me at youth, because I know the youths are not going to sit back anymore. They are awake now. It's like if something just happened and woke them up and they are ready. I don't think, but somebody else might take up that space.
Do,
That's
do
my
you think do you think Shore can craft a language to take that space? Do you think he can craft the
to,
language? Because he
to
seems the natural lead of that space, but he doesn't seem someone to have the language. Do you think Shore can craft the language to seize the space that Obi has created?
to me, Sure, it's he's very intelligent, but it's more like I don't see him as somebody that would do well in as a politician. I think it's better for him to remain as an activist, looking out for the downtrodden, looking out for people, stuff like that. Maybe if they can give him a post like maybe as what, maybe not a go. I mean, something. Give him something to compensate him.
EFCC. It should be the EFCC to be chasing the crooks around. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. But I don't think for as a politician, he doesn't look like a strong politician to me. That's the way I see it.
Oh,
I
oh,
don't.
oh, oh.
Madam,
Rosie.
Madam Rosie, let me tell you this. As long as Shure cannot play tribal politics and religious politics, it won't resonate with Nigerian people. If Shure play politics, issue-based politics, all of you Nigerians doesn't go with issue-based politics. You go with tribal, you go with, religious sentiment and tribal sentiment politics. And as long as Shure cannot play that same politics, he will appear to you guys as if, let him continue to agitate. Because you don't look forward to issue base. And that is the problem with us as people. We don't go after the issue, but tribal, and it's very unfortunate that we are just like that, even with most of us that are even educated we cannot get ourselves out of that tribal and religious nonsense.
Ajale Koko, can I ask a question?
Let me finish.
Carry on, Ajale Koko.
Let me finish. Obi today, that is called Obi Revolution and all this.
The Messiah.
The Messiah is driven by strong tribal and religious support. It's not issued. People don't care about what is bringing to the table. Hey, our religious issue, our religious interest is not taken care. Oh, they are trying to.
That's not true.
Hold on now. Tinubu don't pick Muslim. Oh, yay! It's time for Christian. Oh, yay! Our tribe, they won't kill us, so they don't want to give us. But let him come and discuss issue.
You are the one formulating that.
He cannot say anything.
We saw him on the economic summit, and that told us all we needed to know.
Yeah. Let him come and discuss issue. He cannot say anything more than
when he came to AY Live, did anybody ask him about
from consumption to production? That's it. So it's just unfortunate that we cannot get ourselves out of this tribal and religious nonsense politics that Nigerian corrupt leadership have, positioned with their narrative so well, and we carry along with them so easily. So that is the issue, my sister. Just to.
Ajale, can I ask you a question?
I want to get to Zita quickly because we may lose her shortly. But
please, I'm sorry. Please, can I just ask this question, please?
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Okay. For the way Obi came up and then kind of ginger all the youths, and they all, everybody's coming up, and this movement came up. I'm just wondering, why is Sowore not being able to do this? He's been in this.
He doesn't have the language. It's the thing.
No, hold on, because he doesn't have Yoruba. He's not playing tribal politics, and Yoruba people that are playing the tribal policies that the Yoruba people have seen that can protect their own tribal interests is Tinubu. If he has played the tribal politics and he has the whole of Yoruba youth behind him and they chanting too, he would have resonated with people too. But he doesn't want to play that. He doesn't want to play religious nonsense. He's critically on issue. How do we solve Nigerian problem? I am not going to pay anybody. I am not going to pay 10 cents to nobody to come and vote for me. I am not paying any influencer. Do you think all those influencers that are running on the internet for Obi, do you think it's for free? They're cashing out big. They're making money. They're being hired by. Do you think the poll that been projected for Obi winning? Do you think it's for free? You see all these things. That it's a corrupt way that politicians, drive their ambition, and then they position themselves as if they are better than others. All those polls by age, all his friends are polling, and they are giving him that he's going to win the election. All these corrupt practices, but those are the things that they use this against our people, and they got us easily, and then position themselves as if they are better than people that are talking the issue, the real issue, the SDP guy, the Sowore guy. Go listen to them. They have a lot of solutions to the problem of that country. So let's just leave it like that. It's just unfortunate.
All right. No. All right. Thank you, Ajale Koko, and thank you, Rosie. So, Rosie, I want to go on to Zita, who has been waiting patiently but might not be with us for too much longer. So Zita, you're up next. And I'm taking you back to that space then. Everybody lawyered up at 12 SAN just as an opening debutant for Tinubu. But they are all looking to interrogate INEC materials. As they interrogate INEC materials, are they going to find sufficient enough to even have the whole elections cancelled? Because if they interrogate enough, they could cancel a lot of the results from the southeast. They could cancel certainly most of the results from the north, and they could cancel quite a sizable amount of results from the southwest. So as they interrogate INEC, are we going to end up with an interim government as people start to interrogate INEC materials, Zita?
Woman, they will not cancel any result. They're exercising their civil franchise. It's just like when he said, you call lawyer, I call lawyer. We went to court. Who win? So I don't see anything wrong in what they're doing, but they should allow INEC to conduct the gubernatorial elections so that we can move past the elections and then hit the court. That's all I can say about that. Then nobody is going to cancel any election and it's not done. That one is not happening. They might end up canceling some result and removing some votes, but I don't even see that one happening anyway. But let them go to court. Everybody needs to inspect INEC materials.
Do you think there's a real danger that Saturday's election might not hold?
You know, anything can happen in Nigeria. By Friday, they will tell you if it's not going to hold. But I don't really think so anyway, because Buhari is one mean guy. You can never predict. He's so mean. So I don't think so.
All right, and to the space. So a decision coming in tomorrow regarding that space. Still, the appeal court going to take a judgment because what INEC is the situation, as you know, is that a PDP and the Labour Party, they have an ex parte asking that they want to interrogate INEC BVAS. But INEC need those BVAS for Saturday's elections. And that is to say they have to dump whatever it is that is on it so that they can re-upload then or rather upload what is relevant to the next set of elections. But then, of course, if the PDP and Labour are wanting to interrogate the materials already on the BVAS, then that holds INEC from being able to dump it. But INEC are telling us now that they are actually not going to dump it to Benin. They are going to transfer it to a server and reconfigure the BVS for Saturday's elections. So now a judgment to come in later on today on that variation that INEC is requesting. How do you think that judgment will go? Because of course, the whole of Saturday hinging on that.
Yeah, if the election is going to hold, the judgment will go in favor of INEC. But if the election is not going to hold, the judgment will go in favor of the complainant. But the thing is that if it goes in favor of the complainant, INEC is going to appeal, and then it goes on and on and on and on. So I don't really think any government will want to go through that route. But if they want to, that's fine. I don't think they will want to go through one court order or the other till they get to Supreme Court. Because those things are, anything soft is very sensitive. You don't give it to anybody or you don't allow anybody to tamper with it anyway. So I don't even know the judge that will tell them to tamper with that thing. It's only INEC, I think, that has the power to release that thing because they are very sensitive. Just like Okpeni said.
If the judgment does go that INEC cannot reconfigure the BVAS, which would then lead to the postponement of the gubernatorial elections, do you think there'll be a backlash against the Labour Party?
If they postpone the election because of that, so INEC will have to wait for them to tamper with a sensitive material before he will conduct an election, or INEC will appeal. and then from appeal they go to Supreme Court. So these governors will not hand over by 2019. Is that what they are going to do? Well, man, I don't think that will happen. That's distorting democracy. They should just wait. After everything, everybody should go and complain what he wants to complain. I think every team have their IT experts.
You cannot build a house in a faulty foundation. Let me tell you the gospel truth.
One ma'am, let's move on to the next topic, please.
All right. To the predictions then of the states likely to be captured by various parties. This projection now saying that PDP will take 15 states, but some controversy in the states that they are gifting to PDP. So Kaduna State, which is strongly held by El Rufai, as you know, speculations that will go to PDP. Katsina State are somewhat held, maybe not strongly, by the APC still, but this projection then that's telling us that will go to PDP. So just to that space and to the wider question, how much surprise are you expecting in this gubernatorial election, given the new somewhat transparent voting system that we have? Are you anticipating surprises in these elections coming up on Saturday?
Most of these governors are very strong. I don't really trust them, all these politicians. I don't trust them. Most of the elections will end in the courts, because nobody will tell me that PDP will not win River State. You won't tell me that. And short man, Kaduna man, I don't think she is Kaduna, the small man.
El Rufai, yes, Kaduna, yeah.
Those when it comes, presidential election is broader. The gubernatorial election is like homecoming. Is closer to the people than the presidency. So it's going to be a hell of something that day. So, but predictions, woman, are you not tired of predictions?
I'm not tired of it until the final thing. Because I think the only way that this incoming administration can work is if Tinubu also holds on to Lagos State, because those are the two magic spaces that needs to happen. It needs to build Lagos State to that international London, Paris, Lagos, New York that we all know that is there ready to happen. And he has to hold on to Lagos State, and he also so that as president he can then yes. Still there's only two interests I have in this gubernatorial elections. Lagos State, of course, and my own home state or your state. Anybody else can win anything. I don't care.
Or your state, is it not Makinde, Sheyi?
Yes, Sheyi Makinde.
You want him to continue?
I don't mind, but I find him somewhat of a feeble character, but a lot of feedback is that he's quite a performer. But I wouldn't mind, because the Folarin that is rivaling him, he also comes with a strong reputation. But I'm not, because for the Tinubu administration to succeed, it has to be very powerful. So not only do they have to command the abundance of the state governors who are powerful, they also have to command the parliament, which they command already. So as many, for any administration to work, it has to be powerful. Even though Buhari was powerful, he never worked. So I just think for him not to have obstacles in his way, so he can really transform that country, he has to hold on to as much as he can.
Yeah, he has to. And again, one thing about Lagos State is that they say godfatherism doesn't work, but that's one state that it works. So because of that, many states are copying it, like continuity. The guy contesting in Lagos, he's quite young, and I think he's childish. You know, from all these things that throw you now, forget about speaking the vernacular. But again, he's antecedent. He's too childish. You can't be jumping on everything like that when you are looking forward to ruling almost 6 or 7 million people. You jump at anything. That's very childish of him. I don't know. But
Yes, a 39-year-old with no CV. He doesn't have a work history. This guy. So I'm not quite sure what I'm not quite sure what the argument for him is. Like you said, setting aside the fact that he can't speak Yoruba, just on his own merit as a standalone candidate. I'm not sure whether he doesn't have a CV, he doesn't have a work history, he doesn't have antecedents in anything, and you want to hand him the sixth largest economy in Africa.
who is handing it over to him?
No, but that's the argument they are presenting, isn't it? That they want him to be governor.
Who said so?
The obedient space, the Labour Party.
Oh my, you're
man.
funny. You're funny. You see, when they say that some people are not ripe for democracy, you think that's a joke or maybe insulting. It's things like this that make somebody say you are not ripe for democracy. When they give you opportunity to choose, you say you want the best. They say, okay, choose the best. You start being subjective and start being funny about it and being emotional about it. How can you keep Showolu and keep this guy and you will prefer this guy over Showolu? It's not. Does it look like you are doing the right thing? It doesn't look that way now. The guy is young. He might be brilliant. He had a have good education. I quite agree. But I really don't care who rules Lagos. But from the things people are throwing out from Twitter and the internet, he's even behaving lower than his age. I know that somebody like Upton and Des will not behave the way he's behaving, honestly, or Solomon will not behave the way he's jumping at everything and saying everything. Or he didn't know that all those things can be held against him. He's even childish and not mature to handle that kind of economy. But still, people want to vote for him.
Can I ask a question, please? Can I interject, please?
Yeah, carry on, Joel.
Okay. We say that this guy does not have experience. He doesn't have all that. I get it. But I want to ask you one question about the Sowolu guy we are talking about. How well has he performed?
Extremely well.
Is it just by no, you can say he has not performed extremely well. He has not. The people of Lagos are still complaining.
But Uptown just told us, he's a Lagosian, that he's done extremely well.
No, the thing there is that is Uptown's decision.
Yeah, but you are an American. You are an American. So you are an American. So
I still have a house. I still have a house in Lagos, and I still have family in Lagos.
Is that question?
No,
Are you asking me a question?
I
How
said
well Showolu has performed?
he's doing well. He's performing below Ambode. I made that clear. He's performing below Ambode, but then he's still okay.
So what are they talking about?
And
That's
I like
what
his
I'm
personality. For me, it's more of his
You asked
personality.
a
For me,
question. Can I answer?
He performed. Go ahead.
You said somebody is not performing fantastically well, and you want to replace him with a novice. Is that the way we're gonna do the beautiful democracy?
Who has no antecedent in anything?
So somebody is not performing fantastically well, but he's performing. He's doing one or two things. He's going on about it. He's working. He's doing something. Might not get up to your expectation, but he's doing something. He's already in the job. Let's assume that he's learning in the job. He has learned for 3.5 years. So he's moving on. And all of a sudden you say, oh, this guy is not performing below expectation. And all you could use to replace him is a novice.
Madam Zita, there was something you said here. You said here, and I think I lost my thought of process. But let me just get you back. You said that he is jumping from one place to the other. What do you mean by he jumping from one place to the other?
Which one? Which jumping from what place?
You said GRV. You said GRV is jumping from one place to the other. That is not how someone that wants to
one topic. Like
one
things
topic
come
to the
out,
other.
he acts on it on the internet. Like when something come out, maybe they're talking about like the one they just showed now, putting Tinubu's cap on a goat and calling him a funja. You know, that's what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
He jumps on topics.
Well, he's an activist, right?
No.
He's not an activist. When did he become an activist?
No, wait.
He's an activist, one man, because
he's an activist.
He's not an activist.
One man, he's an activist. The reason why I wanted
not an activist.
One man, the reason why I'm asking that this thing is this, right? Because if you say that he's jumping from one place to the other because he's doing his activism job.
I said topic.
One topic, yeah. Right. So the topic you're talking about is like probably Yoruba Nation.
No,
please,
wait.
let me.
He jumps on topics. That's what I said.
Topics like
it's not in the Yoruba Nation space. It's not in the Yoruba Nation space. It's an Ipobian. It's an Nnamdi disciple.
He has spoke for Igboho.
When did they do that?
Yes,
no, it is nothing like Showore. Don't insult Showore's legacy with this guy.
Showore even went to see Mazin Nnamdi Kanu.
One man. So Showore went to visit. Hold on. Showore went to visit Nnamdi Kanu. Does that make him an Ipobian? Showore supported Nnamdi Kanu throughout his even before they arrested him. Does that make him a saboteur?
All right, thank you, Joel. That tells us you don't know this guy's backdrop. Go and look at his Twitter feeds, and then you'll see it's an Ipobian. But let's get back to Zita. Zita, back to you.
You see, when you are looking at a bigger picture, you should understand that whatever topic that is being brought out, there are people who are for or against it. You should be neutral until you get to that position. That's why there are things professors are not allowed to show their emotions in class on social justice or other topics or situation because of who they are. The class you're teaching, the people you want to rule, there are people who are against that your opinion, or people who are for it. Just like an athlete, you have fans from both sides. So you're supposed to be neutral. That's what I'm saying. He shouldn't be jumping on all those things, because when you jump on all those things, at the end of the day, people who are against it while you are for it will not like you. I hope I've made my point. One man, what's the next thing, please?
Before we go on to the next thing, I just want to show a few of these guys. It's just sometimes you just shake your head and wonder. So here is this guy with this Chinedu Boyega. Here he is in 2015, carving out Biafra out of the Nigerian map. So you can see it right there. So there he is. Let's go on to another one. So here he is, and we add the backdrop to this. Ogbeni can give us the backdrop again. Here he is. It says, fear that what? IPOB will come and shoot up their shop. This is him. You can see the blue tick on his verified Twitter handle. Fear for what? The IPOB will come and shoot up their shop. And even when the Oba of Lagos threatens to drown something or the other, thugs are all close market Igbos. People resist. Biafra Day is a day to be acknowledged and respected. So there he is on his verified Twitter handle.
But his page is not verified. His page is not verified.
don't know where this verifies page is coming from.
There is more. And on it goes. So we know the guy is an Ipobian, but back to you, Zita.
One man, do you believe in impersonation?
Don't worry about all that. We know the guy is an. He himself, he has not denied it. He has tried to justify it. So I'm not quite sure why you're denying on his behalf. But as there it is. But hopefully it all ends on Saturday.
Okay, next one. You said we are talking about youth taking over the Nigerian space. Is that what?
Yes, yes. That this new dynamism now. By the time Saturday goes, then we'd have circled all the elections, and winners and losers would have been picked, and then there will be the litigation bit, which usually ends up in nothing. The new dynamism that has emerged out of this particular electoral cycle. How is it best harnessed going forward so that it retains its potency? So how is it best harnessed going forward so that it retains its potency?
You see, there is when people discuss this new dimension in Nigeria, in Nigerian space, they don't always discuss the factor that led to that dimension. The factor that led to that is the electoral law, the new electoral bill that was passed. It opened the eyes of Nigerians, like they've been given the power. I will go to the polling unit. I will vote. I will stand there. The result will be pasted on the wall. I can take a picture of it. So with that, they got up, in as much as a lot of them did not get up. But the important thing is that it gingered them that their vote will count. Now, coming to whether it will fizzle out, I don't really think so. It's just somebody to keep the heat. As long as somebody keep that heat, it will stay. Because it's a law. It's not on anybody, but it's just for somebody to keep reminding them that this power is in your hands. You can kick out this politician. This politician has to talk to you and tell you what he's going to do. If he goes there and he doesn't do it, we have to kick him out. So it's the electoral law that is actually the power that is going on. So for Labour Party, all they need to do is to keep it together. It will not fizzle out, unless they just want to forget about it.
Zita, the obedient space has often famously and rightly said that the obedient movement is quite separate and distinct from the Labour Party. So this movement is not really anything to do with the Labour Party. It's just that the arrowhead that they were using for this particular cycle happens to be a special purpose vehicling Labour Party. But if we remove this obedient movement from the Labour Party, and then the question really is, because you are saying who should lead it, but my thoughts are that because the most potent thing that we saw within the Nigerian landscape over the last several decades was the End SARS movement, which was organic, spontaneous, but more crucially, it had no actual identifiable leader. So do you think this obedient movement will be at its most potent if it did not have an actual leader, but it just retains its organic dynamism and it uses that to weigh against the status quo?
He can run with it. That's what I'm saying. He can, if he can, he should relax and organize them.
Who's he, Obi?
Yes.
No. What I'm saying is, the future of the obedient movement is better served without Peter Obi.
I don't really think so. For now, that is the person they are looking at. For now. But the thing is that he's not looking at them. just like Rosie said. I'm surprised Rosie noticed that. He's not looking at them. If he can try and turn and look at them, he can make appropriate use of them. I can tell you that. I know when people are passionate about something, that time they are passionate, make appropriate use of it. But if you don't, it might fizzle away. I expected him to do that during the campaign, but he didn't do that. He would have harnessed that space and use it to run. Even if he's not going to use it to become the president, he would have used it to terrorize them. Just keep terrorizing them. I mean, that would have been enough for Nigerians, but he's not looking at that direction. I don't know
Can I
what he's going
interject?
to do. Yeah.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go
All
on,
right.
but please be brief with it. Yeah, carry on.
I'll be brief, and I'll speak as somebody that is part of the obedient movement at the very heart of it. It's easy to say our principal is not in charge, but as we always say, if you feel say Obi no dey in charge, put head, because people think, this man speaks to us every single week across different support groups with Zoom meetings that last as long as one man's show. Do you know that when the election was announced, do you know why the youths of Nigeria are not in the streets? Because it's like I heard somebody on this platform say that Obi wants them on the street, but they are not on the street. No. Obi went immediately that night, spoke through Val Ozugbo's space, and he said, everybody was saying, our leader, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? He said, calm, don't do anything, no protest, and boycott anybody that calls for protest. That is what they want you to do. They want you out on the streets so that they will discredit the fact that
Oh
we're going
my
to go through the
God.
legal system. He said, calm. And after speaking that, the next day, the second time, this is the first time he spoke that night in that space. The second night, the second day, he spoke in the airport, in Asaba airport, when he was rushing off from Anambra to go to Abuja probably for briefing. Another person met him again and made a video, and he spoke in Igbo. He said, "One na kedi ha ye memad ni na
He spoke in
ye."
Igbo to, hold on, he spoke to in Igbo
Yes.
to the obedient movement.
No, the guy that met him, the guy that rushed in Asaba airport, came, like, wanted to make a video with him. You understand what I'm saying? Because he was rushing off. I think I sent you the video 1 month, and today not posted it too. So the boy asked him, I think he's a worker in there, I don't know what, but the boy asked him on that video, say, Daddy, I quite confused because I want to hear from you. What are you telling us? And Obi said, calm. Tunde not posted it immediately. He said, everybody stay calm, no protest. This is a third world country. We cannot expect to just for them to just give you chance freely like that. We have to go through peaceful means. So everybody should remain calm. And that's what he said in that video. That's the second time he spoke. And then till the third time he spoke, which is the official press conference, which he also kept pushing and said, no protest, everybody remain calm. We are going to go through legal system. And I want all the young people to follow me through the legal means. And somebody there, I think Shehu Nokumba, asked him that people are agitated across the country, especially young people. What do you have to tell to them? He told them, don't worry, I've already taken care of them. But also, going forward, I will still go around and talk to most of them and tell them why we have to go through the legal means that they told me to go to the courts. Remember, I am obedient. I'm now quoting him. Remember, I'm obedient. I will obey what they said. And I'm urging all my followers to follow me through this process. This is the process we're going to go through. Do you know, across all our platform, do you know how much we have done to boycott all protests? PDP boys have been going around trying to instigate us to join them in protests. Even the protests they did in Abuja, obedience said, all obedient boycott all protests. That is the last instruction our principal gave us. Boycott all protests. And that is why you don't see people on the streets. I'm telling you, if Obi speak out today and say go to the streets, you see what will happen.
I will encourage you not to do so because you meet the army. You will meet the army. Yeah, you will meet the army there, and it won't be.
That's why. That is why when I was on the platform, and Madam Vita earlier, I'm coming, Madam Vita earlier said that when Obi is not announced, South is going born. I was like, no, what you're doing is ethnic dog whistling, because I know Obi and I've already predicted what he's going to do in the case of that. And that is exactly what he did. I've known this man. I know that's what he's going to do. I know he's going to try to hold his base back. Why PD? Do you know Atiku called for protest?
Oh God. My God.
Atiku calls for protest. They've been calling for protest. Nobody has been joining them. Today, they decided to go by themselves and wear black clothes and gallivanting everywhere. Obedience, if you go online, in all our spaces, we were saying no protest, boycott all protest. They want us out on the streets so they can infiltrate us and then cause violence and then discredit our principal who is in the courts. That is not going to happen, and we are never going to protest, and nobody should be out on the streets. Go to Southeast, everywhere is peaceful. Nobody's even talking.
Atiku did not call on you guys to come and join
Come
him
on
in the
now.
I said he
protest.
called for
It's a
protest. He
PDP.
called for
It's a
protest.
PDP affair. He called
Listen
for
now,
PDP
Can I
Baba,
protest.
respond to you,
Atiku calls
Uptown?
for protest.
All the stories you have told.
PDP boys were on Twitter saying,
Of
Obedience don't want to join us in the protest and all that. Obedience were telling them, see, yo, you go and do your protest. Our principal is in the court and no obedience should be found on the street. Simple. So it's really very
Uptown.
funny when people think Obi is not in charge. Do you know how many times that guy talks to us every week?
Okay.
That guy spends
Uptown.
sometimes we can talk from 10 p.m.
Feeling
till 4
sleepy.
a.m. in the night.
Uptown. Are you
He knows
there?
exactly everything we are doing. Just
All right, all right,
decentralized
Uptown. I did
whatever.
say a brief interjection. Zeta, yeah.
Uptown, the thing I will tell you is you just told a beautiful story. Very intelligent and beautiful story. But what I will tell you is right from the Martin Luther King Jr. of the 15th century to the Martin Luther King Jr. of United States and the present day leaders of movement, activists, and so on and so forth. If you will have the time, go and listen to their speeches, what they do to excite their crowd to go to the street. Somebody like Martin Luther King Jr., if you watch his speech, he is one of the most intelligent activists I have ever seen on the surface of the earth. He leaves you with what I call key memory. When he finishes his speech, 30 minutes later, riot will break out. After he has long gone, because he's leaving his audience with key memory. But that's by the way. I'm monitoring them. But if you say that he told you people to calm down, and you people listen to him and calm down, hallelujah, praise God, I'm happy. Because I've been praying for that. So one man, back to what I was saying. You see, he can annex it if he wants to and use it to run. You understand? Even if he's not going to win, they can start terrorizing these politicians. Because the time has come for them to start doing something. Tinubu should know, unless if he gets there, but he cannot, to destroy the electoral law. Now, Nigerians have their voters card in their hands. If he goes there and do nothing, we're going to vote him out. It's the electoral law. But the group can be harnessed. If he wants to use them, keep the momentum, why not? He can. Why not? He cannot fizzle away unless he doesn't. If he, according to what Upton said, they're listening to him. Let me now remove if he doesn't want to. They're listening to him. They take orders from him. Of course, that means he's keeping them. So he can keep them. It might go on and on and on because it's not just the movement. There is an enabler to that movement. The enabler is the electoral law. So as long as there is a law that said when you vote, even if they take it away from you, you can trace it. Then that's the enabler. So he can keep them.
Do you think this election marks the end of the PDP as the opposition party? And has Labour Party? Yeah, let me land the question, please. Do you think this election marks the end of PDP as the opposition party? And do you think the obedient space has now seized that opposition space? And also, do you think the PDP will regroup under Wike's leadership? And do you think Wike would launch at Peter Obi for that opposition space? And would it be wise to do that, Zita?
Wike, I don't know if Wike still wants to contest for president. Because what he did to Atiku, I don't think the North forget easily. Maybe somebody else might want to run under PDP, but I can tell you now, PDP is highly destroyed. But they can walk it back. Another thing, the Obedient said that they are not party, Labour Party. Their group is outside of Labour Party. Their principal is just using the party to run. So if their principal go to PDP again, they will follow him. So PDP might eventually not die. But PDP is a very strong, a very big party. Even at the madness that went on, they were divided into 4. Even with the madness that went on, I was still seeing them picking senatorial seats. They're really strong. It's a big party. It's bad for them, but not to extinction. No, I don't think so, because Wike will still want to have it.
Who would you think would be the opposition voice to the Tinubu administration? The PDP or the obedient space?
It depends on where they end. But I still see another party forming. I still see, somehow I see 2 parties coming together to form a group that will be disturbing. Nigerian politicians are not very good at opposition, honestly, sincerely speaking. They're not very good. That's why I'm happy for the electoral law. So the youth, even if they don't oppose you, at the end of the day, the youth will still vote you out. They're not very good at opposition because a lot of things Buhari did, we didn't get enough challenge. I don't know whether it's because he's from the North. He did a lot of bullshit, but they weren't attacking him enough. Or rather, they didn't even attack him in the first place. They were just saying it like passers-by.
Do you see a long-term future for Peter Obi in the Labour Party? Or do you see Peter Obi not necessarily going back to the PDP, but forming a totally new entity along the lines of Omoyele Sowore and taking all of these gatherings that he has gathered to form a new entity within the political landscape?
Are you saying advice or what I think?
No. How you see it going forward? Because a lot of people don't actually see him going back to the PDP, but a lot of people don't also see him carrying on beyond this cycle with that Labour experience. So which then leaves the space. He either goes and parts with somebody like Sowore or forms a totally new entity. Yeah.
No, he can take over the Labour Party if he wants to. All those guys there who doesn't know, just fire all of them. Pick a new chairman and everything and then run with it. He can if he wants to. Why not? He can reform Labour Party and own it. Since Upton said they're solidly behind him, he can. He can reform Labour Party.
Madam Zita, today he had a meeting with, we now have 40-something Federal House of Rep members in Labour Party. He had a meeting with all of them in his Abuja office, and Peter Obi is about to build a force. They're already calling him our leader.
No, don't worry about all that. Don't worry about all that. Back to that's fine. And so back to Zita. So, but from where Uptown was and where you were, the chances of him seizing charge of the Labour Party seems a viable But will the Labour Party even yield to him is the question. It's a long-standing party.
That's why I said, if you remember, there was a time I said here that there is a particular thing, this thing about him that is not working. When you face a challenge, face it, deal with it. That's why you're a politician. There are some you can use love to win. There are some you can use power to win. There are some you can use hook to win, crook to win. That's why you are a politician. And that way you get out the ones you want to get out, take in the ones you want to take in, and arrange what you want to arrange. I hope he has such capacity, because if he, with the people following him, if he wants to decide what happened in Labour Party today, he can. If actually have the grip over them, he can. Just that, what is that tall man's name? Chase him away. Chase all those people away. Form a team now. Look for now, even the other man with glasses. Let them go, because those people look like Yahoo in my eyes. They don't seem to be serious. Get people who will work with him, and then make things happen. He can if he wants to, but I don't know. But going back to PDP,
No, I don't think he's going back to PDP.
going back
But
to PDP is going to be Wike will fight the hell.
no.
Wike.
Let's leave that space, because I don't think it's likely to go back to PDP. It might well go in the direction that you are saying, to seize charge of Labour Party. But where I was wanting to take you to is, do you think the Labour Party is seen largely by the wider community as an Eastern party? And then if it's an Eastern party, which some people are suggesting that it is, do you think if Peter Obi, or if and when he solidifies his grip on that party, do you think he will and should be advised to consume APGA to then form that Eastern Strength bloc, which goes to the narrative that Soludo was trying to present? So do you see along those lines, Azita?
That APGA, that APGA is like an antics. That's the word I will use. It's like an antics for Jupu. I don't really, if you want to drop down APGA in Anambra, they're going to fight you with everything they have. They see that APGA as an antics for Jupu, something to remember, old precious thing from the guy. So I don't know whether he will swallow APGA. I don't know. But the thing is that if he wants to use labor, he should move further. Put people, make, these things, just like Tinubu used to do. You make somebody responsible, even when that person is not. You make him responsible. Give him something to do. Far northeast, far northwest, middle belter, southeast. Just spread out. Make them responsible. They will start working. It might take time, but at the end of the day, you might achieve what you want to achieve. Swallowing APGA. Even if APGA is only in Anambra as governor, I think they will cherish it, and we prefer to keep it that way. And I think they pick some seats, right?
Yes.
They flogged APGA in Anambra. They flogged APGA. Soludo is going around begging everybody in Anambra. I talked to my mom yesterday. She's begging everybody, say that anywhere they see APGA, they will vote against APGA. Soludo has destroyed APGA. And Soludo is telling them in Anambra that, please, if they vote Labour Party into the State House of Assembly, that he will be impeached by Labour Party. That's what he's telling them across communities, that they should please not do that. But people are revolting against it.
You see, that's why I keep saying, when I said it before, we are not ripe for democracy. When we came some time ago before the presidential election, I remember vividly that some people on this platform When people
Zita,
say,
Zita, you predicted this thing, oh.
yeah, when
This thing
people,
that's happening now, you predicted it exactly.
so I said, when people came to this platform some time ago, they said Labour Party. People say, who knows Labour Party? They said, we are not voting the party, we are voting individuals. And when I hear things like that, I begin to think we are getting matured for this democracy. But we are not. I don't even know who Labour Party want to use to replace Soludo as governor to impeach him. Man, that guy is somebody both should be proud of. But what do I know? You mean,
Madam, do you think he
wait,
handled
let me
Afuga very
finish
well?
now. Don't take the word out of my mouth.
Mommy, sorry, oh, sorry. You wait when I give mommy.
Fine. Thank
Thank
you
you for
very much.
telling him. Or if I told him now, he'd say I'm bullying him. But thank you for telling
She
him.
sounded
Carry
like
on.
she sounded like my mom.
Yeah.
No, he's my younger brother. Oh. He's far junior to me. So that's why I said when they give you opportunity to choose, you start being subjective, putting in emotions, lose the sense of reasoning. I don't even know why Soludo is one of Igbo's best brains. Intelligent, smart, articulate. And he's working. So what is all this hatred and sentiments and emotions around him? But it is what it is. We are into a democracy. So you are no longer voting individually in Anambra, you're going to vote party. I mean, I get confused when people go this way and come back this way again and go this way and come back. Honestly, sincerely speaking, if Peter Obi wants to run with Labour Party, that's fine. But he has to work. He has to work. He will sit down, arrange it, and run with it. I hope he will do that because I personally need a third force. I need somebody to be terrorizing these politicians. They have terrorized us enough. I need somebody to ginger the youth. Let them just vote, beg them to vote, tell them what you want to do, and when you get there, you don't do it, you get voted out. Honestly, sincerely speaking. But if they want to play a politics of emotions and sentiments, that's fine. I don't know who they want to replace Soludo with in Anambra, but they can go ahead if they wish so.
Yeah, one of the Uba families now, they will put one of those Uba families, the ones that.
Those ones?
Yes.
You see the problem. You don't want the old thing. You still want the old thing. I mean, I don't get it. But let's see now. Soludo still have 3 more years to go. Or when he gets there, they impeach, Labour Party people will impeach him that he did what? They will just gather and impeach him.
You know the Eastern politics is one that fascinates and frustrates me equally. Because there was a time I was excited that they were about to build one of the best geo sub-regions in the country. I think Abaribe was actually talking about becoming the governor of Abia State. And then, of course, we had Emeka Ehedioha in situation. And then Charles Soludo also coming on board. So I was excited just for the possibilities that if those sort of people, if they synergize, they will create a mini little, is it Taiwan or Dubai? But then, of course, they frustrated that optimism. You know, the only hope that we still have left in the southeast, Soludo. This is the only one that excites, at least me. But it's the only one that excites in the southeast. It'll be a real travesty if they kick him out.
Woman, have you had taking your time to peep into Soludo's profile, his CV?
Oh, no, I know it's CV broadly, but I don't know how long you've been following us on this platform, but we're all excited about Soludo, And his first 100 days in that space, it was masterful. You know, he rebracketed the Agbero space and digitalized it. He brought down he took on Odumeje and just shut him down, cleared the you know, just
One man
within
is
a
not true.
hundred,
It's
yeah.
not true. It's not true. No,
We saw when he
Agbero
took
is
the
everywhere in
Podo.
Anambra State.
No, the Agberos are there, but what he introduced was a digital ticketing thing.
No, he didn't. He didn't. Lies. Lies.
No,
I
he
can assure you.
did. No, he
No,
did.
now
No,
this
no,
Anambra that
no,
we
no.
spent Christmas.
Okay, then go and speak to the motor park spaces. What they are doing now, the bike riders, etc. What they are doing now is rather than they buy a ticket for a day, which is on an app. Do
Yeah,
you
yeah,
see?
Still
they
tax
load it.
to
They
kill
load
Yeah,
it
Anambra
on.
people. Tax. If you go to Anambra and talk to them on the streets, they will tell
Which
you
I
the
think
road
is
to
an
attack is using
ingenious
tax ticketing.
idea. You know, I think it's an ingenious idea. It works out cheaper for the Okadas, and it's a straight revenue for the state. So just with that genius move, and then when they took on Odumeje, he did that deliberately to break the back of these power blocks to tell you that nobody is above the law. And then when he insisted that anybody that wants to politics in that space, they had to pay the Anambra State Signage Agency an exorbitant fee. So he used the politics as it's just a clever man, a
He's
very
very
clever man.
intelligent.
Yeah,
He's extremely. He's a
yeah.
genius. He's very
So
intelligent.
it's those sort of people that I was excited for, and then you started to revert back to Opuzodema and the usual suspects.
Yeah, Hope Ositu Izunaso and Hope Uzodinma used to be a very fantastic, brilliant politicians in Igbo land. For Hope, I don't know what happened, but they used to be very brilliant and fantastic. They did this very Hope. When he was in House of Representatives, he did fantastically well. In my area, he's from my zone. Two of them are from my zone. Hope Uzodimba, Ositi Izunaso, Rosha Sokorocha. We are from the same senatorial district. So
Who would you have preferred, Hope Uzodinma or Emeka Ihidioha? Because Emeka Ihidioha, he was going after Rochas quite aggressively to all our delight, and then suddenly he was fucked around.
you see, when somebody do a model, put up a plan and do something they call conceptual engineering, the person now did front-end engineering, detailed engineering, and when the main structure come out, you look at it, you like it. You might not like the way he cut corners to get to the main structure, the architecture. But when the architecture comes out, you look at it, you like it. I wouldn't mind you following the cutout to get there. You see, when Rocha Sokorosha was the governor of Imo State, his first term, I keep telling people, was very good. Was very good.
Was that when he was building those ridiculous statues? Do you
Well,
remember?
partly, but that made Owerri a tourist center. I remember then, my friends in Port Harcourt used to go a weekend outing. Number one, Imo State was safe. People come on weekends, both all those Chinese working with us, all those Filipinos, that will even be the one to come to the office to tell me that, look, that they went to Owerri for a weekend. It was safe. I don't really know what happened on his second tunnel. He went haywire. That being said, looking at the model of Lagos, I think continuity worked. Yes, there might be stealing money here and there. Who doesn't? They all do. But allowing somebody who have a plan to put somebody who will continue it. I think most state governors are learning from what happened in Lagos. Because I notice in Nigeria, when you don't have such a thing, That's, well, I might say, one of the advantages of godfatherism. When you don't have such a thing, the new person comes, he will just abandon all the other person is doing and try to, they don't know what is continuity, doing a project. And it's not even them, even the citizens. Well, what did he do? It was this governor that started it. He completed it. What did he do again? So they, because of that, they will just abandon everything and start their own project. At the end of the day, they won't finish that project. They will leave office. Another person will come abandon it. But when you look at what happened in Lagos, I think they would have allowed Rocha's or Korocha's son-in-law to take that position instead of this Hope man. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I don't even know how Hope got that job because
Madam
he
Zita,
came third. So they said.
Madam Zita,
Yeah.
please, this is the thing. I understand your point about continuity, but the problem is, what are you continuing? Rochas Okorocha, look, if you remember how Rochas came into power, Rochas came in like Peter B came in. The people wanted Rochas. Rochas booted out a sitting governor, Ikedo Hakim. It was Rochas, people gave Rochas that mandate. Then Rochas now went in there. They started building some standard. The only thing Rochas did for Imo State, and I understand where you're coming from, was that he opened up the capital. He opened up the capital, all those Otamiri side, all those places. He opened all those places up. But after that, there is no one single road that Rochas built. There is no one. Hold on, let me finish now.
Don't say that.
Hold on
In
now.
my town, he built 4 roads. Those roads were not third.
Madam Sita, Madam Sita, Joel, one man, can you give me 1 sec, please?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, something happened yesterday, and I want to clarify that now before we move on.
But Thomas, we are in the middle of a topic.
No. Let me speak, please. Please. Yeah. Joel came in yesterday when you left, one man. He wrote some derogatory word about Madam Sita. Then I want him to apologize now, or he should decide what he wants to do on this platform. I don't take insult here. We don't take insult here. We don't call names here. So I want Joel to decide what he wants to do now on this platform. To
Thomas,
apologize to. Can you let me finish?
Okay, finish
Please.
up because I'm waiting for you.
Please.
I'm waiting for you to finish.
Yeah, let me finish, please. To apologize to Madam Sita or decide what he wants to do. And one man too, you can decide what you want to do. This is your platform.
Thomas, it's your decision because you were in charge in that space, so it's your decision.
Yeah.
But carry on.
Yes. So that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, good. So first and foremost, I have nothing to apologize for. What normally happens on this show, and which you, Thomas, which is a mistake. I don't know. I mean, it's your own management issue. I for one don't think you should be an anchor because you're too polarized, you're too biased. So what I said yesterday, if someone is talking about my Igbo culture, trying to paint a different narrative on my culture, I have to speak out. I will have to speak out. So if you are there, sitting there asking me or trying to threaten me, I should decide what I want to do. You can do what you want to do. It is not coming to one man show. It's not food. We come here, we exchange ideas. If you feel I'm not good enough to be a panelist, you put me out. There's no problem. But what I will go is my truth.
Jewel, I'm sorry. Jewel, I'm
seconding
Jewel. I heard what Jewel said, and he has nothing to apologize, and I'm behind him.
You understand what I'm saying? So every time you come out here, you allow Madam Zita keep on spewing stuff that are not true.
Can you mention the derogatory statement
Madam
I made?
Madam Zita, please.
No,
problem.
you need to. You need to.
Can I talk to Thomas? I'm addressing Thomas. Can I?
Okay.
So The issue there is this. Anytime you come on this show, the way you speak about Igbo people, I wanted to tell you yesterday that Ireti, if I don't know, Ireti is a Yoruba name. Today, Ireti received her certificate of return to be the senator of Abuja, beating an indigenous person to be in that position. Nobody called Yoruba, nobody called Hausa. But anytime you come on this show, you always want to make, you're just like coming out to say, Peter Obi is selfish, Peter Obi did. You don't even know his antecedents. You don't even know why we are following him. But anytime you come out here, it's about degrading Igbo. GRV, we were talking about GRV yesterday. Why is it about Igbo? Are Igbo, do they occupy obedient by themselves? Obedient is a collection of all Nigerians. And when you keep spewing this thing because it's a global network and nobody is calling you out on it, you have a biased Thomas who will always say, talk. If anybody wants to interject, Thomas will shut that person down to allow you to keep spewing that trash. And I said, no. If you are spewing what is not true, another word for spewing what is not true is trash. It does not mean that I'm insulting her. But the thing there is that you cannot keep spewing what is not true. And Thomas, the audacity to tell me to read, because yesterday I even posted, I was on this show yesterday, and I tuned into the show. You kept me in the backstage. Babati came in, you put it on. That was when I left. Right? So that's the issue. So Thomas, please, anytime one man is done with his show, if I'm still on this panel, anytime one man is done with the show, I will respect myself and just go and tune off from the show because you are not doing a good job. If you want to be an umpire, you have to be free, not to be biased.
All right. The first thing is Thomas is doing an excellent job. That's the feedback we've been getting. But I must just say this, and I'm saying this using the Zeta space as an example. So this space, this platform, as big or small as anybody considers it, is a protected space. Do you understand? It's a protected space. And what do I mean by that? Anybody that comes on this platform, on the screens, they are protected to speak as they will. There's only one rule. You all know the rule: no foul language. Which a lot of people, I'm not going to mention names, they have a habit of flouting. But because we like them, sometimes we let it slide. But the one thing is a protected space. Anybody can speak as they will, as they understand politics, landscape, culture, anything. And they own those commentaries that they make. The only thing that can go against what they are saying is a superior argument. It's a superior argument. That's the only thing we tolerate here. It's the superiority of the superior argument wins through on this platform. Not name calling and certainly not bullying. Nobody is going to be bullied here. I'm happy to come here and just speak to space. Nobody is listening. I just enjoy it. So it's nothing more than that. I just enjoy the noise making. So I'm grateful for the audience, but I'm more protective of the integrity of the space. And the integrity of the space is that it is a protected space. If people will say things you don't like, then if you don't like it, come up with a superior argument that defeats it or yield the space. But the one thing that I cannot abide, you know that, everybody knows that, I cannot abide bad language and I cannot abide bullying. It will not be tolerated. We all know that. And you would not expect me to tolerate it. I hope you hold to that high standard. So Zita is entitled to speak as she wills. She's an Igbo person, long-standing, deeply proud of her culture. You hear the pride in her culture in her voice. As she identifies the shortfallings within her community, and she was eulogizing about the elegance of the space and race just yesterday, and we're all delighting in the pride that she takes in where she comes from. Is she going to paint this sort of picture that is some Narnia land where nothing goes wrong? I think she's too sophisticated in her mindset to do that. But is she here to run down her community? I don't get that feel of it. But if she identifies that these are fault lines which she's willing to discuss in public, then the public space affords that conversation. So if she identifies those fault lines, but those fault lines are not fault lines that are accepted by that community, then a counter argument comes to push against it. But I will not have her put upon. I will not have her put upon. She will not be bullied. She will not be shouted down. She will not be intimidated or blackmailed. She will not be stymied or held in an arm lock. You know, it's a protected space, and
Man,
not
I
just
did not bully her.
hold on. I'm saying it for the generality because I was not party to that conversation. But I'm saying this for the moving forward of nobody is going to be stifled or bullied or strong-armed or guilt-tripped or any of those things. It's not going to happen. So let's not just do it. Defeat with logic, not with a bludgeoning tool. So that's all I have to say.
Woman, can I ask you just
Can I
one
speak?
question?
I
If,
need to speak.
if the person is saying lies and you're not on the show and you do a super chat, is that going to be considered bullying? Because sometimes they show people are on this show and somebody is saying something that is wrong.
What is a
And
lie?
they please, Madam Zita, I don't want us
What
to go
is
back
a
and forth.
lie?
So one man. So that is where I'm coming from. If someone is lying, you call the person out. That is what we do on this show too. We interject and call the person out with a superior argument. That is what is going on. So all I'm just saying is this: we cannot keep allowing people come up here and just keep disgracing a whole race. And
You know
the
what?
person is not called out. One man, most of these things you're saying that she is right. You don't know about the Igbo culture. You don't know about where we're coming from. You understand what I'm saying? So
There we go.
if we have a counter, if we have a counter narrative, right, then we talk about it. You understand what I'm saying? So after, if you want to say something, you can say something.
Yeah, let me chip in. One man, I really think you should go and listen to the show yesterday before maybe you make a submission, so that you won't be one-sided.
No.
Hold on, Thomas.
Allow me, Thomas,
Thomas,
please.
yeah.
You don't like interruption, so I think I'm going to start giving that
Yeah.
back to you as well. When you welcome on the platform, if you didn't come in, trust me, I would have done the same thing. I would have done that. Just maybe I would have presented differently, but I would have done the same thing because I thought it was high time somebody pushed back at so many narratives because it's an international platform, I presume. When people come,
You presume you are in Nigeria. I'm in the UK.
You people have not said
what I
anything.
mean by
You have to pick out one thing I said.
Yeah, maybe
And then counter
it
That's
doesn't
how
matter.
you say that somebody is lying.
Yeah, allow me.
Somebody cannot just say something. You say you are a liar and start abusing that person. It's not done.
Okay, allow me, please. Let me make a submission.
I made several comments yesterday. Joel wrote all the stinkers he feel he can write. Now you are seconding him and you were in that platform yesterday. Can you pick out one or two things I said?
I can.
Yeah, sure. Or I say put it down.
Okay. So it's a long time coming here. And trust me.
Say what I said yesterday.
No, forget it's a long time. No. Don't do an essay, though. Just give us because I want to wrap that space up.
All right. First of all, one man talked about a certain female pastor. Ajali Koko brought a video of a certain female pastor that says something about he said it is whatever Asuwaju and all that. And then Madam Zita came in, and every other person was talking about this female pastor. She do have said this on pulpit or not, and all that. Immediately, Madam Zita came in that topic. What she said immediately is
I said it that my people want to set this, but they want to do this. People from the south. I was like, no, the woman is a Benue.
You've not said
It's from the
anything.
north.
Quote me
She's
verbatim.
not even from southeast. She
You've not said
immediately
anything.
took the conversation to the southeast to guilt trip people from the southeast, and people even in the platform, people called out and was like, no, that lady is a northerner. She's not from the southeast. And then she moved again to another topic. And I've heard, Madam Zita, with all due respect, I've heard you make a lot of comments like saying that Igbos do not trade with other regions in their region, and I find it very funny as somebody that has traders in my family line.
You see, I like when I say something. When you want to say I'm lying or you want to correct me, quote me verbatim. Don't paraphrase. Don't explain your own understanding of what I said. Say it the way I say it.
Okay, madam. Can I
Don't
finish?
do the explanation. Say what I said.
Okay, let me finish. If you want this to be a straight topic, I'm very good at it. I can go to all those shows. I can go to the show yesterday. I can cut it out for you. I will bring it here and all of us will play it. So all this method of saying, when people say what people say, they say, no, quote me directly.
Because
what is quote
even
me
Rational
directly?
Mind was
I
on
just told
this
you what you said,
platform.
ma.
He didn't
I just
even
told you
hear
what you
me
said.
well. I have
And
to
if you say
correct
you didn't say it, I will go and cut it out for you and give it to my one to play for everybody to hear.
Yes, do that.
All right.
I need to address something, please.
Right.
Can you give me?
Yeah.
Now, let me tell you people something that you have to understand. As I said before, when you are too pushy, I will still say it again. When the Igbos are too pushy, we scare people away. We need to tone down our rhetoric. I have to say that again. Now, that being said, let me tell you people something. I am not emotionally attached to my race, tribe, religion, ideas, political inclination, or ideology. My thoughts evolve as new information come to me. I am intellectually attached to facts. I don't talk yahoo. So when you want to tell me I'm lying, you have to bring that truth you are talking about. And I make bold to say, I stand by every word I say. And I repeat. Yesterday, Rational Mind was telling me that what I said is that I said, do you have an idea of how many Igbos were killed in the north in 2021? I remember somebody sending me a text and saying, Madam, I could see the pain in your voice because I lost 4 people to that. Do you know how many Igbos were killed in Ghana 2 years ago? What about in South Africa? In Obibo in 2021, what happened? I said, and I repeat, tone down the rhetoric. And I said yesterday, there is one thing about us. When they said somebody, Rational Mind, who was saying that they went to a store, the Japanese or something was saying Igbo people are too pushy. They will come here and say, come, give you this. I said, no, that is different from what I'm saying. That our language is strong. Sometimes when we talk, it seems as if we are being pushy. That's what I said yesterday. I talked about our elegance. I said, but these things I'm saying now has absolutely nothing to what I am saying. I said, tone down the rhetoric. When you go to a foreign land, do your business and get away. And by the way, saying that I say Igbo people don't do, I never said that. I said, we are not synchronized. That's the word I use. When it comes to politics, we are not synchronized with other part of Nigeria. And it's showing. What is the lie I said about it? Somebody asked me, do you have somebody who can talk to you people? I say, Iwameze. Is that a lie? We don't have. So what is the lie I said? Pull out the lie. Let's talk about it.
Did you say Igbos? You say Igbos don't sell land to
Hold
other
on.
And a lot of people have actually said that,
citing
so
my
it's not
mess
unique
now.
or peculiar
Because
to
let me tell you,
Zeta.
I don't like it when I say something, you just shout.
Akim said it the other day.
I am
Everybody
a
says
very
it.
proud Igbo girl, and I am even more Igbo than you are. You and whatever, Jewel of Nashville or whatever he called himself. I am more Igbo than you people are.
Mano, we are no more Igbo than these
Listen,
fools. Please just respect
Jewel, we are
yourself. I
not
don't want to
mess.
talk about this
We are
thing.
not
Please,
mess, Jewel.
one man we can go, but you can't
Are you
insult me.
going to keep
Please,
quiet and allow me to
insult
talk?
me. You're not more.
Are you going to keep quiet
They,
and allow me to talk?
they always listen to you with their biases. That's why they don't listen.
I know what I'm talking about.
All right, Zeta.
I have
All right.
lost a lot of my younger ones because of the violence against the Igbos. I know what I'm talking about. So don't come and tell me that you are lying. Lie what? When riot broke out in Lagos now, they are rushing to Igbo store. They are going to burn down their stores. They are going to attack them. And I said, and I repeat, tone down the rhetoric. You, Jewel, you came on this platform and was screaming how you people are going to take over Lagos. Is it not you? Are you
It's
going to pull out that
Say
statement?
Labour Party, not Southeasterners. That's the problem.
Hold on.
Labour Party,
Hold on.
it's not Southeasterners.
So can she have a say, please?
Can you? When you keep make sure because one thing about you people is that when somebody, by the way, anybody that is telling the Igbos to continue the way they are, what they are doing, not to tone down their rhetoric, you don't like them. Because when anything happens in Lagos now, it's the Igbos that are going to attack. Then we kill my brothers and sisters. That's why I'm talking. That's why I'm screaming. You came here and said, if they push Showore in Labour Party, you people will vote for him. But since it's not Labour Party, you are not good. By the way, you are far away in Nashville. And exciting people to go out in the street of Nigeria to vote. What authority do you have to even say that?
I have the authority now.
Hold on, Joel.
Mama, I don't want to.
Hold on.
Keep quiet. We are not mess. You get me? We are not mess.
All right. All right. Bring the tempo down. Yeah, bring the tempo down a bit, Zeta. Yeah.
Call me a liar without proving the lie.
All right, Zeta. Thank you, and everyone, thank you. So I'm not taking any more commentaries on that space. But I will just say this. I'll say only really to reiterate what I said earlier. The first thing I'm going to say is to Zeta. So Zeta, I hope this little interaction does not make you change the way you present. I hope it doesn't drive you away from the platform, one, and I know it will not, because I know you're robust enough a character not to be driven away. Don't say anything, mute yourself. I know you're robust enough of a character not to be driven away. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is, I hope that this little cameo that we've just had now, I hope it doesn't make you deviate in any way from the way you deliver on this platform. So don't do that either. So still stay muted. So don't do that either. If you cross the line, I will tell you, and people know that I have a very sharp radar for lines being crossed. We all operate by the same rule, which we all agree to, that we don't want foul language and we don't want aggression. And anything outside of that is up for grabs. So those are the two. So those are things I'm going to say to you. Don't let this interaction drive you away, and don't let it. And I had the same conversation with Enigmatic as well. So it's not a new space. We've been here before. So don't let this interaction drive you away, and don't let it change in any way the way you speak or act on the platform. So it's just one of those things. We are testing waters to see where we all balance. So that's the one thing. But to the wider conversation, it's exactly like I said before. You have to respect people. You know, freedom of speech is not what you agree with, but it's what you violently disagree with, but you tolerate anyway, and that is where the freedom of speech comes into play. It's not something that you mildly object to or something you somewhat concur with, but it's something that you violently object to, but you still let ride. You don't let it ride off its own speed. You fight it with logic. But we don't want that sort of aggressive, either in comment sections, super chat or not, or whatever. We don't want violent aggression on this space because it's going to bully original ideas out of the space, and we leave the diet of this space is original ideas and intelligent arguments. This is why we pride ourselves over others, and we want to retain that pride. So please don't bully anybody. If they disagree with you culturally, politically, come back at them culturally and politically. So going forward, I would like us to agree that that is a decent template for us to move forward. So
exactly,
if you're
yeah.
yeah, so if you're
And
happy
that's
for
why
that,
I need to come in now.
right?
You know, I never heard what happened yesterday, but one thing is sure, that in this space, I really give Zita that kudos, because she's one of the vocal female voices we have here. And when you make points, she is bold enough to what's it called, interject, which is uncommon in the African space, where every lady is being seen to be talked down to because you have a female voice. You should not. It's more of a respect for you to be quiet.
No. So sorry, Ife. I don't think it's especially the female voice. I think it's cultural sensitivities, and people feel that people's feeling somewhat that somebody is not batting for the side, that or rather that they are batting against the side. So I think it's a more of a cultural malaise than a gender something. But hold on, Ife. So Thomas, if you're happy to rest it there, or if you want to have the final word, and then we move away from that space. So you make the
Yes.
decision. Make the decision, Thomas, and then we move on.
Yeah. Thank you, one man. And thank you, everyone. Thank you, Zita. Thank you, everybody. But I will say this, then we can move forward. When Joel came in yesterday, the house was still full on. So I was waiting to bring him in when he wrote that comment in the private comment. And I know if I brought him in, it's going to be a fight with that comment. So as a mature and mature and what I think, I use my discretion not to bring him in because I know it's going to be chaos. So that is what happened yesterday. I deliberately don't bring you in yesterday. I'm saying it now. I use my discretion because I don't want the session yesterday to be disrupted, because you haven't even come in and you wrote that kind of statement in the private chat. I don't like it. But moving forward, let's follow what one man I've said. Nobody can be bullied here. No, I will not take it. And I know one man will not take it. Thank you, one man. God bless you. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So with that, then I'll hand over to you. So be kind to Thomas, please, especially you, Joel. But Joel, you know we love you anyway. We will not tolerate what you do here from anybody else. So it's just because we love you so much. But please tone it down, Joel. We've had this conversation before.
One man, see, I don't like it when I like it when I come in on your show. I just come and talk about the real issues. I do not care whatever person you're supporting. I do not care. All I have belief in what we do as our own as obedience. But what I don't want is when you want to make your statement and you start generalizing the Igbos, trying to run them up and present us like we are this, we are that. I wrote something on the private chat to Madam Zita, so I hope she reads that. There's a reason why if you say they kill Igbo here, they kill Igbo in South Africa, it is because they travel more. The less people that they kill more outside of this country are the Yorubas. Why? They travel more. Have you ever heard that they killed an Hausa man in the UK? Because they travel less. So I don't know these things about, like, even in South Africa, xenophobia wasn't only on only on Nigerians. It was all African countries. But the Nigerians that were killed in that xenophobia attack were Igbo. Why? Because there are more Igbos living in South Africa. That is my point, one man. I am not saying anybody, I'm not here to bully anybody. All I'm just saying is, if you're making a statement, make it right. Don't just say Igbos. You generalize it and you say Igbos. And because I don't want to interject or nobody wants to interject, they keep making that statement and that statement keep running. That is my point. One man, I don't have no problem with anybody.
All right, but let's just bring down the rhetoric. So I'll hand over to you, Thomas. Thomas, to you. Be kind to Thomas, please. Thomas, to you.
One man, I thought you are going to sack me today because I hear that I'm not doing a good job. So maybe you decide.
One man,
Maybe you
sorry,
still keep
Thomas.
me.
Go rest.
Move on,
Go
move on,
rest.
move on.
Go
Yes.
rest. Move on. Move on. Go rest.
Move on.
Joel.
Thomas.
Yeah. No worries. No worries. We continue.
Thomas, na joke,
Thomas.
na joke. And I
Yes.
just say we could move on. I said we could move on. No wahala.
Yes. We no. That is done. If I said it's gone. Yes. So we move on. So forget about what happened yesterday. But we just have to address it. Then when we address it, that's done. I don't keep anybody in grudges. If I don't bring it up, I will still have that mind. But since I brought it up, that is gone. That is done. You know me, bro. I love you, bro. I love everybody. Yeah. So let's move on. Yeah. Who was speaking before I came in? I
I'm the
think
one.
yes.
I
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
the one speaking.
Yeah, Madam Sita. Yeah,
Okay,
let's the
Madam
first
Zita.
speak. Then Madam Sita will continue.
Good evening, everybody, or good morning, everybody, in the
Good
comment
morning.
section,
Good
the
afternoon.
panel.
Yeah.
There is a part I really want to speak on that is hurting me, and it is
But
this.
this is Madam Sita's space. I thought you want to interject. That's why I said you should come in. She's still
Okay,
yeah.
let Madam Zita finish. Yeah.
Oh,
Yes. Let her.
continue.
Since 10 o'clock, I never speak for this platform. It's not fair.
Who's
It's not fair.
is that Moses? Yeah, Moses.
Yes,
Yeah, let Madam
I've been here. I've
Sita.
been here for. I've been here for a long time.
My
I'm
no
here.
Moses. I just came in. I'm not the one hosting before. It's one man. So I just came in. You haven't seen me talk before as well. So let Madam Sita finish. Then I will come to you next.
I have.
Yes, I will come to you next. Yeah, Madam
Unless you
Sita.
are asking me
Yeah.
another question, I think on that space about annexing the this thing, the movement, that's fine. But before I go, because I'm about to go, I must say something. I will continue eating. I will not relent. You know why?
Where are you? Why are you going? Are you sure you're not angry?
No. I'm not
No,
angry. I will no. Far from it. I will continue hitting. Anytime I see my people raise their voice and begin to fight for something that actually they shouldn't care about, I will hit, because I lost a lot of people because of it. He sent me a text message telling me that the elevator is because Igbo people are. You don't even have a clue why I say what I say. You don't even have a clue, Joel, why I say tune down the rhetoric. I am the one protecting my people. You are not. Because if you are, you will be saying the same thing I'm saying. Tune down the rhetoric. If anything happened, they'll run into Igbo people's shop. They will burn their shop. They will kill them. But they are not the only one there. Why them?
That is good
Have
enough.
you done investigation?
Is what to say.
So,
I will continue.
Madam
I will
Zita.
continue. And next time you send me a stinker, Joel, I will tell you that I have certificate in replying stinkers. I can be very nice and I can be extremely rude. Don't send me a stinker again.
Madam, you're an elder sister. I'm not going to join wars with you. Just
Don't
go ahead.
send me a
Do your
stink
thing.
again, no. You won't like me if you try that again. I will reply you, and I'm going to tell you something is going to be savage. Thank you and good night, everybody.
Oh, Madam
Good
Sita,
night. Oh.
Madam
yes,
Zita, we love you, whether you like
we
it or
love
not.
you, we love you, Please, yes, Biko, no. What's the meaning of Biko, no? I just say it. I don't even know the meaning.
We,
Please,
we,
it means
we love
please.
you, ma, but we always push back anytime
We
you
will
give
tell
a
you the
wrong
truth. We love
representation of
you,
us.
but we'll tell you the truth. That's the thing. If you're because I
Don't
understand,
worry,
and I
one
know
day
last
you
time I
are going
talked
to
to
see
you,
me live.
I said something about your age.
What is
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Biko,
Are you
no?
sure this woman? Are you sure this woman is from Igboland?
Ah, come on.
No, don't.
Oh my God.
They have started again.
We have started again.
No,
Oh
no.
my
No,
Because
Let's not do.
My name is
Thomas,
he
Aisha.
said he said he
Thomas,
said that
Thomas.
he's from Imo State because
Her name
I'm
is
from
Jita.
Imo
Her
State.
name is Jita
That's the
Falaye.
problem.
Where are you from?
I'm from Imo
Ajale
State.
Kuku. Where is Ajale Kuku? We don't have
He
Ajale
claimed that
Kuku. Who is?
he claimed she claimed that P2B will not win Imo State. I shocked that day. I said, which this woman self, the hatred they have
I
with
said
P2B.
he
I
will
said,
not win my
what happened?
area.
Did the
Listen, hold
P2B
on, hold on,
collect your
hold
girlfriend or
on,
boyfriend?
hold on,
Calm
hold on.
down, guy. Calm down.
When I talk, I don't forget what I said. I said he will not win my area, and he didn't. Did you hear me?
But madam, you said you will not win
Because he
Edo.
went.
You said you will not win Plateau. You
Which
said
other
anything
No,
in
place?
no,
Delta.
I
You
didn't
said you will
say
not
No.
that.
win
I said I
Lagos.
made a win spreadsheet for him. And when I gave him Oshun and Odo, everybody in this platform started laughing. They did not even tell me to finish what I want to say. So I did not say that. What I said is that Imo State, he will not win my area. And he didn't. It's as simple as ABC.
You say
No,
Rivers
no.
will never vote an Igbo man.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they didn't.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah, they didn't.
Oh,
Go
well, we'll
and
see
prove
that.
it. Listen, River State, when they want to do that they are Chenenega, they do it in collaboration with the traditional rulers. And let me tell you
Where
Even
area
with
something,
now?
all
Uptown.
Imo State.
everything Wicked did, we saw the score.
Look, Uptown, let me tell you something. As I said before on this platform, it is really ridiculous for somebody to come and say in River State that a voter will come and say, I know who won. Go and ask anybody in River State. I don't know when Rivers voters start knowing who won an election.
Have you seen Obia?
Hold on. You are not listening to me. That's the problem I have with you people. You are not listening. I said that in River State, the voters don't know who won. How do I explain it to you? I've just said a sentence. They don't know who won. In the sense that you go vote, at the end of the day, the result will come out. When it come out, if the person you voted did not win, you seem as if you're among the foolish people that voted for somebody who did not win. Right from the time of Abda George, the time of Wike, it's not today. And I said it on this platform.
You're right on that one. You're right on that one. You're right on that
I said
one.
it
But
on this
the
platform.
election was
I
different.
said,
The election
I'm
was
not
different on
saying
this
you
one.
might not vote somebody you like or something. I said, Rivers voters don't know who won. You can't. They just announced result for you. It's not today. It's not with Wike. So that's why I told you people, the first people will not vote P2B because I know the Chenanigan, them and their traditional ruler do. In collaboration with the traditional ruler, the government is not doing it alone. He agreed before the result. Anyway, never mind. Una good night to abeg. Talking to these people, you talk to them, they will be. You will say another thing. They will turn it another way and say
You
you
hate
said
P2B
it
with a
this way.
passion. I don't know why, but it's well.
I said on
Why
this
why
platform,
must she
Peter
swear
Obi
on
will not win
a
my
national
district, and he
platform?
didn't. I said he will not win River State, and he didn't. So which one is lie now? Ha!
But that's not the only state you say you will not win that you won now.
Which
Sorry,
other
can I
state
can
did I
I
say?
quickly make my point? And
Wait,
I
everybody,
want
wait.
Madam
Madam
Zita to
Sita, hold
Madam
on,
Zita, please,
hold
can
on.
you just give me 5 minutes of your time to just hear this point out?
Yes,
I'm
go on.
listening.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm from Lagos. I'm a Lagosian, but I'm from Badagry. and Badagry is not a. When you hear Lagos, most of you always think Lagos is only a Yoruba land. You see, Badagry has people we call the Ogu people, or you call them Egun. So we have our own relatives too there, who some of them don't even speak Yoruba. Some of our grandmothers they don't speak Yoruba. So
And some part of you are in Dahomey. I know your
exactly,
history.
and in Ogun State, Ogun West. Now, are you now saying somebody from Badagry cannot become a Lagos State governor because you cannot trace him to have any Yorubaness in him? This Vival guy now, there are people you call the Saros, from what Ogbeni sent to one man. There are people you call the Saros. These are the descendants of the slave traders who are Yoruba by nature, came from the Caribbean islands, some from Brazil, then find themselves back in Lagos. And you have those names there: Cokers, the Shitabes, the Vivos, the Fernandez, the Darushas. So now, the problem we have in Nigeria is because, mind you, this generation will not come with Yoruba. They will know that they are Yoruba, but they may not have their Yoruba-ness in them like that. So now, you're now telling them they are not Lagosian now. The question I'm asking is, are we to blame the kings that sold their progenitors to slavery, or their progenitors that traced their own lineage back to leave the Caribbean islands or Brazil back to the African space again? Because when we are pushing a narrative, those people things we hit, those things are affecting. You are making damage to them, and they would one day retaliate back. Are you expecting a Vival to respect a king of Lagos who he knows the history behind how he became a Lagosian or left the shores of Nigeria, even though Nigeria is not existing there? That's why I'm saying, look, if you don't want to vote for him, don't vote for him, but don't bring this issue of he's not a Lagosian or he's not a true Yoruba. You are hitting on wounds
Are
that
you
are
referring
healing.
to me? Are you
No,
asking
no,
me?
no. No, I'm not referring to you. I'm just referring to people who are saying he's not Yoruba enough to become the governor of Lagos State. If you don't want to vote for him, don't vote for him, but don't say he's not Yoruba enough, because we run a patrilineal society. You may say, okay, he does not speak Yoruba, fine, but don't say that he's not Yoruba enough or he's half Yoruba, like
You
what
see? You see?
Fani Kayode is saying.
No. Listen, sometimes it's good to make references. Actually, me personally, I don't really care who rules Lagos anyway, but let me just expand a little on what you said. For me, I truly do have issues in anywhere in the world. If you are going to rule people, you should be able to communicate with them in the language they understand. Being
100%.
Yoruba, being Yoruba or not being Yoruba is none of my business. But all I'm saying is that he should be able to communicate with the language. Then back to the history of that family. You see, that family, you are describing them as kind of Jaja Rofopopo. Sorry, Ajay Crowder. No,
Yes, Ajayi Crowder, thank you
no,
very much.
no, they are not like Ajay Crowder. If you look at the history, they still have some vivos in Sierra Leone and Varandapo.
Yes,
If you look at their history, I don't know him. I don't know their family in Lagos. But when we did history, when they were telling us about Ajayi Crowder, they mentioned them, they mentioned Sally, they mentioned the parent or whatever, about 6 of them. Now, the story wasn't that straight. When story has a clause, people capitalize on that clause. I'm not saying he's not a Yoruba boy. Obviously, he is. But there is a clause in their history because The British people that wrote their history are telling us that they actually know where they came from, but they first left from Nigeria to Sierra Leone, and they started the story from Sierra Leone, that William was born in Sierra Leone. Then he left Sierra Leone to Varandapo. Then from Varandapo, his son came back to today Nigeria. So when you have a history like that, somebody might capitalize on it, but that is no issue. You cannot say somebody who has lived in Lagos, being a Yoruba boy, all of a sudden he's no longer Yoruba boy. No, that's not where my own argument is. My own argument is that he's childish. That's what I said. When you want to rule people, you look forward to being somebody. There are things in life you try to avoid. Because when it comes to opinion and expression of your emotions, you should understand there are some people, what you are for, they might be against it. And you're going to rule these people. So when it comes to that, you become careless. I'm not talking about it's just that you cannot communicate to people with the language they understand. And this is childish, jumping on topic, tweeting and making, no. You don't do that. Professors are not even allowed to show emotions in classrooms because they are professors. They tell athletes, don't do that because you have fans on both sides. The same thing with a politician. Otherwise, you lose votes. That's just what I'm saying. Yoruba or no Yoruba, who cares? Thank
Yeah,
you.
you
Thomas,
know
can
what?
I go to sleep now?
Oh yes, yeah.
Madam Zita, can I ask you?
What is the meaning? I'm just speaking Igbo today. I don't even know the meaning. What is Ndewo?
You want to ask me a question? Oh, yeah, ask now.
You see the vex?
No.
Okay, I beg, sorry, because you don't say my elder sister, so I don't go on make you go sleep.
Who they
Think you
talk?
say na Jewel.
Jewel, mwage okwe furu mwage mposi ngafuge mwage mwage.
But I don't know, I beg, Biko,
Ọkwa m
I don't
na-ekwu na nwụrụ m ọnụ na-atapịasị mposi ị ga-ahụ m ama mama ị ga-akwụliri ikwu ngwa m okwu mwada nne gị mahụ na ndị Igbo anaghị enwe eze mana ha na-erespekt ụmụada m na-ekwu na-aba.
I hear that one. I hear that respect.
Iwe will how many years ago?
Ọkwa m kpọrọ gị eji na
Yes, thank you, Madam Tita.
amamihe m ga-asị gị.
Thank you, Madam Tita. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, ngwanụ good
see you.
night.
Good night, madam. Good night, ma. Good night, ma. No wahala, ma. Good night.
yeah. So what I'm just trying.
Well, hold on. Yeah. Finish your thoughts, then
Yeah.
I'll bring Moses in. Thank
Okay.
you.
So what I'm just trying to say to my Yoruba brothers is, look, if you don't want to vote for Vifor, don't vote for him. If you want to vote for someone, you vote for someone. But please don't bring this ethnic. Somebody is half Yoruba. Somebody is, because most of these people that went to that they were actually wait now, Thomas. Most of all these are brothers that find themselves in Sierra Leone and find their way back to Nigeria. It was not their own. What's it called? Doing that they find themselves in those situations. They were their progenitors were sold to slave. They find themselves back in Sierra, and that's why Sierra Leone was never colonized in Africa. That's the only country in Africa and Ethiopia that was not colonized. Even though they were British protectorate, they left them alone. Nigeria saw independence, Sierra Leone independence,
and Liberia too.
and Liberia. And that is why, even if you look at the chief justices of Liberia and Sierra Leone before independence, even till now, Nigerians were the one holding their judicial, ministries before independence. So there are some history that we start saying we want to go and bring out healing wounds. So the question is, how would the father or the parents or uncles of that guy will be feeling now? It's like you are telling them a history that's healing. which is wrong. If you want to say he does not understand Yoruba, that's fine. But don't say that it's not half, it's somebody is half Yoruba, half Igbo. No. Yoruba land is a patrilineal society which is defined by your father's land. We have Yorubas, we have the Awuris, we have the Egun people in Lagos. So Lagos is a multi-dimensional cultural society, but it's just that the Yorubas find themselves in the majority, which is fine. Nobody's what's
Ife,
it called fighting
Ife,
against that.
Can I come in, please?
Yes, you can.
I want to sincerely thank you for this. You see, yesterday that was part of the issue I was having. The way they were describing this guy, I felt it because I'm a foreigner in another land, and I have been in such situation where my fellow black people, African Americans, told me to my face, I'm not black enough. They have told me all king folks are not. How do they put it? All king folks are not. That's the way they put their own. You know, they are very good with those bad way of talking, right? So
Yeah.
that is the thing. So I keep telling. I wasn't feeling so good about it. Now it has nothing to do with whether obedience wins it or not. But
Exactly.
if Tinubu is said to be from Osun State. And the people of Lagos, because Lagos, if you want to put it that way, Lagos has the people that own Lagos. And the people of Lagos allowed you to be governor. And you have been a godfather for for almost 24 years. Now they said that they want to go a different route. I mean, some of them said they want to go a different route. You started playing the tribal card. Because you know that all along, what you used to get that vote, the numbers that they used to get that vote, apart from most of those foreigners that came into Lagos, are also the Igbo votes. So what is going on? I don't really know, but what I'm seeing that happening in Lagos State is we have those people that are not from Lagos State that has taken position in Lagos State
Exactly,
that do
Joel.
not want to
Joel,
leave.
let me even add it to you. We have some Yorubas in Lagos State that if they want to build their house, they still go back to either Ogun State, Osun State,
I
or
thought
your
as
state
much.
to go and build their house.
I thought as
People like
much.
us, we don't have any Ogun State to go to. Anything we want to do, we still have to do it in that Lagos State, because we
I
don't
thought
have
as
any.
much.
That's where our great grandfather's family house is. That's where our culture is. Everything about us is there. So you now saying those type of history, you want to divide that space, and I hope it will not affect it. It will die down after this electoral cycle.
Um,
The
No,
people
no,
I
no, no.
blame, look,
Ife,
Joel,
it's
the
not going to
people I
go down.
blame. Let
No.
me quickly say this: the people I blame are the Yoruba think tanks. That when this set of people came back, instead of adopting maybe Yoruba language in the Yoruba space for language of teaching and instruction, they started saying you if you are speaking Yoruba, they will say you are using vernacular, and that was why Fela sang that
Oh.
teacher teach me nonsense of a thing. So these are the issues. Even in the diaspora, if you look at the diaspora, I'm in the UK, you can learn Urdu, that's the Pakistani language, even to the extent of writing a GCSE in Urdu, Indian language, Hindi, Arabic. There is no African language that you can learn in the diaspora. Why? So that's why I find that the children of Indian descent will always still speak their Indian. Pakistani will still speak their Pakistani, Arab will still speak their Arabian languages. But only Africa, either Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Efiko.
Igbo inclusive, oh, a lot of them in Igbo that can't speak in Igbo. A lot of my friends cannot speak Igbo. A lot
Because
of
because our societies here are not thinking ahead of future, such that there is no book now you can take now in the diaspora and say, okay, my child is doing Igbo from maybe class 1 to class 6. But all those Asian subcontinents, they have Arabic, they have their Urdu, they have their, what's it called? I can only speak Arabic in the UK, but we don't have Yoruba, and we have Yoruba graduates in Nigeria looking for job, but our Yoruba society here, they are not looking at how can we make sure that we have a curriculum for Yoruba speakers. The same thing, Igbo, we have our Igbo graduates in Nigeria, but here we are giving birth to children that they cannot even take our foreign language as, what's it called, their optional language. Do you know the language they now start speaking? Taking French. Some of them will
Spanish.
take Spanish. This
But
colonial.
if look, but here in the United States, so they are asking, they're looking for at least Yoruba. At least I know about. They started teaching Yoruba, I think in Harvard or so. I think
No,
either in
that's at the
Harvard.
university level. I'm talking about the
At university,
primary
okay,
school
at primary
level.
level. Okay.
If,
Primary and
do
secondary
you know
level.
that? Do you know that even Roosevelt wife, that is a Anambra girl, cannot speak Igbo?
Cannot speak Igbo, yes. But
Look,
very intelligent lady, very intelligent
you
lady.
see the problem you guys have on that island, eh? I don't know, maybe because you guys
It's plenty
are.
on the island, though, my brother. If not, I think none of us qualifies now to be governor in future. My Yoruba brothers here, all of
Don't
them.
worry, don't
I don't
worry.
I
Those
think
of
we'll
us in
cover
Lagos, we
Yoruba.
know. I believe Joel understand. Joel understand. We are on the mainland. Look, those of you on that island, you have a big problem because the island is more or less designed to be
It's very
for people
cosmopolitan.
who are well off in the society. You've allowed that mentality to enter your psychic such that you now raise up children, even though you are in Lagos. If you are Igbo, they will not be able to speak Igbo. I have uncles whose children cannot speak Yoruba.
Ife, don't go far. In the southeast, let me tell you. Are you listening?
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah, in the southeast, do you know that there's what they call Ibotic?
What's
Inside the
True,
southeast,
true. You're being
No, I'm
stereotyped
telling
for
you.
speaking Igbo.
Yeah, they stereotype you for speaking Igbo. They say, oh, you stand so Ibotic.
you
I wrote a
can
paper on that one time. I think in Nigeria when I was still in Nigeria. I wrote a paper on it. I said you don't hear Hausatic, you don't hear Yorubatic, you only hear Ibotic, and it now sounded so good, right? Ibotic, like you can go for a name, and it became if you meet a lady, they say oh he sounds so Ibotic. Very unfortunate.
and what
So
uptown,
Oh yes,
uptown and
thank you,
Nashville.
thank
The
you.
truth
Please,
is, you can
let's leave.
let me
Please,
just make
please,
this
let's
last
leave
statement
cultural.
and we'll leave it.
Yeah.
You can only understand another person's language to the level you speak your own indigenous language. That's just the truth, because the type of vocabularies you'll be searching are the ones you want to make points based on the way you can express yourself in your own indigenous language. So that's what I just want to say.
I think
Oh, thank you.
let me just add something. I think on that space, I think I disagree because all my cousin sisters, all of them can speak Yoruba. They are Igbos. All of them can speak Yoruba. They can't speak Igbo. Where they come from, they are all. If you see where they're speaking Yoruba, you think their generation is dated 200 years back. All of them, Ijoma, all of them. But if you tell them to speak
And
Igbo, when they
after
go to
if they go back
that's
to southeast, they'll be looking at them like they are tech for speaking
yeah,
Yoruba.
yeah, they're
Yes.
fancy. It's fancy to be speaking Yoruba instead of Igbo.
Thank you, Ife. Let me bring Moses. Do we still have Moses?
Yeah, I'm here, my brother.
Yes, yes. How are you? Yeah, yeah.
I'm fine. I'm
What is
fine.
how are you in Hebrew? I want to be learning Hebrew language now. Since you guys are bullying us
How
with
are you? How are you? Ole Kime, Ole Timere,
that one is too
Ole
long
Timere,
now.
Ke Kimere,
Make it short.
Ke Kimere.
Yes, I think I will be learning it later. Yes. What do you think about the INEC Palata, about the Labour Party and PDP that they are trying to inspect, they are trying to the machine that they want to access the machine so that but the INEC is telling them that they need the same gadget for Saturday election. But the Labour Party and the PDP they are insisting that they want to inspect their device. What do you think about that? What do you think is going on there?
Okay, thank you, my brother. My own view, I believe that INEC has failed Nigeria woefully in every angle because Nigeria spent a lot of money because of this election. So, and the two, something is wrong somewhere. There is not so, that is big. There is something INEC is not telling us. There is something INEC is not telling Nigerians. You want to configure the beavers. These beavers are supposed to at least contain as much as all the whole election we are going to carry this moment. Why are you going to configure it again? I believe that there's something INEC is not telling us, and the reason why is that because of the manipulation is the because of the manipulate the presidential election. I know that's the problem. They want to correct the mistake, but it's too late. Both Labour Party and PDP is ahead of them. I'm sorry to say this. I don't think the election will hold on Saturday. If
Why did you say that?
yes, now because I don't think court will grant them to configure the system because both the data everything is there. So if the no matter anyhow original is original. So I don't think the court will grant them that kind request. It's not possible because court have already grant P2B the request for to assess the beavers and other things. So for them now to come up and now come request to such a thing, I don't think it's a good idea because all the evidence already because the thing not there. The main problem not there. Some northerners voted without accreditation. They vote without beavers.
How do you know that?
How do you know? How do you know?
Were you in the north?
I'm telling you I'm telling you what I know. But
How do you
you
were you
wait
there?
now. You are going to
What do you
see
mean
it
wait
very
now?
soon.
You just said something that is not true. You know it's not true, and you just said it. It doesn't matter.
It's not true. How do you know it's not true? I'm
How
telling you,
do
this is not true.
how do
Do
you
you
know
know?
they voted without beavers?
I'm telling you, some area they voted without beavers,
Yeah, but how do you know that?
without accreditation. So wait, just calm down, calm down. A lot of things is going to fall out. See what is going to happen. I don't want to say something I will say now. This everywhere goes scatter, but now calm down to avoid me. But all I'm trying to
My
say is
brother,
that
my brother. Wait,
this election is
Moses,
going to be a movie. You understand? A lot of things went
Moses,
bad,
Moses. Can
and
you hear
because of
me?
INEC trying to play smart, you know.
Moses,
So
can you hear me?
INEC fell woefully.
INEC did not play smart in Anambra. They did not play smart in Enugu. They did not play smart in Edo. They did not play
My
smart.
brother,
Progressive, they play smart in those places too.
I want to let you know. I want to let you know those places you call now. If you have evidence of any manipulation, bring it out. There's no problem.
So you bring your own evidence out from the north as well.
Yes, now we have requests about bring the beavers, bring the materials, bring the
Moses,
let's check because
Moses,
those let's see how
Moses,
everything went down. That
Moses.
is it. It's not a big deal. Let's check. Let's confirm. Even Anambra everywhere. Confirm everywhere. Let's see everything because you cannot build house. You cannot start. You want to build house now. You start building upstate. You start building up before that. It's not possible. So they have to start from that accreditation of the voters. So the thing INEC request is not possible. I don't think it will work. It can't work.
Moses, it's not up to you
can you
to
hear
do
me?
that. It's up to the court.
No, because
It's the
I know
court
they
that
know
will.
they know
It's the court
they
that
know
will
say
decide. It's the
they
court that
know
will decide whether it will work or not.
INEC knows say if they release those things, they are gone. They will end up in
What
jail
do you mean
itself.
they are? What do you mean they are gone? INEC is not one person. INEC is an institution.
You will see
You
what will
guys
happen
just talk
now.
to. You guys just refer to INEC as if you are talking to one person.
No,
No, but
see,
you
I
know
don't.
he's referring to the Mahmoud guy, all these guys, them, all of them
As a leadership.
Those guys, man,
might go to jail.
Look, let me explain something to you, my brother. You see, a lot of the work is just like it's just like you, our boss, who is trying to organize an event. Then you bring in a lot of people who are not permanent. Don't forget, a lot of the people that work for INEC during elections are not permanent staff of INEC. They only work around that election period. So this form of loyalty to the institution, they don't have it. So an NYSC person that was brought in to come and help in election matters, a professor of a university that was brought in to come and involved in election matters, they're only going to be there for 1 week or 2 weeks and they are gone. So these people at that time are like a temporary staff. These are the people that politicians will use to manipulate elections. So, but everybody just going INEC, Mahmoud.
No,
INEC.
my brother, no.
Mahmoud will only announce
These
the
people,
result that was given to him.
these
Mahmoud
people you are
that
calling
is his
now.
job. He has no any other.
Those
His
people,
job is to
no.
announce the result.
Those people you are
This is
calling
his
now is not the
job.
problem. Those
Hello?
people now you are calling now is not really the
Why is
problem.
my this thing echoing?
You're echoing, yes.
The
You're
platform
echoing.
is echoing. The platform is echoing.
Thomas, I think it's you, Thomas. Because mine is echoing too.
Mine too.
Mine is echoing. Can you hear me?
Is echoing.
Yes, I can hear you.
It's echoing.
It's okay. It's okay. No, it's
Everybody
okay.
should wait. Let me mute everybody. Then I will. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm not echoing.
The echo has stopped.
It has stopped.
Yeah.
I think it's coming back.
No, it's Joel.
It's coming back again.
It's Joel.
But it's fine. It's fine now.
Yeah, that Mrs. Joy.
It's Joel.
No, it's not
No,
Joy.
no.
No, it's still echoing.
Let me mute myself.
It's okay now. It's okay now.
Can you hear me now?
Very love and clear. Love and sound.
It's still echoing.
Only Moses is not echoing. Why?
But it's okay with me. Oh. All the
Fine. I think the rest of us have been hacked. Yours is fine.
Uptown. I will mute myself. You talk. I want to know where it's coming from. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me? Am I echoing? Good?
No, you're not. You're not.
Uptown, you are echoed.
Yes, even me, I'm echoing to myself.
Yes, Uptown is echoing. Yes.
But my own is sound. It sounded well. It sounded good for my side. Though.
Good to go.
Okay, you mute yourself. You alone mute yourself. Let somebody else talk.
Oh, yes, I'm talking now. It's not echoing. Yes.
Okay, I think it's
No, it's not echoing.
Yeah, but you are echoing now. Uptown.
Am I?
No, that's because if the other guy turn on his device, if he unmute himself, he will echo. Maybe he needs to check around if he have any other device on around him. What's it called? The other man that was talking. Not Uptown. The other man that was with us.
Moses.
As soon as Moses mute himself, my echo stop.
Can Moses speak, please? Yeah, speak.
Thomas, my brother. So for me,
Yeah, it's fine
uh,
now.
I believe that a lot went down
Moses,
for this INEC.
yeah, progressive. Let's talk together. Let me see where is if it is echoing.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Am I echoing now?
No, we are not echoing.
Okay,
Yeah, both of
so
us are good.
both of us are good. So you need to bring one person in there. We'll try it again.
Yeah, let me bring your guy in. Yeah. Oga, is
So
Oga there? No, it's not echoing. Let's bring another person in. Let me bring Uptime in. Uptime, can you speak?
Yeah, I'm here. Uh, it's
Yes,
all
you
good.
can hear
that's
me.
better.
It's all good.
That's better. Yeah, let me bring the next person in. If it is echoing, we can't enjoy ourselves.
Moses last.
Yes, Rosie is there. It's muted. It's not echoing. Yeah. Let me bring Joel in. Uh, can Joel speak, please?
Yeah. Hey, Thomas, what's up?
Yeah, it's not echoing. That's fine. Yeah. Who else? Yes. Game changer. Can you speak,
Yeah,
please?
sorry, I've been telling you
Yeah.
guys it was Moses' phone that was doing
Moses.
it.
Yes.
I was checking
Yes.
it from
Yes.
you guys. So I saw Moses doing like he was talking when someone else speaks. So it
Oh,
was
yes.
Moses.
Yes. Yes.
Moses is
Okay,
more.
Moses.
maybe that was why his own was not echoing.
I
But
think
his
Moses
zone is not was not echoing. Yes.
and rejoin.
Yes. Yeah. Moses, I will kick you out. Then you can come in. You can come in. You can come in. You can re-log in. Yeah. I will kick you out. Yeah.
Provide him with the link. Oh.
Yes. Yes. I'll put the link in the comment section. Yeah. I think Joel has spoken. Have you? Have you?
I think the
No,
progress.
I'm
we're just
good.
having a
I'm good.
conversation.
I think the progressive was speaking.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So like
Progressive. Yeah. Go on. Progressive.
like I was saying earlier, I
I
said
still
the
want
way
to progressive. Hold on. I still want to us to push Moses because he's saying some things I don't agree with. So I'm waiting for him to come in. So he said they are doing something in the north, which I'm not. No, I don't think we have. I don't know. Just continue.
yeah, when he come back, we'll continue. When
Okay,
he come in, we'll continue from
progressive.
there.
I
So
think while we wait for Moses to come back, I think what Moses was inviting you at is when he talked about some people going to jail and the leadership of the INEC. I think rigging. There's different sides to it here. We can talk about maybe the compromising of other people in the ladder of INEC, like the people you are citing now. But I think what Moses is inviting you when he talks about people in the leadership of INEC going to jail is if for some reason, for example, and I'm not saying this will happen. For example, now some forensic or examinations are being conducted on the Beavers machine and found out that there is actually a systematic alteration that was done to the machine. This has nothing to do with people on the field again. It is at the heart of the INEC as an institution. Maybe there's some sort of manipulation in the machine, maybe software, maybe server-wise, someone turned off the server for some. You get what I'm saying? So if it's that kind of rigging, then people has to go to jail within the leadership of the institution. So I think that's
so
what it was.
so 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 with the result that you've seen so far, does it shows that was what happened?
It's too inconsistent, so that's what I'm saying. Even if you're watching the TV and you're looking at some tech experts, I mean recently in recent days, so a lot of tech experts have been trying to speak on the matter, and if you watch, most of them are saying there's still stuff to be unraveled. Forensic
So
examinations has to be done. There's things that are not just adding up, even from their own angle, even
yeah,
technically,
yeah.
that
Let me say
beaver.
something. Let
Yeah.
me say something quickly, right? I think if you look at this election, a lot of us don't want to give credit to what happened in this election. Where for me, the first time voters actually make decisions, their decisions was reflected in in that ballot papers. So what am I trying to say? Look at Lagos State, for example. The 3 senators all went to APC. 21 out of 24 Federal House of Assembly seats, like the House of Rep seat, all went to APC. But still, on the presidential level, APC lost. So how do you put those together? Look at Katsina State. 3 senators. That means they won overwhelmingly in the all 3 constituencies in that Katsina State. But APC lost the presidential level. So it tells me that in majority of these states, even places like in Edo, places like in Delta, look at Delta State produces 2 APC senators, but Labour Party won the governorship election in that state, right? Just look at it across the country, everywhere, not in one part, in everywhere. In some cases, it will happen in favor of PDP. In some cases, it will happen in favor. In some places, it will happen in favor of APC. In some places, it will happen in favor of Labour Party. And I have spoken to a lot of people on ground, and they will tell you, no, now Obi won't vote for, but for senator, will vote for this person. And these things were reflecting on the ballot papers. So I don't understand this.
Progressive, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I said sitting governor losing an election. Sitting governor.
No. I'm just trying to explain some when people are saying the result was this, the result was this technical, this. But I'm trying to understand why these things, why these patterns of behavior,
the progressives.
why this pattern of behavior actually reflected on the ballot boxes.
Can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. You know, if you listen to the discussions on ground here, it is you know why, it is actually now after this election that we actually saw the performance of people like Obi and all that a lot of people on the platform is beginning to come to the reality that this Obi's movement was actually on ground. A lot of people didn't think it was on ground now, but then I think that a lot of you has come closer to the reality, but you have not really hit the heart of the reality yet. So there's still a little bit kilometers to walk closer. And that space, it's what is giving you that thing that, wow, Obi overperformed. That means this election must have been credible. That is because of the bar you set for him originally, which all of us spent 8 months disputing, but nobody wanted to listen to us. We told you that it was far ahead, but nobody wanted. But the thing is, what is happening now is that for this to happen, people are saying that like what you're saying now is this election was not rigged because Obi won Lagos. But we on ground knew that Obi would win Lagos by a high margin. Just that some of us stopped saying it. Like if you notice, I stopped saying it sometime around
Is that from the
September.
situation room?
Can I say something
saying
uptown?
Is that from
Can
the
I
I
interject?
stopped saying it because I know it was pricking some people's emotions. So I stopped saying it. But I kept saying I was on ground and I know what I was saying. I was at the point I even wanted to explain the numbers, then the counts and what we have on our database. But people was pushing back with emotions, and so I just died it. Even on my spreadsheet, I had to give Obi something. But the
Sorry,
issue,
Thomas. Can I say something?
people
Sorry.
Uptown, can you hear me?
Thomas, I can hear you.
Uptown, can you hear
I
me?
can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah. I said, do
Yeah,
you
I'm
get
here.
that from your situation room?
What did you say?
I said,
Yeah,
did you get
Thomas.
that number from your situation room?
Which of the numbers, sorry?
That
You
Obi
said Obi
won with a
won more than
very high
that.
margin.
In Lagos?
Yes.
Yes.
See, the same way I kept saying I was on ground and Obi will win Lagos and nobody believed. It's just a matter of weeks. I hope it prevails. I'll still come back here and still say I said it and I said it. That is just the space on
So,
that. As
Sorry.
for this
uptown,
Lagos, I am
did
here
PDP rig the elections?
and I'm on ground. Huh?
Did PDP rig
Uptown.
election?
Our governors rigged the election across boards.
No.
Let me
Did
tell
PDP
you what
rig the
happened.
election? That's what I want to know. Did PDP rig election?
Yes, they did. Yes.
So you are going out.
In
So you're not
the states
you're
where
not
they
only going
control.
for APC. You're going for both APC and PDP.
What did you say?
So Obi is going to court to challenge both APC and PDP.
Obi is going to court to challenge Inec, which is an instrument that was used
No, you
at the
can't just
heart of the
challenge
rigging.
INEC. You have to challenge the parties.
They are.
You have to
Wait, I'm
you have
coming.
to include all parties.
Wait, no, wait. Let me tell you what happened. Now, this election is not an election of the normal regains of vote buying and all of those other things. Now, according to informations on, I'm only going to go surface. So I hope you bear with me. To INEC, they know why they listed Obi, they listed INEC and Tinubu alone. The reason is because they have been able to establish links between INEC, APC, and INEC at the heart of whatever went on. And that is why they also listed Tinubu below INEC, because they also have established cases against him and APC directly, and then establish cases against INEC as well as being part of it. Now, the thing you people don't understand is when you're saying people win, people lose, people win, people lose, but nobody's talking about the margin of which they win. Because someone's saying we won. Let me give you an example. After the what happened on Saturday, if you know the pandemonium that has been happening in Lagos State, everybody running helter skelter. If you go to Twitter, I see all the APC members saying, "Please, you guys have to leave your high horses, go and start doing door to door." That energy is not the energy, is not the fear of people that lost by 10,000, as the INEC announced. They cannot be so scared if we actually just won by 10,000
I
with,
think you
with
are
boys on
getting
ground.
things wrong.
Uptown, that
So
is not
that's just
Uptown,
for you
you are
to
getting a
know,
lot of things
apart from
wrong.
what
Uptown.
me I
If you
know.
lose an election by one vote, then you have to be worried that the
No,
loss is a
no,
loss.
no,
What
no, no. You
what
don't know what is happening. You don't know the length of which they are worried. If you're in
Hello,
Lagos, you will know.
hello, Thomas. Thomas, please, can I say something? Hello, can you guys hear me?
yeah,
I
just
think
go
everybody
ahead.
can
Don't
hear
worry.
you.
Thomas
Go
is
ahead,
not
go
here.
ahead.
Yes, go
Okay.
ahead, go ahead. Yeah, we can hear
I
you. Yes.
think Uptown is making like a very big mistake by saying that first, because they're going door to door, is because it doesn't seem like somebody that lose with 10,000 margin or something. That's a big mistake. When you look at Lagos as an example, Lagos is a state nobody will ever believe, and I believe even you a day to the election, and there's some of you were not, like, you were still saying that, well, Tinubu will win Lagos. Everybody believed Tinubu owns Lagos and Tinubu was gonna win Lagos.
No, no, I didn't have that
Now,
belief. We didn't
if
have many of us didn't
I
have
don't
that
want
belief.
to
hold
back on
on,
that.
let me finish, please. Majority, if you don't, you personally might say you don't, but majority of the obedient still believe that Lagos was going to be won by Tinubu.
You're the
No,
ones that
no,
want.
no,
Now,
no,
if you
no.
expected something, if you expected a place that you believe is yours, and all of a sudden you lose that place, even if it's just one vote, it will be a surprise to you. And that was the reason they had to step up their games. It's not because Obi won by 1 million margin, no. And you said something. You said Obi won by landslide. Do you have any metrics? And how did you know that? That was the question I was going to pose to you.
Yeah. Game changer, right? That's good.
Yes.
Okay. This is a public platform, and like I say, anybody that knows me from the day one I joined this platform, I clearly made it known to people that I'm not just a passerby fan of obedient movement. I am at the heart of it as far as Lagos is concerned. I can't claim to be at the heart of it in Delta or Edo or any other place. Those ones I can speculate. Those ones I can ask people. I can monitor or go there and find out what's on ground. But you see, this my Lagos where I don't do since May, where we don't they push this thing. Don't worry, I know the figures here, and nobody can challenge you with me. And it's just a matter of time before I come back and say I said it. I said it.
Okay. Well,
Game changer,
you
game
still
changer,
you sorry, you still
game
haven't
changer.
given me any clear indication of how you knew the margin. But what I've heard from some of obedient were that, okay, how can Lagos have about 900,000 votes when it was having like millions of votes in the previous years? And that argument, if you look at it critically, that argument is a fallacy with the beavers and everything that we're doing right now. Because there used to be overvoting before, but considering the beaver, it prevented a lot of people from voting 2 times. So looking at that, you will believe that the number of the voters would drop. The same thing happens to Kano and some other states. So beavers actually caught what they call overvoting. That's why those
I
numbers
agree.
drop.
I agree. I agree.
And game changer. Any
Yes, sir.
place they find overvoting, all the votes will be cancelled.
Yes, yes.
They will cancel
Because
outrightly. Yeah.
unlike
Continue.
previous elections, how they know overvoting was the number of registered voter. If you vote, if they have number of votes more than number of registered voter, that is when they know, oh, it's overvoting, which is obviously, it's actually impossible. Like, but on a normal sense, it's impossible to have number of voters more than number of registered voter. But because people vote multiple times, that was why sometimes they had that kind of problem, whereby you have number of votes more than number of registered voter. But
My bro.
with these
Okay.
beavers,
Continue.
the only way they know if there's overvoting is by comparing the number of accredited voter to actual vote. So if the number of vote is more than accredited voter, remember, not registered voter this time around, that is when they know, okay, there's overvoting. And that was why the number dropped drastically. Coupled with the
Um,
coupled
my,
with the fact that most people did not even go to. My sister in Nigeria said didn't go to vote. Reason because there was no money and this and that. So and I have a lot of people like that that decided not to go and vote.
no. My brother, game changer. Let me tell you, my brother. What you just said now, if there is any obedience in any quarter that is citing that as their reason of imagining that will be won by a landslide, I agree with you. They don't know what they're saying. That's a very nonsense logic. So that is a trash it in the bin. The same way you're trashing it, I am trashing it as well. That is far from the reason.
But
I'm telling you
majority of
that.
these analysts,
Mm,
Labour Party analysts on
mm,
Arise TV, Channel TV, they still
mm,
use that as their point of argument.
mm, 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 mm.
I've heard some.
There is
I've heard like
there
three of
is
them.
no, there is more to it. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. The the guys, the votes in Lagos, even the one that is even in the Labour Party situation room. Remember that Labour Party knows how much work. Let me not even speak for Labour Party. Let me speak for the one I'm directly linked to. Obedience movement. We know how much work we did in Lagos, and we know we had more polling unit agents in Lagos than so many other states. You get what I'm saying? Because we know how much work we know, and we know the numbers we were targeting in Lagos. So even the back end of the LP, we know the numbers there, and I'm not going to go into details in the courts. So, and all of us, we're going to be alive and we're going to be in this platform when as it begins to unravel. But even we know the numbers that are there. You understand what I'm saying? Which were manipulated in the collation centers and all of that, which is still going to play out. But I don't want to stress it. The way I stressed making people believe Obi win Lagos, Obi win that, Obi win Edo, Obi win. Even people had to put their money, Obi will not win. The way
Doctor,
I stressed it, the way I stressed this pre-election, I don't think I'm going to stress this post-election like that. I'm just going to
Oh,
say it the way
Uptown.
it is and expect anybody that believes will take it. Anybody that does not believe it will play out, and I'll still come back
okay,
among the person.
okay. Sorry,
Uptown.
I just have this
Uptown.
quick
Sorry, one
question.
second.
Okay,
I think this obedient movement in some ways, I think they are overplaying they are now overplaying their abilities. Let me explain something to you guys. Uh, there was a coalition that came together during that presidential election, and I personally didn't believe Obi could do as well as he did. But few days to the election, I started seeing a lot of things online that worries me a lot. That made me feel like, you know what, they could do a lot better than I'm expecting them to do. What made me say that? I started seeing pastors, different pastors. It was almost like all churches pastors became obedient. So, and I'm looking at it like, okay, you know, our people and religion, their faith. A lot of our people will listen to their pastor rather than to listen to their parents at home. Some wives will listen to their pastor rather than to listen to their husband at home. So that begins to worry me to say, you know what, this could have a huge effect. And I think a lot of these a lot of people who support Obi are not taking the coalition in full into consideration. That might be a problem for you going forward, because the involvement of the religious leaders, if that is no longer there in subsequent election where Obi is not a candidate, you don't be surprised when you guys start performing abysmally in elections, because I think you are overrating your performance by thinking it was just the job that you guys did. No, look,
No, my brother, see,
the involvement of
it-
churches in these elections
yeah.
played a big role in
Let
those
me give you an
results that we
example,
saw.
my brother. Let me give you an example. The day Obi turned up at Dunamis Church, guess what? Everybody was crazy because they were all obedient already. They didn't become obedient after he came to the church. He turned up and everybody was haywire because they were all obedient already. So there was no prayer. Obi now came and he now said something and we now became obedient, and afterwards we now became no. They
No,
only showed they
there
only
were
showed
people in
their
these churches.
affinity already that was existing already. That
Yeah,
is why
yeah,
as that let me tell you when
there were
Obi won.
people in these churches
Let me
already.
tell you when Obi won his numbers. It's as far back as August when Obi got his huge numbers. But then anybody that come and say it online, everybody will kill him. How can you say this? How can you say that? I said I am heading one of the groups I am heading by de facto is a data group. See, when I'm talking about data, nothing concern me concern Anapolo. I know say my mama. Nothing concern me concern all those
Uptown,
guys where I don't know their business.
uptown,
No,
Was it the
wait now,
same
let me
data that
uptown.
said
Can you hear me?
Obi will win Ondo?
calm down. Did you hear what I said? Nothing concern me
Sorry,
concern those polls.
Not the polls,
Uptown,
your
can you
data,
hear me?
your own pay.
Uptown.
My poll said Obi will win Ondo. My poll, my own
Can you
statistics.
hear me?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can hear
Thomas,
Uptown.
you.
go ahead. Thomas, we can hear you.
Yes, please. Yeah. But the higher picture is to win the election. He didn't win. He
All you
did
just
not
have to say,
win.
all you just have to do is
Oh,
to
no, no,
sit
no.
down
Uptown.
and
Forget about
pick up a
you win
juice,
Ondo,
a glass
you
of
win
juice.
Nasarawa. 2.7 million votes
That's a
to
lot.
APC. That is not a joke.
That's like
That's not a joke.
five states.
More than
Come
five
on.
states,
Come
you know. If you don't
2.7
add Kano
million.
to it,
No,
it's more than five
averagely,
states.
I just said average. Yeah, it's more like for some
Wait,
state they only have
what did Thomas say
300,000.
about Nasarawa?
We
I
said you
didn't
won
hear.
Nasarawa,
No,
you
I
won
said
Nasarawa, you
I,
won
I
Plateau.
don't even, I don't care about I don't care about where he won or where he wins.
Mm.
But the bigger picture is he lost the election.
It's not the election.
Yes, he
Uptown, you
lost
know
it.
why? Uptown, you know
Take me
why?
to where you
Thomas,
want
hold
me
on
to
one
be
second.
now.
Uptown, you know why I just didn't believe this election was rigged. You know why I didn't believe it? Not because of Obi, you know.
Because people were losing their seats.
No, no, no,
Like,
not because of Obi. Not because of Obi.
okay.
Like, Obi did not win in Kasina, but APC lost Kasina to PDP. I don't understand. I want somebody to be explaining these things to
No,
me so
that
that it
one is
makes. I'm not
APC's
because of.
Progressive,
performance. I can
Oh,
the
assure you.
progressive.
eh.
APC's
Sorry,
performance.
let me
I can
quickly
assure you.
ask Uptown this. Maybe this one it might make him understand better.
You,
Uptown,
you, you, you know, you
you
know,
know,
it, you know, in my
I'm not
spreadsheet,
just
PDP won
focusing
all the
on the area
states.
that Obi lost. You know, I'm still focusing on
You know
other
that.
areas as
Wait,
well.
my friend, wait. Now we're talking data. Do you know if you go back to my spreadsheets? You know all these states PDP took from APC. It was reflected on my spreadsheet.
So
Are you
okay.
if your spreadsheet capture it, so where is the rig then? If
Calm
your own
down
spreadsheet was
now.
capturing
See,
it,
my spreadsheet have just been achieved 70%. 30 is on the way. It will unravel. Calm
Uptown,
down. Don't rush it.
Uptown.
Don't rush the
Let's
spreadsheet.
if you are talking about data, you still have to have your metrics. So I want you to give me some metrics in this format. Now, we know, everybody knows that the difference now between Tinubu and Obi is about 2.6 million, right? Now, let's be factual now. Can you give me, Obi wants 12 states, right? Can you give me like some other states that you think Obi won other than those 12 states? If you
But
can list them.
I've already done this now a couple of days ago now. Could
Maybe I
have asked
wasn't
me
here,
this
but I
thing.
want to know so that I can work with data with you with numbers.
I have to refer back to my tab, but then I can just
No,
run
you
some
should know. You should know.
software
You don't have
process.
to look at. You don't have
Wait
to look at
now, wait
anything for you to
now,
tell me.
wait now. Calm down. Let me use off head for you. Obi won Akwa Ibom.
Akwa Ibom. So that was
Obi won Akwa
PDP.
Ibom. Yeah,
Hold on. That was
yeah,
PDP with what? With
yes.
what margin?
You want me to give you numbers?
No. Just assume. You don't have to give me the exact number because
Obi
So
Obi
Obi
won
won
Akwa
Akwa
Ibom
Ibom, but
with
APC did not win Akwa Ibom.
because if you say
APC
Obi
didn't
won,
even win Akwa Ibom, sir.
if you say
It was
Obi
PDP.
win a state, if you say Obi win a state, right?
Mm.
You have to consider the number that we have, like you guys have as deficits right now.
Okay.
But for you to
Can you
do
allow me
your
to flow?
proper metrics, you have to tell me what Tinubu can get from those states.
What do you mean by what? Is it what he can get or what he got? I
Because
don't get
if you're telling me Obi got maybe 300,000 votes there,
Yeah.
that means if Tinubu is getting zero, then we can take 300,000 away from that 2.6.
Mm.
So that's how you do it. Because if you're just giving yourself like 100,000, 500,000 without telling me what APC is going to get from those states, that means you are not telling us the real data.
Okay. Are you? Should I just go with the states is he won or you
Yes,
want the
yes.
whole detail you're talking about?
Tell me the
So
state he won,
I
because two things
so
we are talking
allow me to
about now.
just list it now. Can I go
Okay,
ahead?
go ahead. Go ahead, sorry.
Obi won Akwa Ibom.
Okay,
Obi won Bayelsa.
okay,
Obi won Rivers.
okay,
Obi won Taraba.
okay,
Obi won Benue.
okay,
Obi got his 25% in Niger.
okay,
Obi got 25% in Kaduna. You know, the score right now as of today is almost 300,000 votes.
okay.
That's what they got in Kaduna. He
Almost
got
what?
almost 300,000 votes. That's what he got as of today in Kaduna, as of the one day that's announced.
But that was, he already got 25%. You don't have to include that.
No.
He already,
No. It's not up to 25%.
what did
It's
he get,
about
sorry?
23 or so, something around that. So he didn't hit
Okay,
25%. The numbers now didn't hit 25%, but he got
okay.
his 25%. He won by wide margins in Plateau.
In Plateau,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. He won by wide margins in Cast. Let me tell you, the only result that is very close, that the least rigged results in the entire 36 states is Abuja. Least
Okay,
rigged
because
in
Obi won
Abuja.
there.
Hmm? Obi, you won there actually.
So it's
For
least
some of the
rigged.
states I'm
Okay,
calling for you now, he won there. He actually won with the high margin in Rivers, but let's not even go to weakest space. He won Edo State. He won with higher margins in Imo State. APC didn't do that well in Imo State.
okay.
25%. He
He
had his
got
25% in
25 in
Adamawa.
Kogi.
Are
He
you
got
hearing
his
me?
25 in Kogi.
He won article in Adamawa, you're saying?
I say no. Listen to me now. I say he got his 25% in Adamawa. Which
Okay, you changed it because you said you won it before. Okay.
no, I didn't say he won Adamawa now. How can I say he won
No,
Adamawa?
previously you said I was going to correct you there, but I wanted you to finish.
Okay, no, I say Adamawa he got his 25%, which actually
Okay.
the result as of today is not reflecting that he's just reflecting about 21, 22% or so. He got his over 25% in Adamawa. He got
Okay.
his yeah.
Uptown, game changer. Everybody, listen to me. I'm painting a bigger picture now. At the end of the day, he lost the election.
You see,
I didn't know you started working in Supreme Court, Thomas.
Thomas,
Maybe you are the
you see,
judge.
everything that I was saying now, even with the numbers he was putting like forward to for us, like, okay, he won this, he got this. By the time you combine all
No,
these
no, you need to
numbers,
see the don't worry, you need to see the don't worry, don't worry.
by the
Them
time you
cannot see
hold
the
on, let me
budget and
quickly
all
finish
that.
this. Sorry. By the time you combine all this number in each state, you can't tell me with everything you are saying now, he can get extra 300,000 in each state that you've mentioned. So if he doesn't get
In actually one
300,000,
state, he got extra 300,
if he
300.
doesn't get,
One
okay,
state,
are you
just
telling
one
me he
state.
got 300,000 in like 6 states? Is that what it is?
No,
And
I said
300 times
300,000 you
6
talked about now. Actually, from one state, if this thing is fixed, he got it.
from one state. How about the others?
Yes.
In those 6
But
states, you got,
no, for one state, for your 300,000, don't forget about 300,000 and move on.
yeah, but what I'm saying is you still have deficit of 2.6 million. We want to cancel
Let
that
me tell you. You know, as of today, as of the result out today, do you know Obi is scoring more than 2 million votes in the North? Right?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Obi's vote in the North is edging towards 3 million, actually. But
Okay.
the South is where the cocoa is. The South, this guy was bacchanized, no worry. You go play, everybody go see him. He was, let me tell you the system of this. The system is not to get you to lose.
Did you say Obi gets close to 3 million votes in the north?
I said
That's
as
what he
of
said,
today,
which is
he
not
got
true.
more than about 2 million votes. As at the result, the one on ground, about 2 million votes in the North. Obi.
Where did you see all these numbers we are calling?
Don't you have the election results? Or am
Now
I the one looking
look
at
at the
that?
election result now. You got more than 2 million on the north now. I mean,
Am
the
I
one
the
that
one
was
that has it?
released, the result that was released though, he got more than 2 million in the north.
You know, some people don't know this. People think maybe Obi got all his numbers from the Southeast, which is lie.
No,
Yeah,
no, no.
but
Hold on,
His
hold on,
if
numbers
hold
in the
on,
you if
Southeast
hold
is not
on,
even up
hold
to 2
on,
million.
hold on, hold on. Obi did not get more than 2 million in the north.
All right, challenge me with that, my friend.
No, no, no. Hold on one
no,
second. One
I think he
One
second.
might say
second, we're
North
waiting for you.
Central, North Central included. He might.
No, 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 no. Including North Central, Obi did not even get. What
Challenge
was the
us with
score again?
data
I think it's cost. Hold on one second. I will check it.
and be
I
ready to
think I've seen
apologize
this.
as well after that.
No, why would I apologize after that? The person that won the election won
No,
in the
now
north.
you're saying you're
Even
disputing my
even
facts and
Tinu.
you're saying I'm wrong. I don't know what I'm saying.
Hold on. Let me see. I'm trying to get. I know I've seen those numbers somewhere before.
It's
Uh,
everywhere. You don't have to look for it too far.
Sorry, while you are doing that, Uptown, I'm still like pounding on this issue because everything you are telling me now and all the metrics you've been giving me, it still doesn't even I know they are not true anyways, but for the argument's sake, I was agree with you that okay, everything you are saying is true. It still doesn't make Obi the winner of this election. That's where I'm going.
Do you know the problem is that you're assuming that the higher Obi's number, Tinubu's number remains static, but that's what you don't know. It is
Okay,
almost it is an equal and is an equal and opposite
so
reaction.
now you're telling me that they reduced Obi's number and they up Tinubu's
Okay,
number. Is
you
that
know
what you're saying?
all the while we have been conversing, I've not make one categorical statement. Let me just dish one to you. I'm not going to go further. Tinubu
Okay.
did not get up to 500,000 in Lagos. No worry. Yeah,
That's a laughable assertion.
well, I'm already
Hmm.
used to being laughed at.
Because you see, even with everything that you guys have been saying before the election, you can see that what you guys were saying was not even it's not even right. Because you're telling me Tinubu will not get 500,000 in Lagos. That's I can't even believe that. I don't think what you're saying is right.
This is a game changer, right?
Yes.
Game changer. Please stick. Don't be like Emeka. You know, Emeka said he will not even win any state in Southeast. Don't be like Emeka and some other people. Please stick with us for as long as possible.
No, I'm gonna be here. I always listen. It's
Yes.
because sometimes I'm busy. That's why I don't join. But I listen to what
Okay.
everybody is saying.
So don't be like the ones that ran away.
No, I don't. I listen to the program. I watch. I sometimes I will even like to contribute just a few because I'm a little bit really busy. But sometimes I would just like can I just join and spend like 30 minutes and give my point? But I can join and not be able to speak for like 2-3 hours, and I don't think I have that time. That's the problem. But
Are you aware?
I will
Are you aware that what's happening across some states now, where people are trying to get the endorsement of obedient movements? Some governors across party lines, APC, PDP.
I don't think so. Everybody is trying to get the endorsement of youth, not necessarily obedient movement. Because when you look at all these parties, when they were even having their campaign,
Mm.
all of them have youth backing them. Obi might have more youth, but all of them have their own youth. And in every election, you have to garner people to your side. So it's not like they're not going after obedient movement. They want
Let me
youth.
prove to you that they are going after obedient movement. Then you can also disprove me that I'm wrong.
Okay.
Omo Agege.
Okay.
2 days ago, he had meetings with the obedient movement with posters.
We lost you. Hello.
I think we lost Uptown. Yeah. Game changer. You
So
Can you hear
can
me?
yeah,
continue.
Thomas,
I think I'm back. Can you hear me?
Uptown,
Can you
before
hear
you
me?
continue. Oh yeah, before you continue, I want to quickly say
Okay,
something
you can
because
hear
I'm
me.
going
Okay,
to be
okay.
listening.
Okay, sure.
I want to
I can hear
quickly say something. When you guys are claiming, when you claim numbers of votes in other places, right?
you.
Turnout. But if the turnout in these places you are talking about is higher than that, because I've heard you people claim the numbers in Plateau, we got more votes in Plateau than was released. During the election, that election day, and I saw this number on Twitter, and I was like, wow, if this is true.
Just forget
But
the number on Twitter.
then I look across, even in the southeast, voters turnout. I don't mean in person, because people are saying there were lots of people. I'm looking at the numbers. It's basically like what the highest anywhere is like 30%. Highest anywhere, 30%. So, and I'm asking myself, why would people be telling us that in so place a lot of people will go more votes than that? I said, no. Look at the average turnout across the country. The result for me when I'm making my own submission, right? Because my own problem is that when they say the election was rigged, I'm not defending it in favor of or against. I'm just looking at the raw numbers on ground, and I'm looking at the patterns of behavior and things that have happened previously from previous elections. That is what I'm looking at. So in this election, you have three strong and one not so strong candidate. Right? Let's put it that way. So I'm looking at areas where parties are taking vote from each other's, and then one party is now being accused. I'm looking at Bayelsa. I'm looking at somewhere like Akwa Ibom, right? These are supposed to be Obi stronghold. They never went to APC. Those are two. Then I'm looking at places like Kaduna, places like Katsina, places like where else again? Maybe Kano, where APC used to be strong and they lost all those three states. So I'm looking at different patterns of behavior and results. But I don't know who rigs election to lose to come up to. I don't understand. I'm still trying to
My
understand
brother.
this
No,
rigging.
no. Let me tell you the three intentions. The intentions is to have the popular vote, have the spreads, and then people are still going to maintain their leads, but not with a wide margin, so that it will
Upton, do
look,
you understand?
it
This
will,
is the
it will, it will
presidential
not look
election.
rigged.
It's not a state government election. It's a presidential election. You cannot look. If I'm rigging election in Bayelsa, I cannot tell what is going on in Kaduna. If I'm a presidential candidate, I cannot tell what is going on in Kogi.
Exactly.
This is what I'm trying to explain to you people. That it must be some form of organized crime that everybody is coming. How many numbers I don't get for Kaduna?
Thank
2,000. Okay.
you.
I think
You've hit it on the
I know what is I know, and I think I know what all this obedience and uptown included. what they are like
I'm
giving, what
struggling
is
to
giving them
understand.
this
I'm
confidence.
struggling to get it, you know.
I
Wait,
believe.
my brother. Let me tell you what is giving
Sorry.
me the confidence. Let me
No,
just tell
I
you,
think I
so
know.
you won't
I
miss.
know
Okay, okay. Let me hear yours.
what I believe you guys are holding on to is
Mm.
all these fake results that people were posting even before they conclude
Nah,
the election.
my brother,
That
I'm
is
too
what you guys are
sophisticated for
believing in.
that now. So you
Forgetting
think
that
I'm
all
here
those
on
ones
the
are just
grounds of
fake
social
results
media
people are
reports?
posting. Some people
Nah,
even posted some results a day before election.
no, nah. Give me some credit, my brother. I'm speaking on behalf of social media resources. Really, please, if man, you don't have to give me a lot of credit.
Often,
Just
do
give
you
me a
know
little.
that? Do you know that in Edo, yeah, in Edo,
Yeah, my brother.
since 2015, APC have always very gone very, even when Jonathan was on the ticket, they
One
always
Edo.
run close. They always run close with PDP on presidential election. Very
In
40
Edo.
something percent or 50 something percent. But
Mm,
even on this election, with
mm.
three candidates on the ballot,
Even in
both of
Bayelsa last election,
Labour Party got 60 something percent of the vote.
Mm. And
So
that is excellent for you now. Like you feel
so
that they outperformed.
no, what I'm trying to say. Okay,
Mm.
you feel like it's still too low.
No, now for you now. I mean, I explained the concept behind why it is very difficult for you to know because of the
No,
stand of the bar you people set for Labour Party going
no,
into
it's
the
not the
election.
bad. It's not the
So
bad
you're
that I
overwhelmed
said. It's not the
by
bad
this
that I said.
little move.
It
You
is
know.
not the
The
bad that I
progressive.
said. It is
The
because
progressive.
I understand the geography of the state and the country, how the vote pattern behave, and we said it over time on this platform that in Edo, we say Edo North is strongly APC. That was what played out. Edo Central strongly PDP. That one didn't play out. Edo South was always a battleground. Obi won overwhelmingly in Edo South. That was the only difference. That was the only difference. So we always say, did Oshomole not win? Did Edo not go to APC? So we told when we said all this thing, we know what we're talking about. So there were changes. We understand. So one of my attribution to those changes was the role that the religious leaders played. I cannot overemphasize that. Maybe people don't want to believe it. That's up to them. But
The progressives.
what I'm trying to say uptown is that look, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. You guys did well, but for me personally, I don't think this election was rigged. There were malpractices in some places. Uh, for me, that is as far as it goes. For you to
The
prove that
progressive.
you have enough votes to overturn the victory, well, look, that is why we have the court, and we all will be here to witness it. If it goes in Obi's favor, look, I have nothing against an Obi president. That is what I'm trying to say. I have nothing against a Tinubu president. My only objection was I didn't want an Atiku president. It's not like I will favor an Obi president to that extent because of his ideas, but I don't mind because as long as he's got people like Pat Utomi around him, because which I know these are left-leaning thinking economists. As a progressive, my objection to certain politicians is based on ideas, not personal. That's all.
The progressive. The issue here, is anyone hearing me?
yes.
Okay. The
Yeah.
issue here is this. We are going to reclaim our mandate. Just like our principal said, if you have to be called be referred to as Your Excellency, the process that brings you in has to be excellent or must be seen to be one. The issue, what we are trying to do is that the OB effect was seen all over this election. And what was that thing? I mean, I think Madam Zita spoke to that effect. It was a combination of factors. For too long have Nigerians been asking, been yearning for an election that is, that is reflective of their wishes. So I want to thank President Buhari for making beavers available because it was a game changer. And the issue there was this: one of the things that led to the turnout or to the seeming support Obi had was also the situation of the country. You and I will agree that the country was not in the right direction, was not going in the right direction. The people wanted someone that will spearhead their wishes, and they found it in Obi. The reason why people also follow, like I keep telling people on this show, I said if a Rochas came out in this election, the Igbos won't have supported him the way they did. Any other person that came out, it is just because of the record, the past of the man called Obi. And it is there. Soludo, the present governor, does not like him.
Sorry, what?
If Soludo has seen something that is incriminating against Obi, do you think he would not come out and he would not state it out? He would. If there was anything corruption against Obi, do you think he would not bring it out? Someone that had the guts to support an Atiku in the election. Do you think that if he had something to bring down Obi, he wouldn't bring it out? He would. Obiano's wife went to Onisha to campaign. They booed him. They were calling Obi, Obi, Obi. Do you think if Obiano has something against Obi, that he won't bring it out? And the wife lost in the last election because the wife was coming up for a senatorial seat. But we said no. And the reason is just simple. The people of the Southeast were tired of the leadership in the Southeast. We have one of the most useless set of leaders in the Southeast. I am from the Southeast. I keep saying it on this show. We might be going through marginalization, but we also get allocation. What do they do with those allocations? So for us in the Southeast, it is not Obi per se. It is because we needed a change. Just like as we have started this process, we are going to continue. The most important thing to take away from this election, and which is why Inec is still playing all this hacky panky they are playing, is that you can go actually get your result from the polling stations. That was the game changer in this election. And when you look at the numbers, that I don't want to say because those numbers are not officials, are not official. But when you look at the number people have in their hands and the places that even Madam Zita, I wanted to tell her, in the places where APC got vote in Imo State, for instance, most of those polling units, they had no polling, they did not come with their beavers in those places. But results were announced.
Joel, even the PDP, that PDP guy that opposed them on SAT, what's his name?
Izunazo. Osita Izunazo. Osita Izunazo.
No, the PDP governor that the Supreme Court governor took out.
Okay, Ihedioha.
You see what Ihedioha said on TV, that Labour Party got far more votes than they were given in Imo State, his state. Even though he was a PDP man, he had to speak up for Labour Party in his state.
Exactly. It was even a PDP man that said that in Lagos, that Labour Party got around 190,000 and 900 and something thousand votes. And the APC got about 170,000.
100 and something thousand, you said, for APC?
170,000.
That's not true.
See,
people that me myself know that are supporting APC, they are even more than 100,000. Not even talk about other people.
Who is saying the game changer? Game changer. This is
APC 170,000. No.
Game changer. Let me tell you what is going on in Nigeria. I went to Nigeria. When I was seeing it on this show, I was meant to see Uptown, but the day I wanted to see Uptown, I had many things going on, and Uptown, I'm still sorry about that. Let's
It's all right.
I don't know because even that particular day I was meant to talk to you. We went on I told you we were meant to go on a boat cruise. It was just so much. I'm just sorry. Next time I'll make up for all those. So
Sure.
when I was in Lagos State,
Mhm.
there is this thing that you see. You go to your barber shop, random. You see 5 people there. 5 people Obi. You get your cab, Obi. You go to the market, Obi. What I am telling you, I'm not telling you about Igbo speaking people. I'm talking about Yorubas that stays in Lagos. Because you see,
Okay.
Lagosians have.
Let me come in, please. I just want to say something. I don't know the kind of people you are talking to, and I can tell you, just like you said, there's a lot of people that I was speaking with in Lagos that I was talking to, and majority of them, they were supporting Tinubu for presidency. So that's why I said even there are some non-Lagos, non-Yorubas that I spoke with as well, but they were still saying they want
See,
Tinubu because of his track record. And when you're talking about,
game changer.
hold
When you're
on,
talking about
sorry,
random sampling, you
hold on.
don't talk to your contacts. You get
That
out
is
to the streets. You
hold
go to
on,
different
hold on.
areas of the city and talk to people on random
When I
different
can talk to
demographics
my
as well.
contact, and the reason I said I can talk to my contact, and my contact talk to someone else, because my contact is not like I'm forcing them or I tell them. They don't even know if I'm supporting Tinubu or not. I just ask them what you guys are doing. How do you think the election is going? Who are you supporting? Just to ask questions. And Joel made mention of something why people were supporting Obi. Talked about track record or something. You see, me, when people talk about Obi track record, it make me to laugh because this track record that everybody is saying, if you're talking about track record, I don't see that track record.
No, game
Track
changer. You
record.
don't understand. It's a combination of factors. It's not
You
the
wouldn't
track record is
understand.
not standing alone.
So
Now, people are matching the track record with a personality of a kind of leader they crave for, somebody that will listen to them, somebody that will talk to them. So it's a combination of a lot of factors.
many
But we can
things.
start
But
listing
You wouldn't
now.
understand.
So
Obi
if you
track
start
record, Obi
isolating, you might
track
not
record
understand
doesn't
it.
portray him as somebody that listens to anybody.
Why?
Okay.
Tinubu track record even showed more that it listened to people and it solved their problems.
So Obi is
So
not available and everything. I mean, even his opposition members even giving credit that okay,
And
you are
hold
accessible, you
on.
are available, but
I think Joel was
I've
talking
not even heard
about,
his opposition say that take that away from.
wait now. Joel was talking about something the other time, like he was talking about Obiano and Soludo. Like if they had anything against him, they would have done it,
yeah.
like incriminate him. I don't think so. I don't
Why?
think they would do it.
No, but
Because
you
number
have
one,
you.
hold on. The first number one is because they used to be of a same political party. Because APGA is just a subset of PDP.
No.
Now,
You're
hold
getting
on.
it
I
wrong.
know
You're
what
getting
I'm
it
saying.
wrong. No,
APGA is,
please. It is not.
hold on. Let
It
me
is not. It
land
is
my
not.
point. Then you can say no,
Okay.
and I'll give you my reasons.
Okay.
Right?
Go ahead.
In
Go
the
ahead.
presidential election we have had since 2014. I mean, I said 2014. Sorry, it was in 2007. I would say APGA as a party had been going in alliance with PDP for presidential. Prove me
It's a
wrong.
southeastern, not Afghan. It's a southeastern.
It's a
But
southeastern. That's my
APGA is a
point.
southeast party. APGA is not in any other
Afghan is only in
zone.
Anambra.
APGA is not in any other zone.
It's in only in Anambra. Every other
No,
state in the
APGA is not.
southeast
APGA
has.
only emerged winner in Anambra. It's APGA. We have APGA in some other states, eastern states, southeast states.
No, that's the point.
They
That's the
don't have any
point.
strength in any other states.
APGA is
No.
only in Anambra State. If you go to Imo State, even Rochas came
Okay,
into
let me, for
Imo
argument's
State.
sake,
I think through
hold on.
PPA, and
For argument's sake,
okay.
APGA, who did APGA vote for in 2011 for president?
Not only
Which party?
2011, all the while. from
Exactly. That's why I
1999.
said they are
Even before
subset of
APGA,
PDP.
even before APGA took Anambra have been voting for PDP or at the presidential level. So it's
Exactly.
not an
So
APGA thing.
APGA is
It's a
just a
Southeastern
subset.
thing. That's
You just proved
where
me
they
right.
align.
This is just a subset of PDP.
No,
Then
they are not a
But it
subset.
was APGA that
Obi
sent PDP
came.
packing in
Hold on.
Anambra now.
Obi came from PDP to APGA, then back to PDP. Obiano was APGA. I don't know if he's still there. Sorry. But when you look at them, they are still on the same political platform, just that they have a little bit of differences. Now, they wouldn't have said anything about him. The only thing I know Obiano said when he was campaigning, he said something which I don't even want to go to that. Anyways, but talking about come down to Tinubu side. Tinubu fought the federal government, hands down, opposition party. They never had anything to nail him. Don't you think if they had anything to nail Tinubu, especially when Obasanjo was going crazy with some governors, he wouldn't have nailed Tinubu?
Because the state,
Can I please, Joel, let me respond
Lagos
let me
State refused
respond
to
to what you
open up
said.
his book.
Now,
No,
Tinubu
Lagos
was
State refused to
fighting.
open up his book.
Wait,
That's
I'm
what
coming.
happened.
they
Tinubu was
opened up.
fighting.
You know how many times they sent Ribadu after him? Are you
See,
telling me
Lagos,
EFCC did not
James,
query Tinubu?
in this last one, they were talking about, sorry, uptown. In this last one, they were talking about the paper that he submitted to Lagos State as his sworn affidavit that he became for him to become the governor of Lagos State. Did he bring it? Did Lagos State bring it out? Lagos State protected him. That's the reason why.
No.
That's the reason.
I'm talking
Hold on
about
now.
corruption. We are talking about corruption now.
It is
I'm
part
not
of
talking about
corruption.
even.
All those
Hold on.
age
I'm not talking about
falsifications. Go back to
corruption
where
on time of certificate or anything. I'm talking about financial corruption, right? If they knew anything that or any dealings that Tinubu did that was not right,
you won't know
don't you think
anything
they
until you
would?
get hold
you
of the
will
states.
know. You will know until you get out of the
Someone has
state.
to get hold of that state and audit
Then,
audit
you
it.
don't know anything about how Obasanjo operates, or how he operated. What did Fayoshe do? What happened? Do you know about what Obasanjo did with Fayoshe as a governor?
Tinubu was in full charge of Lagos State.
No, today was footage of
Was
He
Lagos. They were
Fayoshe not in charge of
impenetrable.
Ekiti?
Eh?
Was Fayoshe not in charge of Ekiti that time?
He was in charge
The
of
fact that
Ekiti, but
Fayose was
he did not
defeated
join
doesn't
us.
mean Tinubu. I mean, he clearly isn't defeated. That's why he's still in charge till now. So he's strong.
Wow.
Let me tell you what you don't
And
understand. Why do you know that at the same time that Obasanjo was fighting Tinubu, but guess what? Tinubu had Lagos in charge of Lagos. Everybody in his state house of assembly were under him, under
Under
APC and
him.
all that. But guess
okay,
what was happening in Anambra? I'm coming. Guess what was happening in Anambra at the same time? Obasanjo was fighting Obi through his boys and the Oba families. But guess what? Unlike Tinubu, Obi did not have men in his state house of assembly. The men there was Obasanjo men. So Obi was fighting both from the local and from the federal.
Yes.
okay.
And
So
they impeached
are
him.
you telling me just because he has his voice in the state assembly, the
30 over
federal
30,
government,
30 over
if he
30.
really if he wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't have done that? Is that what you're telling me?
They dealt with him twice now. He defeated
They
them.
dealt with him now.
He was impeached twice.
They
Like
impeached him.
I'm talking about Obasanjo, right? I mean, I'm talking about Tinubu. I'm not talking about Obi.
No, I'm trying to tell you why that these two men fought the same. You said Obasanjo did. Obi fought too. Obi fought too. They fought Obi too. The same thing. The only difference is that Tinubu was fully in charge of his state with all his house of assembly and everybody that under him, under his control, and there was a lot of resources in the state because it was a big state. It was Lagos State. The coffers was huge. Anambra was almost suffering a recession when Obi came in.
I
So
gave you
there was no resources, there was no obese men in the house. There was a powerful Godfather system structure that was standing strong, backed by the federal government, led by Olusegun Obasanjo, that was fighting him on all fronts. So even
but
if you're talking about federal fighting,
sorry, I just gave you an example of Ekiti when Fayoshe was there with all his out of assembly members. What happened to him?
he was weak and he was beaten now, unlike Tinubu now. Tinubu was not beaten.
Okay, why were they able to do it for Fayoshe?
I just told you he
At the
was
same,
weak and he
they
was
were still
beaten.
in the same. They were still in the same party then.
He didn't play it well. He was beaten.
Tinubu was not
That's
beaten,
what I'm telling you
and he's
is
still standing
if
today.
federal government wants to deal with you, they have all the resources. They have EFCC, they have everything, even with your immunity.
So what retained to be in this
Now,
seat
hold on.
after all the fight?
This is the last point I want to give you. Tinubu spent 8 years. In 2007, he left office. After he left office, we still had PDP in power for another 8 years. How come they didn't do anything? At least he already left. They had all the power then to go to
He was
Lagos,
in, he did, we know that he left. He just left. He didn't really leave.
but
Has he still left?
he didn't even
Even
have
till
any
today, he hasn't
control of.
still left, has he?
Hold on, you might say he was a godfather, but being
No,
a
he hasn't
godfather
still left
doesn't.
now. We all know who our governor is in Lagos now.
But he wasn't the governor. He was not in
We
charge of
all
the
know who our
security.
governor
He
is in
was not
Lagos
in charge of
today.
anything.
Asuwaju is
You
our
might
governor.
what? Who was the governor?
We all know in this Lagos who our governor is. Even today, this morning, Asuwaju is our governor. We
So
all know.
are you
So
telling me? Are you telling me that if federal government wanted to nail him, if they had anything against him, then they wouldn't have done it, or they wouldn't have any reason to do it? Is that what you're telling me?
but there,
After he left office,
if Obasanjo had his way, he would do
no,
it. The question
it
is that he
wasn't even
didn't have his way.
Obasanjo, even Jonathan,
Tinubu was too
because
strong for him. Oh, something Obasanjo cannot do. It's Jonathan that can do it. Who
Obasanjo.
is Jonathan? Jonathan that cannot secure his second tenure.
Oh
That's the
my
one that will
goodness!
come to Lagos and unravel Tinubu.
You see,
Come on.
Good
with
morning,
all
guys.
this,
Can I invite
Guys, hold on. Please. Let me invite Remy Coca to the conversation, please. Remy, what brought you here? I know
Yeah,
something picked you here.
okay.
How you doing, bro?
Okay, I'm good. Thank you very much. I've been here before 2 or 3 days ago, and I've
Oh
been
yeah.
listening to your conversation for the last 3 or 4 months. But I joined like last week before the election result came out. So I've been listening to you for the past 3 hours, and I want to say my candid opinion. I
Yeah,
think
you're welcome. Go on.
I think Ogbeni did a very good job analyzing the election petition, the petition have not been written, but I really enjoy what from his learned opinion. I mean, I've been a lawyer; it's quite good. For Uptown and the rest of your obedient, I think the issue here is this: this is Nigeria. This is not America or Canada. This is the first time in Nigeria that we are using the BFAS system for accreditation and also for other stuff, but it's not really for transmission of result per se. This thing really worked very well. And if you look at the trend of the result all over the country, there is a low apathy to that election. I was listening a while ago when Uptown was trying to have some figures. No matter how many figures you have in your hand, you are not the referee to this match. It is Inec. Only the INEC result that will be believed and people will accept all over the world.
We have a new referee. It's called the Supreme Court.
Yes.
So
Thank you. Even if the Supreme Court are there, let me be frank with you. The Supreme Court cannot turn any election down. They cannot sort for another new election. All what you are just saying is just a conspiracy theory that you have this figure, you have that figure, you want this, you want that. Come on, Nigeria is a tribal.
No, I made a discretion now
Let
that
me
no,
finish.
you
Let
don't
me
have to
just
take my
finish.
word for it. I made
Let
a
me finish.
discretion that
Let
you
me
don't have to
finish.
take my word for
But
it.
if you are feeding us, if you are feeding or that narrative you are trying to put out there, it's not comfortable with a lot of people because we believe in facts and figures.
That's what I'm saying now. That's why it's analysis now.
If you are selling that narrative, it's not good. Everything I've heard about for the last 3 hours, you guys still continue to defend your position. You won the election. You don't have the spread. One.
Remy, are you a
Listen,
lawyer?
just calm
Are you
down.
a lawyer?
You will talk. You will talk. Calm down. Let me just
I
finish.
said, are you a lawyer? I just asked you a question.
I'm not a lawyer. Just calm down. Let me finish.
Okay.
I'm not a
Okay, go
lawyer.
ahead.
I'm not a lawyer.
Go ahead.
Let,
Sorry, sir.
let him
Sorry.
finish
Let me
now.
finish.
He just came in. Let him finish.
Let me
Continue,
finish.
my
But
brother.
we just asked a
So the
question.
narrative you have there,
Bro,
figures,
let him land, man. He just came in.
so many
Yeah.
stuff like that. The election has been called. This is Nigeria. Even a so-called developed country, normally, they don't normally say that we should redo another election or to proclaim a third winner. It's number 3. It's not even number 2. And now there is a distance. I mean, the figure between them is more than 2 million votes.
2.7 million.
Let's see,
2.7 million.
let's see that as a normal human being. Do you think the Supreme Court will be looking at how you are going to present the difference of 2.7 million? And when you are connecting your narrative, you are telling me you have this, you have that. So you don't want them, you want your own vote to increase, but the vote of your competitor to reduce. Do you think it's done that way in any world?
Yeah, it's not about what I
have
want.
one more minute. I have 1 more minute. I want you to stop this conspiracy theory. The election has been called. I know that people lose and they have the right to go to court, which they have done. But don't expect anything from the court. The man has become your next president. If you like, take it. If you don't like, don't take it. That is your next president. So no matter what you do, no matter figure you quote, no matter lawyer you get, nothing is going to change.
And it's going to be swearing.
I would have been more bothered
Nobody
if
will
you
take
were
that.
a Supreme Court judge, but sadly you're not. So
this is not about.
Your president will be sworn in.
You know what?
Your president will be sworn in.
Presidents matters a lot. Have you ever seen in any Nigerian election that the result, even the 2007 election, which I did not participate, I was not in Nigeria at that time, but it's the worst result in Nigeria. Yaradua bring Yaradua to the presidency of the country.
And Remy, 1 sec. Yaradua himself told us publicly the election that brought him in was fraudulent, and court didn't turn it over.
And Atiku went to court. Did they?
And Atiku went to court.
Did they win?
Did Atiku go to court on an election done by beavers?
Another thing I want to talk about
on a beavers election.
Another thing I want to talk about this: the senatorial election and the House of Representatives election take place side by side with presidency. When you are quoting your figure, I was just laughing. When you look at the senatorial result, is it more than the presidential result, or what is the difference in those people that vote for senators? And when people know what they're doing, as one person said here, a lot of people voted for Obi, and when it comes to senatorial or House of Representatives, some people voted for the party. That means people know what they're doing. They are not stupid. They are not stupid. But when you continue to push this narrative, people are tired of this narrative every time. We have this result. We have
you don't have to be.
Unless unless you can prove to me.
You don't have to be, my friend.
Remy, please let me ask Uptown this. Uptown, just like what Remy just said about the senatorial and House of Rep side by side, unless you can prove to me that 400,000 people in Lagos only voted presidential, and they didn't collect ballot paper for all senatorial and House of Rep. If you can prove that,
Labour does not
maybe you have a case.
Labour does not have candidates in the senatorial.
Yes, but are you telling me they didn't vote? I mean, because when you look at the numbers, when you calculate everything, they are still about the same.
Remy,
I want to get your
wait, Uptown, wait. Let me make this comment. Remy and Game Changer. Do you know what normally baffles me every time I hear the obedience with their numbers? They want to upheld the election where Obi won, but they are quibbling about all the rest of the people where they win. It doesn't cohere with reason.
It's selfish behavior.
Yes. Let me finish. Where you won, the election there was credible,
free and fair.
But when your opponent win, the election there is not credible. Is that stand with logic in any way?
When they won with 90% of the votes,
can I speak?
How on earth would that happen? Where
it happened in the past, though. It has happened in the past.
Can I speak now?
Yes,
Okay,
yes, you
Captain
can come in.
Booker.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
I don't know. I'm beginning to sound like a broken record replying to this whole narrative of where they won, they accept. Obi is
And
challenging
in
so
an
many states
uptown,
where he won. I
uptown,
don't know when I'm gonna. Let's just wait. Obi is challenging many places he won. I don't know
yeah, you should
when
go
people are gonna
ahead
hear
and
this.
challenge. You should, you should. Even in the southeast you are talking about, Obi
Yes,
won. But
challenging
when
in
you
most states.
listen, I just want to make a point. In the senatorial state and the House of Rep state, why not that they did not? Why not that they voted for another party? APC, Umai won in Ebonyi. PDP also won there. Like the guy said, Game Changer said, when you are losing or you lose some state, then it's rigged. But when you get 90 or 95% in most of the southeastern state, you do not rig.
Remy,
It's
can you
Did you
allow
listen? Did
us?
you
Can you
listen to
just
me now?
allow
I
us?
don't know if you. I don't know
unfair.
if you
It's
calm down to
unfair.
listen to
I
me.
want you to look at objectives. Stop talking about you are talking to people that are well learned. Don't
No, you are
ridicule.
not listening to me.
Bro,
You are just
Most time you guys are
you're just
ridiculing
screaming.
yourself. To be frank, you
being
are
loud doesn't make
ridiculing.
you
No,
learned,
no,
sir.
don't be
Can you
angry
allow
now,
other people to
my
talk?
brother. Don't be angry. Let's
I'm not
calm down
angry,
and
but
talk.
I'm telling you the truth. But we are not a small
It's
boy. Why
fine.
can
It's
you be
fine.
telling
I'm
the
not
end of
disputing what you're saying, my brother.
unsubstantiated narrative?
It's
These are
okay. It's okay.
it's boring, and you have been there for 6 or 7 hours spilling that rubbish from your mouth. I'm sorry to say that for the
No,
language.
no, you don't have to now, my brother.
I'm tired of it. I'm tired. What you supposed to
it's
have done?
it's okay. It's okay.
I was expecting the
Can
OB.
other people talk, Remy? You know they shout like say you
No,
get
I will
this place.
stop.
Can
I
other
will
people
stop.
talk?
I will stop. You will
Let
talk.
other people
Uptown,
talk and respond to what you're
You have
uptown.
saying.
been talking for 6 hours. I've been
Eh,
listening to you for
eh,
six
but
hours.
you
See,
are
And
reading.
Remy,
then
you're
Today
just
is
you're
Wednesday.
screaming.
No one,
Just
anybody.
maybe you can just talk.
You want to
Let's
read
hear
this to
now.
yourself.
We're not quarreling.
Everybody should calm down.
Calm down now.
Everybody should calm down. Everybody should calm down. Oh, yes, uptown coming. Yeah.
All right. So my good brother Remy, um, whether you raise your voice or not, we are still going to have conversation without shouting at each other. Uh, you say the where Labour Party win is not rigged, where they win is rigged. Now let me say it again, because maybe you didn't understand me before. Labour, read my lips. Labour Party is challenging so many places that they won, quote and unquote, because of the numbers are not right. That's what you don't understand. They are challenging more of the process, and it cuts across both where they lost and where they didn't, where they also won as well.
No, no,
So
no,
all this
uptown.
narrative of
Let
saying
me
Okay,
that
understand.
no, they
Wait,
agree where they
wait.
uptown,
won
Let me
and then they
understand.
don't agree where they don't
uptown.
didn't win. You're just making
Uptown.
it up.
Hold
Sorry,
on, everybody,
Thomas.
hold
I
on,
just
please.
okay.
Yeah, well, hold on. Let me understand what uptown is saying. So, where Labour Party won, they are still challenging it. They want more votes, or they want to reduce
Yes,
their votes. I don't
they
understand.
said that their votes were reduced. Even in Lagos State, Imo
Even
State,
though they won that
Plateau
state,
State. This place I'm calling now, he won it. He won it
uptown.
actually. Lagos
If
State.
you if we if
Mm,
uptown, if
yeah.
if 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 I'm listening to you,
Mm.
I think what we are saying now is one of the most ridiculous things I've heard
I've
in
never heard,
2023.
even me.
I
Is
know.
that
I see. Let me tell
uh,
you. Let me tell you. Labour
Thomas,
Party cannot. Let me tell you. Let me tell you something you guys don't understand. Labour Party cannot just for the fun of it challenge a state that they already won already
I think
without knowing why they are challenging it.
uptown, you are not being objective. You are not OB lawyer, and you are not Labour Party lawyer.
But
You don't know
but
more
I'm
than
allowed to say my opinion.
so all this thing
My
you are
brother, you need to
saying
calm
is
down.
not cannot add up at all. The place you
Okay.
won about more than 500,000 in
Yeah.
Anambra, you dispute
Mm,
that they shortchange you there. You want more vote there. What are
Re-
you
mm.
now? What are
Remy,
you saying?
you know why I don't really want to argue with Uptown anymore. When Uptown said Tinubu only had 174,000 votes in the whole of Lagos,
I
that
didn't say
was
it.
what threw me
I
off.
was the one. I was the one
I
that
didn't
said
say
it.
it, and I was very careful
Game
about not
changer.
mentioning numbers. I know what I'm
I
saying.
said. I said this is what I said. And game changer.
He said it.
Please,
I didn't say
if
it.
I
Please.
say something,
Okay, sorry, Uptown, not
give me
you.
a card. Okay, now this is what I said, and I will be clear with it. I said there was even a PDP guy that came on TV,
A PDP agent.
a PDP agent that came on TV and said from the paper that they have, because they have people at the police station, at the police
Hmm.
stations. from what they have, this is the number that they got.
But
So
do
that
you?
is where I'm coming from. So that is where I said this election, this 2023 election, is not yet over. I don't
So
know why INEC is wanting to reconfigure the beaver machine. The
because they
guy
have to
that
do another election, and
no,
if they
you
don't do
cannot
it,
tell me.
you guys will be
Hold
saying
on,
you're having wrong numbers.
hold on. Game changer. Look, let us be realistic here. You spent over 300 and something billion, and you want to tell me you prepared an election that will take, if 90 million people came out to vote that day, the beavers will take it. On this particular election, the people that came out to vote was even less than 30%,
Jewel,
or
thank you.
about 30%.
An IT expert argued that on TV yesterday.
You understand what I'm saying? So it ought to have collected. So if 90 million people came out that day, do you mean that the viewers will not take it? It is designed to take those numbers. And
Now,
yeah, because when you're doing stuff like that, you have to build a space whereby
They
you'll be
already
able
have
to take.
they already
Those
know
are
the
the purpose.
numbers they are building it for.
They're building it for. So they shouldn't come here and say they want to reconfigure what? What we are saying in this election, whether
okay,
somebody likes it
let
or
me
not,
sorry,
is that we want to,
let me say something about this because I don't
because
know if some of
the
you.
result has been coming in. Can I finish, please? The
Okay, finish.
result has been, because what happened was that I remember in many police stations where they were forcing the polling unit agent, not the agent, the INEC polling unit person, the NYSC guys, to upload their result real time. They said they are not able to upload it. But one thing they fail to understand is that once you take that picture on that device, whenever they have network, those results will start coming in. So what they did was that it's like more or less like did an airplane mode on the presidential election. Because if you are using one machine and the senatorial seats are going, the House of Reps seats are going, but only the presidential is not going, then why are they there? And it's a Kenyan proverb that says that if you have a dealing with someone and the person is telling you go to court, his brother is in the court. But
Okay.
in this particular situation, we are going to defeat the brother, the mother, the sister, and everybody. In the past election, don't get this twisted. In the past election, what we did in the past elections, we're just writing down numbers. We have never used beavers before. There was
Sorry,
a reason why
can I interject a
There's a
little?
reason why Mike Igini came out on TV prior to the election, a guy that has also, put fuel into the way, or into the amount, in the way the people came out or believed in the system, came out and voted in this election. Mike Igini was part of that, because he gave us assurances upon assurances upon assurances upon assurances. And he also told us,
Joel of
in the case,
Nashville, you
can
are
I finish, my
sounding like a
brother?
bad loser.
Please, please
Topic,
make
topic,
it fast,
topic.
make it quick
I
so
Can I?
that people can
make it
respond.
You
quick
cannot tell me
so
to
that
make
I
it
can
quick,
talk.
because you guys have been talking. Can I just talk?
You allow
Please, let
him
me
to talk
talk.
now.
Abba. So the issue there is this. If you have been following what has been going on TV, they stated there, as soon as those beavers were coming in, the results started uploading. Those results that were taken, the pictures that were taken at the polling unit, it started uploading. Now INEC is talking about reconfiguration. For what? All the experts that has come in on TV, most of them have said, no. Instead, postpone that election. Have you not postponed presidential election before? Did anyone die? No one died. And nothing stated in the constitution that election must hold on a certain day. No, it states there that, but if there is a need to shift it, they will shift it. So what we are saying here is this: there is no problem. You won the election, the INEC declared you. Good and fine. Can we go to court? I think it's a slap on the face of democracy and the face of Nigerians.
And
When
Joel,
someone
it's
like
really
Remy,
funny that Obi has only spoken once after this election, and he only said, "I am obedient. I will go to court." But guess what?
I'll go to court.
APC has organized up to 12 conferences lashing out on Obi. I was like, no, now guys, why are you
He's
just
not
go
saying
to
anything.
court?
He's
It's very
going to
simple.
court.
Why is everybody
Uptown,
agitated and crying?
uptown,
Go
uptown.
to court and
I
meet the
think
man there.
Mr. Bazu, who happened to be, I think he was he was also in the case in the Oshun case, this Oshun governorship election that just passed. He was in that case, and he said something. He said that because he was in court today to tell the court that there's no, they shouldn't allow INEC to reconfigure. And why was he saying that? It was simple. He said that in the case of Osun State, that the non-reconfiguration of the beavers was the key to to allowing them to get the necessary result that they needed from the beavers. That once that beaver is reconfigured, you cannot get those results back.
Sorry, Joel. How
Now,
long do you think this process of
Oh
court?
my
How
God.
long do you think it's going to take? I'm just asking.
what the process of what?
This the issue of court, like for
like
presidential election, before they
for
like
presidential
come to a
election.
final conclusion. How long do
Yeah.
you think it will take?
So some and feelers we are getting what like at least within 1 to 2 weeks they can run through it,
Are
right?
you?
Because it's not going to be in all of it, right? So there are some places where they are really contesting, right?
I
So
And don't you
Joel,
think the other party will want to go through it as well?
you say,
hello,
Don't you
can you hear
think the
me?
other party
I
will
mean,
want to go through it?
no. This is the thing. It's only you see those numbers that they got from the polling unit. It was there. A picture was taken. Get those numbers now. Match it with the
no,
numbers INEC is bringing
I
out.
want to ask a
What
very
is
good
wrong in
question.
that?
I want to ask a good question. The polling
Remy,
results.
Hello, can everybody
Just
hear
a
me,
question
please?
before you go on.
go ahead.
Just a question.
Yes, we can hear you, Thomas.
Yeah, just a question, please. The
Yes,
result from the
please,
polling
please.
unit.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Please, hold on. Listen to me. I'm sorry. I'm going to church. I want to round up, please. If you guys don't mind, I will give everybody 3 minutes monologue without interruption so that we can end the section, please. So, please, I'm very sorry, guys. I have to go, please. Yes. I'll start with Uptown. 3 minutes. I'm counting down now, please. Thank you.
All right. So there's really nothing to say, really. Obi has done one only. He has only spoken once after the election, just one press conference, and all he said is, "Everybody, calm down. Let's go to court. I am obedient. They say I should go to court. Let them come and meet me in court, and I'll prove my case to them." But after his press conference, APC has been doing press conference almost at a quarterly basis every day, lashing out. Festus Keyamo is on Twitter lashing out. Obi, okay, we to challenge Southeast. Obi, this FFK is there. Obi, people is commenting on their status saying, guys, Obi said something very simple. Meet him in court. Why is everybody lashing out everywhere, attacking everywhere? No, just meet the young man in court. It doesn't have to be something. Please, Remy, don't cry. What crying is not going to solve the problem. We are just going to get to court and fix it. Thank you.
Okay.
Uptown, you always fall my hand every time. Is he crying? Remy, please.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, 3 minutes, please.
Uptown, you are behaving like a child, as I noticed for the
This
last
is
6
very
months.
childish. Very, very childish. Very childish.
And you believe in fantasy a lot. And the truth is very bitter. But the truth, most of you guys will not listen to it. That is why your man will never, I repeat, never become the president of that Nigeria. The election has been called, the winner has been declared. You have a right to go to court, which you have done, fine. The petition, you have not really filed it. According to Ogbeni and according to the Constitution of Nigeria, the petition will be, the result will come, I mean, the judge or whatever, within 6 months, 180 days for both lawyers to argue their cases. What I'm trying to say is that the court will rely on physical evidence, which are the polling unit results from all the units all over Nigeria, more than 176,000 units. My bone of contention with you guys is that the result has been declared. I was expecting you guys to say that the result that INEC declared and all your polling agents, all the political party agents have in their hand, you are not disputing that result. You are talking about process. The process you are talking about is not in the Nigerian Constitution. It's just a normal guideline. And when you want to do something can come up. Maybe there's some glitches or some itches. It won't stop the overall result or the outcome of the result. And I told you to look at the result of all the senatorial and the House of Rep result, compare it with the presidential election result. We have different parties. People know what they are voting for. My things I don't like is this. I hate bad losers, which most of you guys are. When you are winning your domain, no problem. When you get some votes in some part, no problem. But when your opponent is winning, there's a problem. The irony part of it is that where Atiku also win, you don't even mind. It's like you don't mind if Atiku win. So far, it's not Tinubu. The hatred is just too much. For this time, I would say we have a new sheriff in town, and it's President Bola Tinubu Ahmed. Whether you like it or not, he is going to be your next president for the next 4 years. Thank you,
True.
guys.
Thank you. That's true.
Remy, thank you so much. He's already the president. There's no cribbing about that. He has already gotten the return certificate or what they normally call it. Yeah, and he's already in Aso Rock now, getting every preview of the government. Buhari is gone. Buhari is forget about Buhari. Tinubu is your president. Thank you, Remy.
Sorry,
I
can I
hope
go
you
next,
come
Thomas?
early. Yes, you can go next. I hope you come early so that we can have more robust conversation. Yeah. Thank you, Remy. Yeah,
All right.
go on. Yeah.
All right, thank you. You see, you can see the double standard of all these obedient. When Uptown was talking the other time, he said Obi only spoke once and was now mentioning the APC spokesperson. He forgot that Obi's spokesperson, the likes of Kenneth Konko or whatever, they were speaking on TV on daily basis,
My brother,
castigating APC as well.
first of all came out? Is it not that man, that slim man, that slim man? I forget his name. Sorry for
Yeah,
saying that. That the one
majority of
normally
them.
have ads. They are the first person to came out.
Exactly. When he said Obi only came out once, I thought he was going to say Tinubu has been coming out every day. But instead of talking about Tinubu, he started referring to ordinary party members like all these Keyamo, Fanikayode. He
And they
forgot
have
that
right. They have right to their
exactly.
opinion.
He forgot
Yeah,
that there are a
Tinubu
lot
has
of
never come out.
exactly. Yeah, he forgot that there's a lot of Labour Party people that are going around talking about the rigging, like election was this, election was that, going on different TV stations. He forgot to mention that, but he can castigate APC. So that's just to show their double standard. And just like Remy said, you see, this election, like people that voted, they knew who they were voting for. And just like I asked Uptown, he should compare the result because I believe everybody was given three ballot papers. He should add all the senatorial results, compare the number with the presidential result. So if he can prove that 300,000 people in Lagos, as an example, collected only presidential paper without the House of Rep, then he might have a case. But if he can't prove that, then there's no point in what they're saying. Every number that they are saying, that they said they have in them, they are just all these manipulated the one that they designed and people were sharing even before election
We,
was
we know the,
concluded.
we know the obedience now. They said they
So
have 900,000 in their situation room
yeah,
for view.
people were posting fake results even before election started, and those are the ones they think they have their mind on. And another thing is, a majority of these people, they don't even know how election is being run, because at every polling unit they have the numbers. They will take them to the local government secretariat, where a presiding officer and each local government party agent will go there, and local government party agent will sign after confirming that everything is fine. So they all signed, which is what they will use at the court, because they will ask them, did you sign this? Why did you sign? Their party agent signed. For majority of these people, they don't know. They just started voting anyways. They don't even know about election.
The new law, say, please don't stop insulting everybody. The
It's
new
not
law
an
says
insult.
that
I'm just saying the
the new
reality.
law
Well,
says
Majority of
that.
these
well,
people don't know.
well, I said no interruption, please.
And
No interruption.
if I say
But you were
people don't know
interrupting him.
something, if I say people don't know something about
Please,
election
well,
based on what they
yeah.
say, it's not like I'm abusing or I'm saying bad thing about them. I'm just saying what I feel about them, which is obvious truth anyways. So thank you very much. I hope we'll talk tomorrow, and we're definitely going to give a great point. Now, like
I
my
hope you
friend,
come early next time. Yeah.
yes,
So we
yes,
can
yes.
have a robust
Just like
conversation. Yeah.
Lawyer Remy said, we have a new sheriff in town, which is going to rule us. We just hope he do the needful by making sure that Nigeria becomes one of the greatest countries. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, thank you. God bless. Thank you so much. Thank
Can
you.
I go next?
Can we have Yes, yeah, you can go on. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. The last two panelists spoke
Yeah.
utter nonsense. Utter nonsense. First and foremost, the result
Joel,
is
you
meant
can't
to
say
be
that. That
transmitted.
is this is see, you see, that is my fight with you. You can't say they are saying nonsense. No.
No, but you
Make
just
your
said you just
comment.
said no, no,
No,
no.
no,
You
no.
just said
Joel,
you just said Upton.
Joel.
Upton is you said Upton is a child, and you supported it. It's
No, no,
childish. You
no, no. Yes,
supported it.
it's childish. Yes. He said
Okay,
Remy don't
so
cry. You
so so
can't say
if
that to
if
people.
but if
No.
somebody if the last two callers, if I say the last two callers were talking nonsense, is it an insult? They're talking
Joel,
things that does not make
I
sense.
give it up. Just say what you want to say. Just say what you want
Okay,
to say.
good.
That's all right.
So
That's
so
all
the
right.
issue here is this, and it's simple. They asked us to go to court, and we are in court. Allow the process to run itself. Do not come here to be the judge, and you are the victim. You said there is a new sheriff in town. Good. We said there's no problem. All we are saying is that we want to challenge his legality, because that's an illegal sport that he's handling. Those are the kind of things we want to stop in Nigeria, and it must be stopped. For some of us, we are not afraid of being attacked. We love it when we are attacked, because Nigeria is already dead. We are already dead in Nigeria. So who is afraid to die in Nigeria? Nobody. If you are, I'm not. But we must say the truth, whether you like it or not.
But you are
You
not in
understand?
Nigeria.
Look,
Joel,
look, my brother. See, I am a
you are not in
Nigerian,
Nigeria.
and I'm speaking.
You
I
are a
am speaking.
Nigerian, but you are not in Nigeria.
You said nobody should interrupt. Don't interrupt me. Let me just speak straight so that you have
That's
your
fine.
dignity
That's all
to
right.
talk, right? So that is the issue. The issue there is that Nigeria must be a country of process. That is what we are saying. It must be a country where rule of law is appreciated. If someone cheats his way into power, there is no way that same person is going to give you good governance. If the process that brings you into power is legitimate, it means that you owe the people that brought you into power that a favor of working for them. So one man, Thomas, my brother, I am not going to speak more on this. Remy said that we should go to court. Look at the way he said. He said that nothing will come out of it. Yeah, because that is the way they have been thinking in the past. In this particular election, we are going to determine whether Nigeria is a country where there is hope, or where it is a country of the hopelessness. And I want to believe that Nigeria is the country of the hopeful. And we are going to go to the Supreme Court, go through the process, and we are going to reclaim our mandate. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, the One Man Show, and have a good night.
Oh, thank you so much, Joel. See you. Thank you so much. I don't think we have Rosie. I don't think is Rosie in the house. I don't think so. Thank you, everyone. The super chatters, the happy clappers, the haters, our lovely friends. It is what it is. We come to the end of the section. I hope everybody stays safe and prepare for the election on Saturday. Election is going to hold. The court will not stop the electioneering coming on Saturday. I don't think so. In my opinion, election is going to hold on Saturday, and we already have the president elect. Any party that is disgruntled, yes, go to the court. Go to the court, and the court will decide who's going to be the winner of the election. But we have the winner already, the president elect, Tinubu. So anybody that is disgruntled, yeah, approach the court. That's the best thing. Yeah, from the tribunal to the appeal court, then Supreme Court will decide who becomes the winner at the end of the day. So that is it. Yeah, but saying is not going to be swearing. That is just fantasy. It's just fantasy. It's not going to happen. Even the worst election we've had in Nigeria, even yourself admitted that the election that brought him in was rigged. But Atiku went to the court. Did he won the in court? No. And Nigeria hasn't gotten to that to that aspect in life. And in my opinion, I think this election is one of the credible election we've had. I don't yes, it's one of the credible election that we've had. But some people still saying it's not credible. Yeah, it's their right. That's fine. The court will determine who be the winner at the end of the day. I'm sorry, guys. We should have stayed more than this, but I have to rush to somewhere. Thank you so much. God bless. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. See you guys on the other side. See you tomorrow. Catch you later. Thank you. Peace. Thank you.